I want one of these bishops to invite me to one of these feasts.
I ain't never going back to Europe.
Let's shoot up a sign right now.
We just wanted the ladies to feel comfortable crossing the street.
Officers, I appear to be tripping.
When we go to Europe, we make a side trip to go meet with the Pope and be like, look, you guys are up in the Catholic Church.
So un-American. I can't believe it.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to HighPOThesis with the Drunken Peasants. If anyone out there could create an intro for this new little section we're doing, that'd be great. Please send that to us at our Facebook or send it to our Twitter or whatever.
Yeah, you can just tweet at us, and we'll see it.
Sweet. Get it to us. This is going to be a new little show where we put out custom clips. And today we're going to start with the story of a boy in Canada who was starved to death by his Christian parents. We're going to read a little bit of this article.
We've got
Yay,
ads coming
Windows
up.
10.
Yeah, Windows 10.
Windows 10.
Actually, the Drunken Peasants are brought to you by Windows 10. For now,
Go for yourself and die, Windows 10. No one cares. Speaking of dying, this kid's dead.
Do you want me to read a little bit of the headline?
Let's go ahead.
Yeah,
They knew he was dying. Canadian parents who starved their diabetic son, 15 years old, to death and prayed for 2 hours rather than called 911 when they found him not breathing. Get life in prison. So there's a picture of the young man there.
They deserve it.
Starving. Look at him. He looks emaciated.
This is disgusting.
Clearly sick.
That is a picture from 2013.
So he probably
13.
looked worse than this when he died.
So he looks 13. He looks like he's
10.
from someone living in a war zone.
My understanding is that he weighed under 40 pounds.
God, what is
when they discovered his body, or when they came to get his body after the parents finally did call somebody after he was dead.
You know,
another thing is there was open sores on his face.
Of course there were.
And one was so pronounced that you could actually see his jaw because the skin just was not there anymore.
Let's read this here.
And here's the parents.
His physical condition at death was not a sudden or quick occurrence, but rather took place over months and probably years, the judge said.
The parents waited 2 hours to call 911 after they found Alexander not breathing at their home, spending their time praying instead, according to court testimony.
You see, I'm very even-handed when it comes to justice. But when people do like this, that's senseless to kids or animals, I get very biblical. I feel like these people are Christians, an eye for an eye. These facts right here should starve to death.
Yeah, and look at them. I was about to say, like,
starving.
Look at these two fat, well-fed that starved their kid to death because they were in denial about him having diabetes. The whole story here is just crazy because this kid, Alexander, or whatever his name was in the, he got diabetes. His parents didn't treat him for it, and he became emaciated, and they knew he was being neglected. So they
were neglecting him.
The state took him away, put him in a foster home where he got well fed, and apparently he was thriving and happy. And then the city of, I believe it was Alberta, said, "All right,
Alberta's a province."
The province of Alberta said they're going to give him back. We're going to give him back to his parents, and he's gonna. We're going to make sure they take care of him this time. Yeah. He's going to have regular medical checkups.
He's going to be monitored.
And we're going to monitor his situation.
These parents have demonstrated a total lack of basic parenting skills and neglecting their child's medical needs.
But here's what happened. All they had to do was
check on him.
They did check on him while he was living in Alberta, but when the parents then moved, possibly solely so they could get away with this, Alberta lost track of the kid. The kid goes somewhere else, and they re-begin the process of slowly starving him to death.
See, you know what, dude? I know these crazy parents killed this kid, but really, Canadian social services failed this kid.
You know what failed them even more is religion. Let's see. The devout churchgoers allegedly told friends that their 15-year-old son had died, but was brought back to life by God.
Yeah.
I think I found the root cause and the root problem here is this ridiculous religious beliefs they had that, look, I grew up in Louisiana, and I knew kids that were diabetic, and their parents were Christians, like fundamentalist Christians. They still got insulin. Their parents were still like, don't eat sugar, don't do this, because they wanted their child to grow up and be healthy. So even fundamentalist Christian idiots can sometimes get this right. These people are just insane.
Yeah, I think
They
I
withheld
found the problem.
insulin from him. They withheld any sort of treatment. 'Cause they wouldn't even admit that he had diabetes. To them, it was
They're
like,
insane.
no, our son doesn't have diabetes. God would not allow that.
You see, this is a problem when we debate facts. Like it was a fact their son had diabetes, but yet there's this debate in society now where it's like we can debate things like climate change. Let's debate these things. Like there's no debate. This kid is dead because we were debating these religious questions.
The Calgary Sun says that the medical examiner, a man by the last name of Alexandru, Alexandru, the kid, appeared to be so badly neglected his fat and muscle reserves were depleted and his teeth had rotted away.
Wow.
These people, you know what? Starve these fat. Put them in a cell, all right? Give them everything they need to live except food and just let them waste away.
You know, I read another thing that said like even his organs and stuff were like withered inside his
Of course,
body.
dude, hunger, your
There's
body
no-
basically eats itself.
Yeah, and his body ate itself to like the point where he was, 34 pounds or some ridiculously low number like that. Like, can you imagine a human being of the age of 15 who weighs under 40 pounds?
I mean, dude, look, in America and Canada, there is like obesity is pretty high, especially in the areas of the country of Canada we're talking about. Look at the two fat parents; they're obese.
I mean, you're basically talking about a
So
living
for
fucking
someone to
skeleton at
starve,
that
for someone to
point.
starve in a country that's stable and there's access to food and all of that, why this is just unconscionable that
I
someone
mean,
would die.
And you know
this way.
these fat parents, just like, nope, Alex, you can't have no food. God don't want you to.
It would be one thing if these people had secreted this kid away and they just discovered it. But the fact that social services was involved at some step of this, knew that these parents had a hard time or had a history of not feeding this child, and nobody followed up when they moved to the point where he just withered away and died, whoever the caseworker was on this ought to be fired.
I believe that there's probably changes that need to be made to Canada's social service system. I don't know if this is maybe
Clearly.
I don't understand the intricacies of their system, so I can't
No.
say for sure. Oh, this whoever should be fired.
Well,
I don't think
I think
firing
Canada-
of one person is probably not what needs to happen.
I
I'd
think
imagine there
Canada's
probably needs to be a
provincial.
major system overhaul.
Like in Canada, a lot of things are provincial. So if you move to a different province, that's probably what happened.
Well, they need a more federalized
yeah.
system at
they,
that point.
they probably do. When you
When
see a
it
story
comes to
like
child
this,
abuse.
Because it
Yeah,
should
well,
not be. It should not be the case in any system that you can abuse a child one place and then if you're caught or whatever, you just go somewhere else and
think that
evade consequence.
Yeah.
I think in
That's
this
like
country,
Catholic Church. At that
I
point.
think in this country and in Canada, that is kind of the reality. I think people do move locations to escape, and do continue their criminal activity.
I mean, do you guys think they moved solely so they could start starving their son to death again?
Maybe.
I hope not, but probably so. I mean,
Then they deserve to go to prison
Well,
for
I
murder.
mean, are
if
these?
that's-
Do
They
they were convicted.
convicted of murder.
Do these,
Oh,
do
okay.
these
which I
parents?
applaud. Thank you.
Did these parents use the child as a little like sympathy doll? Or is this Munchausen by proxy, possibly?
Where
they make him
said
sick?
they were telling their friends that their child was, brought back to
Allegedly.
life by God or
Yeah,
whatever.
that was allegedly said. by
Allegedly.
I mean, we
This
don't
is
know for
horseshit.
certain.
Yeah, these people. Well, I mean, at least justice was done on some level. They got life in prison. I mean,
Possibility of parole in 25 years, which they'll probably both be dead by then.
oh yeah, these people aren't going to live 25 years in prison. I mean, I don't know what the Canadian prison system is like, but I know somebody that starved a child to death wouldn't last long here.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm
For
all,
good reason, I
I'm
would
all
say.
for prisons being geared towards rehabilitation, but I don't know if there's any rehabilitating people who would literally let their son wither away to death before their very eyes while they're just content and clasp their hands and go, Jesus, Jesus.
I mean, when you talk about rehabilitation, like, yeah, do I think that these people would ever be trustworthy with a child again?
No.
There's no rehabilitation for people like this. So separating from them from society is really all we can do.
Yeah, there's something seriously wrong with these people, and I mean, look, part of it has to be mental illness. Part of it has to be religion. I mean, this is just disgusting.
Those two together, though, are a pretty potent combo, aren't they?
Yeah.
You can't, I mean, like, when it comes down to two people, I mean, they don't share a mental illness. This is something that has obviously been discussed between them.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they discussed it, but I'm saying they're both mentally ill in the
How do
respect that.
How do two people come to that conclusion,
TJ, could you let someone starve to death, or a dog or an animal, even if you didn't give it about, like, let's say it was a dog you didn't even like, but it was
I'd steal the dog and feed it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like,
dude.
most people, I think, that have any sort of empathy or compassion could just not sit by and say, okay, this is okay.
It would have been,
These people are deranged, dude.
These people would have been more compassionate if they had gone into their son's room with a shotgun and blown his head off.
Yeah.
Oh, I agree.
That
Sad
would have
to say,
been
but
starving
true.
to death.
I would have viewed
is-
someone who did that as the moral superiority of these degenerate fucks.
Starving to death like that is one of the worst ways you go, because it's just absolutely slow, devastatingly painful, devastating suffering happens when a person starves to death. It's like burning alive, but compounded over 3 years.
Yeah,
Think about it like that. These people, like,
imagine just dying by withering away slowly like
Actually,
that.
look, read this,
Your
TJ.
body, yeah.
This is his teacher. In a letter to Children's Ministries, Alexander's former kindergarten teacher wrote, his life story of suffering and premature death demands that greater, more open sharing of information between provinces be implemented.
Right.
That
That happens here between states, too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it
happens within states that kids fall through the cracks.
This
here.
isn't even the first time I've seen a story like this where there was neglect to the point of someone starving to death. I've seen pictures of children who look like they're like 9 years old that were like 17.
Oh yeah, it happens all the time. Sometimes it's county based, so these people will move what ends up being
So
30
much bureaucracy.
Miles. They move 30 miles and just continue doing what they were doing, and everybody's like, "Well, nope, they crossed that 30-mile border, so we don't care about that kid
We need
no
to
more."
do a better job on this. We need to do a better job on this.
These people had no business having their own child, and that's to say, but what they did, that's terrible.
They had 4 or 5 other kids, by the way. They didn't starve any of those kids to death.
Yeah.
For whatever reason.
Because they didn't have diabetes.
I guess they just singled out Alex
for having a
that
treatable
treatment.
illness.
A totally
disease,
treatable illness.
Yeah, that millions of people live with all across the world just fine. They killed him.
Yep.
I don't know what else you can say.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to HighPOThesis with the Drunken Peasants, a little new segment we're doing here on the channel. If you could make us a cool HighPOThesis intro, we're definitely in the market for that. You could send it to our Twitter or Facebook or wherever you can get in touch with us.
Smoke signals are fine, too.
You see me rubbing my hands together, TJ?
I do.
This one is the sex segment, man. We got 2
Paul's already got a
sexy
boner.
stories,
I'm
dude.
sorry, dude, but actually... it's actually not sex-related, but...
It is kind of.
I mean, yeah, I
the
guess.
product of sex. The product of sex
Sure.
sometimes.
So this is a weird story. We'll just play this clip so people...
Now we turn to the giraffe cam controversy because just this morning, a couple of hours ago, suddenly YouTube shut down a live feed that was very popular. A lot of people were watching an animal park in upstate New York. People watching and waiting this. A YouTube stream of April the giraffe, ready to give birth to a baby giraffe right there at the park. Well, suddenly about an hour ago, instead of this, people on YouTube saw this. YouTube shut down the stream, went to that sad...
Ridiculous.
Nudity and sexual content.
Wow, giraffe is now banned.
It's sad because it's more about the science and understanding biology. It's like this would be a great demonstration for kids to learn about biology. Like this is the animal.
It's science.
Having birth. This is basically how babies come out.
Look, someone on YouTube, like obviously people were reporting this, and someone on YouTube went to the stream, saw a giraffe, and was like, you know what, this is too sexual.
That's so weird.
So
because
whoever that was, you're into giraffes.
a human.
This is educational, not sexual or nudity. If you think this is hot, you have something seriously wrong with you.
A human female giving birth isn't sexual content
it's
either.
not.
I mean, I could understand if a woman was laying there pre-birth with her hanging out. Why YouTube would go, okay, well this could be because looking at a human female's vagina is sexual.
It's not looking sexual when that's happening.
I'm not saying during. I'm saying before. Because like this was shown before April was giving birth and during. You know what I mean? If they were showing that for a human female, I could almost see this happening. But a giraffe, really?
Yeah, I mean, like, I think it'd be kind of ridiculous. To me, it's ridiculous to censor any just normal biological process from being seen whatsoever.
Especially just an animal at a zoo.
I can
or
at least
sanctuary giving
understand
birth.
the hang-ups that lead to like not wanting to see a human give birth, but the hang-ups that lead to you looking at a giraffe and saying, oh man, this is too hot. I don't know, man. I'm getting it failed the boner test.
I mean,
it gave me a boner. It's got to go. It's got to go.
I mean, do you think someone flagged it? This was flagged now? Do you think YouTube just stopped it?
No. People were definitely flagging it. I bet you there was a bunch of prudes who probably went on and were like, let's see what what's the giraffe's name? Alice, April. Hey, let's see what April the giraffe's up to today. And they turn it on and they see April the giraffe's big and giraffe going.
It wasn't even that angle, dude. The angle it looked like it was like in the enclosure was like the top of the.
Well, that was before she was giving birth.
Yeah,
they probably zoomed in on
that.
when it was coming out. But I mean, like you should.
No,
that's where the action is.
I don't think they did. I don't think they did. Dude.
Well, whatever they did,
I think simply the animal giving birth was enough for someone to go.
Yeah,
oh,
like
this is
in
wrong.
a pen.
In a pen.
Yeah.
Look,
what is sexual about that, people?
For this to be censored so quickly,
it's pathetic.
We should.
That means tons of people were flagging it.
We should actually ban these videos on YouTube of newborn babies because they were just and that's pretty salacious.
They're still. I mean, like you're gonna show me a picture of a baby covered in vagina juices
disgusting.
and stuff. I mean, that's not good.
After birth and like all the blood and hair and clumps that come out of the. You're gonna tell me that's okay?
Confused face and said the video had been removed for violating YouTube's policy on nudity or sexual content. Well, the Adventure Park says that was against their wishes, so they've turned here to Facebook. They started live streaming about a half an hour ago, telling fans, and you can see there's a giraffe right there behind the guy,
looking right into the camera,
that they're going to come back.
Oh my God, dude!
Now that I see the giraffe, I'm sorry, guys. I understand now.
Dude, I am so hard right now. I haven't been this hard in years, guys.
Dude,
April is hot.
Sorry, I understand you. YouTube, YouTube, we good. We good, dude.
Oh my God, maybe YouTube was right, guys. Giraffes are just too hot to handle, dude.
Look at that neck.
When I see this giraffe, I'm just.
Oh my God,
that
neck.
big long neck, that sexy just me face.
Yeah,
oh
look
my
at her,
God.
dude. She wants it bad, dude. She's desperate for
what
it.
A slutty
she wants you to get a
giraffe.
step ladder and get up high enough to giraffe.
Can I ask you guys maybe to leave for a few minutes while I watch the video privately?
No.
Sorry, you're gonna have to save it. Save it in the old spank bank, Scotty.
All right,
save it in the lava bug bank, dude.
The lava.
It's a magma bug. A magma bug.
Or the plasma bug.
Oh, plasma bug. Yeah.
I don't even know what it's called, dude.
The lava bug, dude.
It's a lava bug.
Whatever.
It's the lava bug.
Whatever.
Look, I'm holding an orange. Yeah, look, dude, the orange.
For those who don't get the joke, Scotty, I once caught Scotty jerking off to Starship.
Hey, man. Hey, dude,
that's the little fill-in piece of
later on
information
you might catch me jerking off to April to the giraffe giving birth because apparently it's out there now. So
on Facebook Live when or if April does in fact go into labor. And if you want to watch, we've linked their page to ours. Just search Channel 2 Daybreak on Facebook, and hopefully April's feeling good and getting ready to have her little baby that
crazy to think,
everyone's watching and arguing about now. We're having arguments over
the giraffe
giraffe
hasn't even
birth.
given birth yet.
I know so it was just
just the giraffe standing around being pregnant was enough. We're like, damn, this is too hot.
Oh man, too hot.
Too hot to trot.
Man, we're gonna have to cut some more. No more pregnant women. Because really, if you think about it, you see a pregnant woman. What do you know happened to that woman, TJ? She got at some point.
Oh my God, dude, are you serious? That's that's how it happens.
Can't have that.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to HighPOThesis with the Drunken Peasants. New segment we're doing here on the channel. We could use an intro for it. If you are someone who can design an intro for HighPOThesis, it's high, like H-I. You'll see it down there spelled. But yeah, we could use an intro for that, so let us know. And, short intro, maybe like 20 seconds or less. Anyway, today we're going to be looking at a clip from Sean Spicer, the press secretary to the White House, who's going to be talking about the best Mary Jane, marijuana.
The best press secretary, by the way.
No.
The best.
He's the best. I know press secretaries, and he's the best press secretary.
You know, TJ made a video about this, and a lot of people are criticizing that this is the straw that broke the camel's back for
That's
TJ
true.
on
Hey,
Trump.
but you know what? You need that straw to break that camel's back, Ben. The weight got too much.
Yep.
The weight became too much.
Dude, I knew Trump. Seriously, Trump has not impressed me at all.
I was never impressed by Trump.
He's never. This was the first thing he's done to truly piss me off.
There's a difference.
You're weird.
And me and Paul talked about this. Like, look, we never liked Trump, but we wanted Trump to actually do terrible, so we could say, well, Trump is terrible. Whereas beforehand, I didn't know how Trump was going to be. Was the rhetoric going to be actually be matched by action? And it hasn't. Trump's just been a typical Republican administration.
And there were things about Trump's platforms that I think everybody here agreed with.
Yeah, like TPP.
His TPP platform, his trade platform. I agree. So anyway, let's take a look at
this.
Sean Spicer.
from the Talk Business in Politics in Arkansas. Where is he from? Arkansas.
No.
I don't know where he's
Hi,
from.
Sean Roby Brock with Talk Business and Politics here in Arkansas, the home of the rowdiest town halls in the nation. I have a question on medical marijuana.
You're so rowdy.
Our state
Look at him.
voters
He's a
passed a
fucking
medical
dynamo of
marijuana
charisma.
amendment in November. Now we're in conflict with federal law, as many other states are. The Obama administration kind of chose not to strictly enforce those federal marijuana laws. My question to you is, with Jeff Sessions over at the Department of Justice as AG, what's going to be the Trump administration's position on marijuana legalization where it's in a state-federal conflict like this?
Thanks, Roby. There's two distinct issues here: medical marijuana and recreational marijuana.
Wrong.
I think
No.
medical
You're
marijuana.
wrong there. You're painting it as two distinct issues because that furthers your narrative. But really, we're talking about having legal access to marijuana in states that
Yes.
choose to do so. Whether it's medical or recreational is really
And
immaterial.
marijuana.
And both are
marijuana
still
products.
illegal. Both are still illegal federally,
Federally.
anyway.
Yeah. They're actually
So
called-
for them to like enforce one and not enforce
So
the
they're
other
cherry
is-
picking here.
Yeah.
Pieces
Well,
of
but it's also listed as a Schedule 1 drug, which is supposed to be the most dangerous
Heroin,
kind of drug.
crack,
Yeah,
cocaine.
it's not.
You've
It's
seen
not.
that, guys. You gotta be honest. Since we have these weed stores here, you just see people dead on the street
Oh,
from
all the
weed,
time.
Weed
Weed
overdoses
overdoses.
all
Oh,
the
yeah.
time, dude.
Nothing but mindless weed zombies inside of these stores too.
Oh, total zombies.
Dude, I'm so
All-
sucked out on the weed.
Yeah.
I can't even.
We go all the time, and it's hard to get in and out of there without the shuffling horde of potheads.
You got to step
But
over
Paul,
people's
you lived in a
babies
state
that they've let
where-
die.
where
'cause
long
they just
before-
neglected them because all they cared
Yep.
was weed.
Paul, you lived in a state where long before they passed recreational, it was medical, right?
Yep.
So, in your experience, did that really stop the flow of weed?
It's total It's total hypocrisy. And California, being a medical state, getting a green card in California is a joke. You go into a doctor's office. The place that I got my green card from, it's called Valley 420. And I walk in there, and the doctor literally shits you down, shits you down.
He shits you down.
Down your throat. No, he sits you down and he goes, "Look, in order to be in compliance with state law, I have to have 3 reasons that you need marijuana." And I go, "Okay." And he goes, "Look, you need to tell me 3 distinct reasons why you need marijuana." He's telling me how to get the card. And so he goes, "Now, sir, what reasons do you need medical marijuana?" And I was like, "Depression, anxiety, and back pain." He said, "All right, that's it. Go ahead and take your picture and enjoy your card." That was it.
You know,
so if you're telling me that's any different than them checking your fucking ID down here at Green Theory, I'm calling you a liar.
Here in Washington, medical for your medical card here, depression and anxiety aren't valid.
Which is
the only one that is the only mental issue is PTSD.
PTSD.
Yep.
I got it.
Which I'm lucky I do actually have a diagnosis. But,
Me too.
I wouldn't say you're lucky to have PTSD.
Well, no,
Said
I'm
before that the
lucky that if it goes medical here, I can still get weed.
So let's
yeah,
hear.
sure.
He makes some other ridiculous
Yeah,
excuses.
let's hear some more ways.
Understands the pain and suffering that many people go through who are facing especially terminal diseases, and the comfort that some of these drugs, including medical marijuana, can bring to them. And that's one that Congress, through a rider,
You know, how come weed's only valid to use if it's helping you with a disease?
Yeah, if
like
you're
why can't
suffering-
I
A
just
terrible
Why
disease,
can't it just
too.
be like, my life kind of sucks and I'm just constantly just not impressed with things and I just don't like being sober and this helps.
Well, I'd be willing to bet that
Life's more entertaining.
if we asked Spicy here a follow-up question of whether he thinks that depression, anxiety, mental illnesses constitute suffering that could be eased by marijuana, he'd probably say no. He's talking about cancer patients, people in chronic, uncurable pain.
Yeah, people with
That's
epilepsy.
not what weed. That's not the. Those aren't the only people that weed help.
If your body's
2000
covered in second-degree burns.
11, looking for a little help, I think put an appropriations bill saying the Department of Justice wouldn't be funded to go after those folks. There's a big difference between that and recreational marijuana, and I think
No,
that
there
when-
isn't.
So should we make the distinction between recreational alcohol use and religious alcohol
Yep,
use?
we should.
So if you're Catholic or something, or there's from a religious ceremony, then it's okay. It's
Well,
acceptable,
that's
but-
what they did back in the days
Yeah.
of Prohibition. They would say, "Oh,
and,
well,
and it worked really well. Didn't it?
no booze for anybody, but we're going to make special exemptions for religious reasons." And there actually was medicinal whiskey
dude,
too.
so many people got around prohibition by going to these doctors, just like Valley 420. and going in there and going, oh, I've got rheumatism and incontinence, and they go, okay, well, here's your monthly supply of whiskey.
They did do that. Crazy
Absolutely.
shit. So this is
So
just,
you want to go back to that, Spicy? Is that
When
what
you
you're
see
advocating here?
something like the
Don't call him spicy.
opioid addiction crisis.
he's bland.
The opioid addiction crisis.
Yeah, that's so pertinent, isn't it? Hey guys, we got this serious opioid crisis. You know what we're gonna do? Crack down on weed.
Crack down on weed.
Yeah, don't crack down
Wah,
on
wah, wah,
doctors
wah,
and
wah.
pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah, no, because that would actually solve the problem, Ben. If you went after pharmaceutical companies and doctors that are handing out prescriptions for oxycodone and
Look,
Roxycontin, like
guys,
the literature
we're
they
having
put out-
this. There's a big obesity epidemic. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna ban broccoli. Everybody,
yeah, ban the broccoli.
like, dude, that's this level of logic.
Right.
Like,
Have
there's
you-
this
that's a
unrelated
good
problem.
analogy.
Let's
Have
solve
you
it
seen?
with something
but have you seen the
nonsensical.
literature on that these companies put out that manufacture these opioids? Is that it's this is not really addictive at all, and it's maybe 1% of people get addicted to opioids.
They're not saying that anymore, but they did when they were.
Oh yeah, they pushed that narrative.
Oh, well, maybe I don't know.
They started pushing this in like the 90s and 2000s, and I mean, look what we've had. Now we have this explosion in the death rate in a lot of rural areas because people get addicted to these drugs and then they can't get them anymore.
And it's rural
Oh,
I
people
looked
too,
up
for the most part.
I looked up the states that have the highest amount of overdoses, and none of them are legal weed states.
Crazy.
Not
and
one.
only a few of them are medical marijuana states. So
I'm not saying that cannabis addiction doesn't
good.
exist. I think it does. I think there are people out there that are addicted to cannabis. I just think that cannabis addicts are probably better off on the whole than opioid addicts.
Well, no
yeah.
one's saying by using cannabis like you're making a healthy decision either. Like that's,
No.
that's another thing people say. Oh, it's not healthy. It's like no one's saying it's healthy, but we're saying people should have the right to make that decision themselves. And there should be a legal mechanism that like stores like we use here. Look, buying weed used to be like everyone heard Paul's story about going to behind the Chuck E. Cheese to get some green.
Yeah. Well, they haven't
Here-
heard it yet, actually.
Oh well, I guess you got
I guess that is a legal weed state.
yeah, this is a different list,
but that's number 15.
and this is Yeah, I wouldn't even.
Oh, this is a Christian.
Is it? Oh no, this is CBS.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's like I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, this is a totally different list.
Weird.
Yeah, but my point was more that when you have a legal process, it's just you go to a store, they check your ID. They're not selling to 16-year-olds.
Ohio's on the list. Louisiana's on the list.
No shock.
Pennsylvania's on the list. I think Kentucky is number 1.
Yeah,
There you
well,
go.
the one I looked at, Kentucky was high on it. West Virginia, New Mexico.
Basically, rural, hillbilly, and redneck areas are having this huge
I just don't
opiate
get it.
crisis.
Legalize this.
Sean Spicer is using that to say, "Hey, you fuckers on the West Coast with your legal weed that
Yeah,
isn't really a
see.
crisis at all. We need
Thanks-
to deal with
thanks,
it."
Yeah,
Sean.
there's legal weed. Hey, Sean,
West
there's
Virginia is
legal
number
weed
1.
right up the street.
Yep.
This
Ohio's
area
up on
isn't
there.
crumbling.
Yeah, and in a broader sense, I think if Trump does enforce this and send like federal troops or DEA agents or whatever in to bust these legal pot shops up, I think it pretty much guarantees he's not getting a reelection. Now a majority of people support.
59% of Americans.
59% of Americans now support state level legalization of weed, either for medical or recreational.
Now, a lot of let's talk even if you're someone who hates weed, even if you're someone who's just like I don't give a shit.
Sure.
There's still some reasons why you should be very much against the government taking action against recreational marijuana.
People put in jail. The number of people arrested for
Jobs.
possessing this drug.
It's a strain on taxpayers to put people in jail who haven't done anything wrong. It's a strain on the economy,
The job economy.
Yeah, because
Legal weed
recreational
employs a
recreational
bunch of
marijuana.
people.
It employs nationally the recreational marijuana industry, which is only I think in like I don't know how many states now.
Oregon, Washington, Colorado.
But 150,000 full and part-time
I
workers.
actually read that that it's been estimated if the
$3 billion a year industry right now.
if the momentum continues with legalization, that marijuana related industry jobs will create more jobs in 2020 than manufacturing will.
Let me ask you this: when you have something that only exists now in like 7, 8, 9 states, something like that,
I think 12 or something. I don't know.
and it's already created 150,000 new jobs, and you're a president who's saying, I want to create new jobs, I'm going to be a jobs president, why would you, first of all, why would you attack those jobs? And second of all, why wouldn't you look at that as a very successful way to create jobs all across the country by legalizing weed?
Not only that, but to increase tax revenue, not only at the state level, but at the federal level. Cigarettes have federal taxes on them. Federally tax this weed and use that money to pay down our monster deficit. Or provide some social services for people that need them.
Recreational marijuana, like I said, is already a $3 billion a year industry.
Well, in this state, I believe, the state of Washington, I think the last year they got $272 million in revenue, and they don't want to lose it. I think they've already said they want to fight the federal government in court, which I totally agree with. I mean, I don't think they're going to win because of legal precedents.
What is this? Hey, everyone. Welcome to HighPOThesis with the Drunken Peasants. We're in the market for an intro for this show, so if you are an intro making, be sure to send us an intro on Twitter or Facebook or wherever you can get in touch with us. 20 seconds long or less would be great.
Come and throw an intro at TJ's face, dude.
Just throw it at me. Impress me. Today, we're going to be looking at some evidence. Some evidence of Bigfoot.
Cool.
Great.
We're going to take a look. We're going to
learn.
We're going to find out if Bigfoot is real or not. Oh,
Whoa.
The very first video I made on this channel was a video dedicated to Bigfoot sightings.
Yeah.
Since that video...
Sightings.
Sightings?
Bigfoot sightings?
So like aluminum or vinyl or...
Bigfoot
what kind of sighting
sightings.
is on your Bigfoot?
did so well, and a lot of people asked for more. I decided to do yet another one.
Cool.
The sightings...
Dude,
more evidence of Bigfoot.
that
Yet more
thumbnail
evidence.
looked like an action figure.
Can we
stood up in the woods.
Look right there. See that blur right there?
Yeah,
Bigfoot.
dude, definitely a Bigfoot. Can we translate that? I did a stupid clickbaity Bigfoot video and got like 16 million views, so I decided to cash in once more and do another one.
Look at all.
Yeah, sounds
You know what, Paul? By the end of this video, you're going to be fucking praising Bigfoot's
You're gonna believe,
name, bitch.
Paul.
Okay.
You're going to
We're
believe.
all caught within the last few months. As always, it's up to you to figure out if the videos I'm about to show you are real or fake.
Fake.
All right, let me save you guys some time. Fake.
Enjoy.
All right. Number 5.
All right, number 5.
Okay.
So where
The
is
first
this?
video comes from a live eagle cam in Michigan.
Wow.
Michigan. Okay, so
The
Michigan.
owners of the cam
Dog
had pulled
shit.
some footage from the eagle cams and noticed an unknown figure walking in the top right corner
So,
of the video.
Therefore, Bigfoot.
Therefore,
Let's
Bigfoot.
watch it.
Let's
They're
take
about
a-
to show
let's
it.
see.
Hold on. Before your skepticism, just take a look.
It's an eagle nest cam.
Okay, so I see some eagles.
Ah!
So there's a person.
No, that is not a
Okay,
person.
they're up in a tree. Who knows how high up this nest is?
That is a Bigfoot.
And I mean, that thing down there could be 3 feet tall
Yeah.
for all we know.
that could be a dude in a
could
funky
be a-
suit who knows that this is
Yeah.
where a
It could be
camera's
a-
positioned. That's
any
crossing.
animal.
Yeah, this proves nothing. The image is not clear enough.
So
This is-
far, I'm unconvinced.
That is Bigfoot, though, guys.
No.
That is Bigfoot
That's
right
a
there.
blob.
There's no way to tell how
Amorphous
tall that
shit.
thing is
Nope.
from up in a tree.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Bigfoot.
Eagles fly so high.
Let's take-
This could be so high up in the air.
Not to mention, let's look at it. It's just a dark figure at this
It's a
point.
blob.
We can't tell. We can't discern any features.
I mean, it looks vaguely humanoid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So, but
It looks like a guy
It's
in a
definitely
costume.
walking
Someone
on 2 feet.
hiking.
yeah, it's just a dude.
This could
walking
be
around.
a dude in a big coat. Oh no, he's jumping. It's jumping. That's Bigfoot, y'all. That there is mother Bigfoot.
Yeah, that proves nothing.
Some people have pointed out that it could, as always, be a hoax created by the people behind the live eagle cams.
Or anyone else who
Perhaps
knew
it
that
was
camera
someone
was
who
there.
knew exactly where the cam was located.
Right?
Or maybe it's Bigfoot.
It's Bigfoot.
Maybe
Maybe it's
Bigfoot.
none of that. And it's
I'm
just
convinced.
a dude walking through the woods.
Did you see him jump, Paul?
This
a dude
footage
does not
apparently
jump
shows
like
a
that.
hairy ape-like creature rubbing up against a police surveillance camera before attempting to cover it with leaves.
Okay, what?
Look at that. Up. Up.
Why would it cover with leaves?
Because it knows. It knows.
Yet
Bigfoot
again.
covers his trail. How do you
It
think he
was
hasn't been
accidentally
seen this
caught by
long?
police trying to nab marijuana growers. According to the officer who decided to share the video, it wasn't a bear, and the creature ripped the trail cam off the tree.
So it
Let me
wasn't
know
a
in the
bear.
comments what you
According
think
to
it
what?
is.
Because they just know,
Yeah,
dude.
it wasn't a bear, even though they weren't there.
Okay.
It wasn't.
This
Wasn't a
video
bear.
was recorded by a little girl playing with her iPad.
Oh, really?
Take a look.
Here
Okay.
we go. She's filming the road.
Filming.
This is a field.
There's a field.
Yeah, Bigfoot just walks around through fields.
Yeah, so Bigfoot
on the side of the
I thought
street.
he lived on the. Yeah, like, isn't he supposed to be in the woods?
That's a guy. That's
So
a
bait
guy
that her
walking down the
reaction wasn't
road.
very
Yeah, dude.
authentic, or that it was quite a coincidence to capture Bigfoot
What?
while playing with your iPad.
It's a dude walking in a field.
So, dude, Bigfoot has a pretty large range too. So Bigfoot lives in forests. He lives in fields.
I mean, I can see some mountains, so there's clearly some forest. But why would a Bigfoot be down in, like, look, there was a barn right there.
Bigfoot's a farmer, dude.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this little girl's got her iPad out, and some Mexican dude walks out of a field, and she's like, "What was that?" And that's Bigfoot.
It's Bigfoot.
To some extent, it could look real, though.
It
But
could
let me know
look
what
real.
you think.
It is real.
This
It's
guy,
a dude in a field.
Not only are these people being scammed or participating in the scam, this guy is a scammer. Like, oh, is this real? Is this real? It's like, what kind of content is this, dude? You know it's all bull. You're just trying to make money. Just to be like, hey, I want to make some money, so here's some clickbait.
Garbage.
Bigfoot.
Number 2.
I can't believe you guys still don't believe after
The
all
following
the
video
evidence.
allegedly shows a
Another faraway shot.
You notice
Dude,
that
we
no
live
one
in
ever
the-
gets a really good close-up shot
We
of
live in the
Never.
age of 4K cameras, dude.
I know.
It just so happens every time we see Bigfoot in a variety of settings, locations all over the world, no one's ever close up with a 4K camera.
Recently,
or a telephoto lens.
Recently, a tourist set up a 240p webcam to film the Bridal Falls in Yosemite and caught this dark shape. It's like, why has nobody got an iPhone 6?
We've also never found a corpse or like the remains.
Bigfoot's bury their dead.
Yeah, dude. They eat their dead
Okay.
so that they won't be discovered.
Yeah, there's
and
always
they
a-
cover cameras with
Yeah,
leaves,
there's
too,
always
because
a
they
story.
understand technology.
Yeah, let's just move the goalpost continuously.
Maybe Bigfoots are a super intelligent race. They just choose to live primal, you know?
giant creature walking through a waterfall. The video is believed to have been recorded in Indonesia. As the
Wow.
cameraman
Bigfoot
focuses
made us-
in on the
it's
waterfall,
believed the video
a
was
shadowy
recorded.
figure appears
Dude,
out
so
of
wait
the
a minute.
dark.
These Bigfoots are not only all over the U.S. continent. They're
on
in
Indonesia.
Yeah, that's what I'm
too.
saying.
Yeah.
But listen to what he said.
Good
He said
swimmers.
It's believed to be in Indonesia. So like, really, what he's saying is he has no idea.
He has
what
no
the-
idea.
Yeah, so he has no idea.
Right.
Somewhere on
So
the internet
here's a
forum said it was
waterfall.
Indonesia, maybe.
Horrible, shaky video of a waterfall. I can definitely see taking this back to my family to show them.
Indonesia's so remote from most places too.
And then, what are we supposed
like all
to be
the other
seeing here?
places we've seen
Where's this
Bigfoot.
Oh, there he goes. There it is. Obviously a Bigfoot.
Looks like
Not
someone
a
with a
person.
bag. It
What
looks like
was
someone was
that?
carrying a bag
Yeah,
or
I
something.
saw. What was the big white thing supposed to be? Bigfoot's just carrying around a
Bigfoot had a Prada
Gucci
purse.
bag or
yeah, he
some
had a
shit.
Prada purse.
Some
You know how
viewers of
Bigfoots
the
are.
clip have suggested
That
that
is
the
a
creature
dude
could be
carrying a
eightfold.
bag.
Others have suggested that it's a person holding a bucket, or that it could be visual effects.
No one's bothering doing visual effects on this.
That's definitely not clear enough to tell anything. Again,
Jesus Christ, this is awful.
So number one.
The final clip comes from Australia.
Australia.
Australia. He's in
Well,
Australia,
that's close
too.
to Indonesia.
Okay,
at
look,
least.
there's no.
Yeah.
There's
What kind
no,
of animal has
there's
this
no
range than
way.
humans?
This is
Bigfoot boats.
nonsense.
Bigfoots build rafts out of logs and leaves, and they float to different places
There's
and
no-
live in the woods,
yeah,
dude.
You know, the problem with this
They
is that
float,
there's literally
float
no
across
evidence.
the Pacific.
They do, yeah. They
There's
float.
people all throughout the world that believe in the thing, but there's no evidence. Like Ben said, there's no DNA evidence. There's no physical evidence. There's all we have is shaky videos. And like Australia has been isolated from these like other islands and continents for a long time.
Isolated for you, maybe, but
that's
not for
exactly
Bigfoot.
true because all we have is shaky video and a bunch of proved hoaxes. So we know we there are hoaxes that where people have been caught trying to hoax Bigfoot.
Tons of times.
So we know that people out there have an interest in making it look like there's a Bigfoot, but we keep entertaining these fuzzy videos like, well, maybe this one ain't fake.
Paul, we should make a Bigfoot video and send it in all these conspiracy channels.
We
and
could.
just wait and see how long it takes one of them to use
Oh,
it.
we totally could. Let's just go up to like Snoqualmie or something and find a remote spot and put me in a gorilla suit.
That's all we got to do.
I mean, really, what else? What
And then
else
you
do you
should
got to do?
We go to Cougar Mountain,
And then we can
man.
listen to him be like, there's no way it could be fake because the arms are too long. And
Yeah, it'd be pretty awesome.
It's going to be great.
Listen to the mating call of
Dubbed
Bigfoot.
the Yowie, is thought to have been seen roaming through
Dude,
dense
we should do
forest
that. We
in
should have
New
like
South
two
Wales.
Bigfoots or something.
The cameraman,
Dude, put me
a
and
ranger,
Ashley in
can
monkey
be heard
suits and
saying,
just look in the woods.
Be like, we caught two Bigfoots mating.
Bigfoot mating.
Yeah, dude, we could pull it off.
Awesome.
Cool.
"It's too dark to be a kangaroo."
It's too
Seconds later,
dark to be a
large black
kangaroo
in the
creature
shadowy.
walking on
How can you say that? What? It's too dark. I've never what?
Too
It's
dark.
too dark
Too
to
dark.
be. You're too dark to be TJ. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Too dark to be a roo.
How do you know this is not the lighting?
Or the fact that this camera is like what 240p. This is
If
not.
that.
It's a 240p camera that's 240 miles away from the subject.
You know, they always claim to. Oh, well, these are game cams. They're not supposed to be good cams. Like, dude, I've seen 1080p game
Yeah,
cams.
dude. 2.2p. That's what this is.
2.2p.
Yep. Presented to you in
legs,
stunning,
appears from the
ambiguous
undergrowth and walks
2.2p.
through trees in the wood.
He walks through the trees.
Dark to be a kangaroo.
He's a ghost.
Too dark to be a kangaroo.
So that's where he got that line.
Oh, so that's
the
where he
guy
got
in the
it.
video
Too
says
dark.
it.
Too dark to be a kangaroo.
It's too dark.
What is
Oh
this,
God!
mate?
Yet another person walking around the woods in a.
And a dude taking a stroll down path in a suit.
The Yowie are said to live in the outback away from human settlements,
The
and many
Yowie.
witnesses of the Yowie
Oh, but Paul, you know the best thing about the people that find Bigfoot is it just like casual person? No, they all happen to be coincidentally associated with like Bigfoot organizations and people who have a professed interest in believing Bigfoot is real, and make money off the fact that selling this ambiguous could Bigfoot be real?
This is horse shit.
Dude, it's all horseshit. It's all. This is all just suckering in idiots, for views. That's all it is. And
Yep.
look, it used to be tabloids, papers you would see at stores. It's all just gone online. The
Yeah.
hucksters are now just online, putting these videos out.
Yeah, it used to be like Bat Boy found
Yeah, and now it's
Weekly
just on the-
World News, and now it's this. Now
Yeah.
it's, here's some. Look, if you squint, it kind of looks like maybe it's Bigfoot.
I
It
tell
has to be an
you who buys that hook, line, and sinker. I've talked about it before. My mom, dude. My mom would watch this, and she'd be totally. And there are people out there that see this, and they go, "Yep, look, right there he is. There he is, Bigfoot."
My stepdad's the same way.
and that was 5
Dude, my
new
stepdad
Bigfoot
sat us down one time.
Stevie believes in bull too.
Yes, he
Oh,
does.
God.
And I don't know. I don't think Stevie believes in Bigfoot. Maybe he does.
He does, I think.
He does.
I think he does.
How else can you explain it, TJ?
God.
Stevie.
Stevie,
What the
I know you're
fuck,
probably
dude?
never going to see this, but if you do, I think there's even Bigfoot, you dumbass.
Dude, I think Stevie or some of his friends do watch our show, so. Everyone knows Stevie.
There's no
tell,
fucking
tell Stevie's
Bigfoot. There's no
Bigfoot.
Stevie, no Bigfoot, buddy.
Mama,
no Bigfoot.
there's no Bat Boy and there's no Bigfoot.
So
Paul, my
Yeah.
stepdad once told me that Bigfoot, he's like, yeah, what if Bigfoot's an alien?
Get out of here, dude. You're gonna cross over Bigfoot and aliens.
He
whatever,
decided,
dude.
Bigfoot must be an alien.
Can we-
That's why
can
he's
we-
in so many places.
Can
and
we at
stuff.
least establish that Bigfoot actually exists before we start positing his alien origins? Like,
maybe
Bigfoot.
is that asking too much?
I don't know. We've jumped the shark. Guys, thanks for watching. Please subscribe and follow the Drunken Peasants
yes,
on Facebook and Twitter and all this.
share this video.
Hey guys, welcome to HighPOThesis with the Drunken Peasants. We are in the market for an intro, so if you have a HighPOThesis intro idea in your head, please send that over to us at our Twitter or our Facebook or wherever. Under 20 seconds would be appreciated, and you guys probably have a pretty good idea of our visual style here. on
Make
this
it
channel.
awesome.
So anyway, today we're going to be looking at a video about witches.
There's a plot I've heard, and I don't know very much, against Donald Trump
Let's take a look.
Whoa.
Using black magic.
using witchcraft. Yes.
Boil, bubble, I smell trouble. Witches across the country were gathering.
Boil, bubble.
Dude, why do they have to be so
why.
lame? Do they
Boil,
try to be
boil,
lame?
toil,
They
and
do,
trouble.
dude.
Yeah, like just butchering a Shakespeare quote there. What is that?
There's a
Bubble,
thing.
bubble, I smell trouble.
There's a thing you can go and like look at the news. They do this. Like basically what happens is like there's like certain phrases that news anchors all over the country just use over and over again. Like when there's these stories, and it's just a generic thing they all do.
At the stroke of midnight to put a hex on President Trump. Did you see this?
Waste of time.
Midnight, what time zone?
Donald J. Trump. Find their wickedness. Find their wickedness.
Wow. Wow.
Bind
their
Trump.
wickedness, dude.
wickedness.
Bind Trump.
Bind
Bind
their
him.
wickedness.
Oh.
I know
Hey,
there's been a lot of-
Scotty. I'm binding you, Scotty. Bind Scotty.
Oh, I can't do it.
Bind his wickedness.
I'm powerless now.
Real.
You are
Scenes like
powerless
this playing
against
out as
me.
a collective spell was cast under the crescent moon. The witches plan to do the same for each upcoming crescent moon until President Trump is out of office.
So there's an acknowledgement right there that they know this is totally ineffectual and it's because until Trump, every month until Trump is out of office, so
they know this is just like their new little. We're gonna do this every
4 years or 8 years.
Bubble. Trump's in trouble, dude.
TJ has more details, I believe.
I do.
On this.
I have some quotes from these people.
Oh wow, some actual
wonderful
quotes.
People talk to him. The mass spell to bind Donald Trump will be performed at midnight on every waning crescent moon beginning Friday, February 24th. The spell also invokes evil on those who abet Trump. So anyone who abets Trump is also bound by the power of this spell.
Wow.
Crazy.
The spell involves such items as an unflattering photo of Trump, a Tower Tarot card,
oh no,
a tiny stub of an orange candle, a pin or small nail, water, salt, a feather, and an ashtray. That's all you need to take down the President of the United States of America. It's like feathers and ashtrays and shit. Here's an actual quote from one of these people. The binding spell is open source. Open source spells. Yeah, you guys know that open source applied to
Dude,
spells.
I didn't know we'd entered the era of Magic 2.0.
Yeah, Magic software.
Dude,
so now it's open source. You can just add and subtract from spells on the fly. That's so awesome.
So anyway, full quote.
Okay, go ahead.
This binding spell is open source and may be modified to fit your preferred spiritual practice or magical system.
Wow.
Okay, no.
What is critical is the simultaneity of working as well as the mass energy of participants.
You know what's really critical?
Mass energy.
What's really critical is to actually do things that apply to reality, because this is nothing more than just some hopeless attempt to deal with reality.
Yep.
And it totally fails. Like, look, guys, no one wants Trump to be president. He's a buffoon. He's an idiot. But I'm not going to go and be like, well, I'm just going to have a hope circle where we all sit there and hold hands and hope. Guys, I hope.
I bound you. Get off of me.
I hope Trump.
I
hope
You're
Trump,
bound.
I hope
bound.
Trump will be out of office soon.
Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt.
You killed him.
I would just like to say right now, since this is an open source spell, that means that I can change the target. I bind Ben from making fun of my weight. Ben, I bind you and I put evil upon you if you ever call me a fat boy again,
Paul?
Ben.
Hey, fat boy.
It didn't work, Paul.
Hey, Paul, you got to keep trying every waning crescent moon. It's not even a waning crescent moon. It's not even the witching hour. You got to do this right, Paul. Obviously, that's why it didn't work. It's not because spells and magic are bull.
I'm gonna get a brown candle.
It's orange.
Well, for Ben,
I guess
it's
for
brown.
Ben, it's brown. Okay. Some lodges, covens are doing a variation of this as a working group working, while a number of solitary practitioners are planning to connect and live stream via Facebook, Twitter, and other social media. The site explains.
Practitioners. What a joke, dude.
These
people know this is all make-believe.
So here's how the spell actually works. This actually goes in the details of how the spell works. The witch's spell involves a lengthy incantation calling on spirits and demons of the infernal realms to bind Donald J. Trump so that he may fail utterly, that he may do no harm. Calling on the spirits to work the same harm on all those who enable his wickedness and those whose mouths speak his poisonous lies. The hex beseeches the spirits to bind them in chains, bind their tongues, bind their works, bind their wickedness. So that's how this works. You all get together. Did you know that, Paul? Did you know that if we get together at the right time and we have the right theatrical props and we just say, we're going to bind Trump with our magical... It's going to work, Paul.
Well, what I want to know is...
Did you know that actually affects things?
There was one quote from this. You said anybody who abets Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Okay, so that means aids him, right? Gives him succor or comfort in a time of need, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so... If Trump is getting lambasted for something that's untrue, which happens a lot with Trump, by the way, for all the nasty that he does that's provable, people accuse him of others. If we defend him against that, are we providing him aid and thus targets of this spell?
This spell, we gotta get some counter curse stuff going on. We need charms that protect us from black magic.
Well, Paul, you have to remember, we live in an age where there's no nuance. So basically, you're for Trump or you're against Trump. That's all there is. There's no middle ground, Paul.
I take this very seriously.
Paul, are you with Trump or against him?
I take this very seriously.
Are you with
Burn
Trump?
His beard off.
I bind
Are you with
these
Trump
witches.
or against him?
I bind these witches by the holy sacrament of the cannabis plant
fucking thing to light.
and the flame of the beginnings of the universe, and when I ingest this, I bind them against doing any harm to this podcast if we should have to defend Donald Trump.
We have to light Paul on fire.
Counterterrorism for Paul.
We're gonna light Paul's hat on fire. Paul, I'm lighting your hat on fire, dude. I'm sorry.
Poor
dude.
Ben's been up here working for too damn long.
Yeah.
So, Paul, are you for Trump or against Trump? We want to know this right now.
It doesn't matter. No, I've just binded them against evil.
Look, Paul.
I've binded them. They're bound.
I want the audience to take note of this. Paul is refusing to take a stand right here. He's
Nope.
refusing to take a stand on
I don't
Trump.
have to.
All right.
You're refusing.
All right.
You're refusing. That's fine.
That's over.
Smoke weed every day.
Hello, welcome to another edition of HighPOThesis with the drunken peasants. We got all the drunken peasants here.
That's us.
All your favorites. We got Ben. We got Scotty. We got Fat Guy. We got them all.
TJ 2.0.
Yeah, we got TJ2
Just
over
want to
there.
mention something, TJ, to you.
You don't mention shit to
Can I
me.
mention-
Ugly
We just call
little
him
rat
backup
bastard.
TJ.
Real briefly, TJ.
Real briefly.
Goldberg.
Whatever. Don't jump on the
fat
Gold
neck-
Lord bag and
the
whack
fat
now.
neck beard. Kevin Owens is gone.
You know, he's the only wrestler that the chants for him sound kind of sarcastic, like Goldberg, Gold. It sounds like
Is that anti-Semitism, TJ?
It is.
Yeah, it is.
So I found this story here because I think it's a good example of how far detective work has come. Deputies follow trail of beer cans to find escaped inmate.
That's one way to do it.
I mean, some
mean-
Sherlock Holmes shit, dude.
What's next, guys?
This dude probably hadn't had a drink the whole time he was locked up.
I
and
hadn't
he
even
had-
been drinking.
He had a hankering,
Yeah,
you know?
he had a powerful
Let's take a
hunger.
look at
Look
this
at him.
winner.
Let's take a look at him. Yeah,
He's the best
Travis Pratt.
around. No one's gonna ever
Dude,
keep
look at this
him
prize
down.
winner right here,
He
dude.
looks so bashful about being caught by beer
He's
cans.
like,
It's
"Aw."
oh, shucks, officer.
Was it me? So Wise County, Virginia, where that is.
A Wise County inmate is now facing additional charges after deputies said he escaped the Justice Center and stole a truck. According to the Wise County, Virginia Sheriff's Office, Travis Scott Pratt, 39, was in custody of the Norton Police Department when he escaped while outside of the Wise County Justice Center. So, someone who's so stupid that they leave a trail of beer cans behind them was apparently smart enough to escape this police department's custody.
That's really sad.
I like how it's
that
in-
doesn't say a whole lot.
I like how it's in Wise County too. It's like
Yeah.
not very wise, not very wise deputies, and not very wise inmates.
Wise County, it's a joke. They're unwise county. The officer from the Norton Police Department chased Pratt and officers from the UVA Wise Police and Wise Police Departments assisted. Another deputy from Wise County, Josh Edmiston, was in the area en route to help when he saw a blue Dodge truck on Christmas Lane speeding and driving recklessly. Deputy Edmiston turned and tried to stop the truck while chasing the truck. It's kind of okay. While chasing the truck, empty beer cans were flying from the truck bed, leaving a trail. So these were
So I guess they weren't his beer cans.
There were so many beer cans. Yeah, I guess he wasn't drinking.
He stole an alcoholic's truck.
He stole a truck where the bed of the truck was just filled with used beer cans because apparently
That's
whoever had
right.
this truck before him was just
drink a beer.
a total alkie who had his truck
Toss it in the
bed filled to the brim of overflowing.
Dude, with trucks, someone's getting drunk in their truck and throwing their beer cans in the bag.
So we know that in Wise County, the police are stupid, the criminals are stupid,
And the people are
and
driving
the victims
drunk.
of crime are stupid.
Yeah, the people are driving drunk. The cops can't pull somebody over with beer cans flying out of their truck.
And the winner for most ironically named town,
Wise
or
County, Virginia.
I guess.
Yeah.
Wise County. The sheriff's office said Pratt was the driver of the truck and jumped out of the moving vehicle and ran. So he jumped out while it was still moving, Not a wise decision.
Not wise again.
Deputies were able to capture Pratt and take him back into custody. Someone in the neighborhood was able to stop the truck that was still moving. Someone.
I like
Someone.
That. I like that. It's kind of like us. Like we're a podcast.
A podcast.
A podcast. So the real hero who stopped the truck that was just careening down the road.
Someone
unnamed.
So this mental giant is back in custody, which is absolutely shocking given the ineptitude of these cops.
Can we go back up and take another look at this fellow?
Yeah, let's take another gander at this gentleman.
Let's take another look here at Travis Pratt.
Yes. Why is that hairdo, the stringy bangs trying to cover up the male pattern baldness, hairdo? Why is every dude that has that hairdo either a kitty fiddler or just a recidivistic criminal piece of shit? Yeah, like
dude, Paul. Even in the Fallout games, like if someone will approach you that looks like this character, you would know instantly. Like,
down the road they're going to try and fuck you up the ass.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the kind of character like, yeah, I'm Honest Pete or some shit.
Hey there, Wanderer. Been a long time since I had some water. If you give me some, I might be able to show you the way to a treasure. You just know that some bandits are going to pop out as soon as you give them your water.
Exactly.
You know it's over.
We found us another sucker, boys.
Yeah, but luckily, if they do steal your shit, you'll be able to follow the trail of beer cans back to their hideout. So,
but that hair does definitely convincingly cover up his high hairline. I should do that myself.
You really should trim your bangs.
Yeah. Just trim these down.
we know TJ is good at that.
Yeah, trim your bangs.
Slick, and then I have the scraggly hair out here. Like, hey, I don't have fucking a receding hairline, guys. Look.
Yeah, then you can get a panel van. Then you can get a panel van and start parking it across the street from elementary schools. You're set. You know what I mean?
Hey there, little boy. You want to see the inside of my van? We got lots of fucking starburst.
Dude, I can't wait. I can't wait till Shitty gets old.
You want a pink starburst?
I think Shitty's gonna have the hair where he's gonna be bald on the top, but he's gonna have long hair on the sides. So he's gonna have this really weird looking hair.
I'm gonna look like what's that fuck from Rocky Horror Picture Show?
Riff Raff.
Yeah, Riff Raff.
That's great, dude.
I'll look like Riff Raff.
That's also like a Hogan, like a Skullet.
Yeah, that's true.
Skullet.
This guy does kind of look like the son of Riff Raff, if my memory serves correctly. He kind of looks like.
Well, he doesn't have the blonde thing going on.
No, but I mean, like a son, though. You know what I mean? Like he didn't get the blonde genes.
I don't see it.
Just let it. Just fucking push that shit back, because you ain't fooling nobody, dude. You ain't fooling anybody. No one even gives a shit. I mean, when you're this stupid, don't worry about what your hair looks like.
When you look at this photo, I kind of ask myself, is this his best photo or his worst photo?
Yeah, look at that.
I don't really know. I don't really know. Like, maybe it's actually the best picture they could find of this dude.
He's sweating his ass off.
Thinking of you, baby girl.
Yeah, this is not a mug shot. This is just
That's what I'm saying.
This is like an archive photo. This is like him at a fucking party or something. Just like,
I don't know.
What's with it? Like he has like his lower lip like tucked into the smile. Like,
yeah.
Is he doing a Brett?
I don't know what that is, man. Maybe he's got a lip full of chew.
Oh, maybe so.
Oh yeah, maybe he's chewing something. So like, I want to visit this Wise County in Virginia and just
have fun,
because there's so many context clues in this story about what it's like.
Yeah.
The ineptitude of the police that just let this buffoon fucking escape. The ineptitude of this guy stealing a truck overloaded with beer cans. The fucking horribleness of there being a truck loaded with beer cans to that point. Like, is there someone in this town who's just drinking beer in his truck all day and just tossing it back in the back fucking truck bed? Wantonly not giving a shit?
Oh, dude, this place is in the middle of nowhere. It's on the border of like Kentucky and Virginia. I just looked
Sounds about right. We should go there and see how many blatant, open, like naked misdemeanors we can get away with. Just by walking away from them. You know what I mean? Like, just get in our car and drive away and see if the cops come.
Paul, you'd be surprised. You could pretty much get away with anything in those areas of the country. Like, there's no one out there. No one gives a shit. We could go shoot up a sign. Like, let's shoot up a sign right now.
Well, apparently you can't get away with escaping from jail in a car loaded down with beer cans.
Did it say what he was initially arrested for?
No.
No? So we don't even know what he was in jail for in the first place.
I could take some guesses.
Take
from
a
the
guess.
hairstyle.
Take a stab, Paul.
I'm gonna go with petty larceny or like shoplifting.
I'm
or
gonna
something.
go with Peeping Tom.
Peeping Tom.
Peeping Tom could be.
I don't think a peeping Tom would bother to fucking try to break out.
This guy looks like he doesn't look like a rapist or anything. He looks like a guy that would basically just hide and look at the crack in a woman's window.
Like he's standing in the bushes with his fucking dick out, just fucking waggling it around, trying to get that fucking half chub and maybe fucking squirt a sad load into the fucking azaleas and shit.
Into the azaleas, dude.
Oh, the azaleas are gonna be growing.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna water them azaleas.
Yeah, it does look. I would say Paul's probably right, like a petty larceny.
Oh, whatever.
Yeah,
I think I'm right.
Probably like got caught trying to break into another car or something, given that he stole a truck to escape.
Probably try to break into someone's garage or
all
something.
liars.
Yeah,
Like I'm gonna steal some power equipment.
Yeah, jump to fence to steal power tools or some shit. That's what he looks like.
Yeah, like he busted into someone's
I did it
tool
all
shed
for the
or something.
meth.
Yeah, dude.
He does look
Come
like he's
on.
fucking on meth for sure.
He more than likely there are drugs involved in this. Let's be honest.
Oh, of course.
So I guess that's pretty much
That's it.
Well, good Josh.
Good Josh.
Travis. Good. Oh, well, sorry.
Good Josh.
Good
Good
job,
Josh.
Travis.
Good little
Good
Josh.
Josh.
You almost got away if it weren't for the beer cans, man.
Yeah, if only you'd stolen a truck that wasn't loaded up with beer cans. But I guess in Wise County, they all are.
It's hard to find one of
Oh,
those.
you know what Paul was saying? Good Josh, which is the deputy that I think that caught him. Josh Edmonston.
Oh, well, there you go.
There you go.
Good job.
Good
Good
Josh. Good Josh.
Good
Josh.
Josh. You
Josh.
caught him. You caught him, Josh. Greetings and welcome to HighPOThesis with the Drunken Peasants. All your favorite Drunken Peasants action in a much smaller fucking package, you know?
Yeah.
It's a real tiny package.
A small dose.
It's a real,
As we like to
real
call it,
tiny
the TJ package.
The
Yeah,
TJ
the micro package.
And in case you haven't noticed, we're using a different intro, mixing it up with each episode of HighPOThesis. If you want to make an intro and send it to us, we're just going to try to get this endless supply of intros.
We're just gonna fucking play so many goddamn intros it'll make your fucking goddamn head spin, you pieces of shit.
Wow.
Whoa, dude.
Sorry, I got a little. I got a little unnecessarily
Bring it down.
aggressive there.
Take it down.
Yeah, you're at like an 11. Bring it to a 7, TJ.
Don't pull a Paul. Don't pull a
Thank
Paul.
you.
Paul.
Don't
Thank
be
you.
a Paul.
Don't be a Paul, TJ.
7.
How appalling!
So let's see. What do we got here? Oh.
Another great religious story here.
Woman. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Paul.
Go
You
ahead, my friend. Woman dies after prophet puts heavy speaker on her body to demonstrate a miracle.
She miraculously died.
Yeah.
What?
So it turns out when you so a young lady has met her death after a failed miracle attempt by her South African pastor. Of course, this happens in Africa. According to wire reports reaching GhanaStar.com, a South African pastor, in a bid to perform a miracle, caused the death of the young lady after putting a heavy speaker on her. The girl died due to internal injuries.
Go figure.
The reports indicate that congregates of the Mount Zion General Assembly went home with heads down on Sunday after a failed demonstration of power by the church pastor when a girl fainted after he put a very big and heavy speaker on top of her,
What?
promising her that she would not feel pain.
Okay. How about manslaughter charges?
Yeah, how about we arrest this fuck and everybody that was at the place that didn't stop him from crushing a woman?
They're down, guys. Their heads are down. Oh,
Look, man, they were
disappointed.
real sad afterwards, Paul. People were real sad because you know what? They fully believed that God was going to do
But look,
something.
TJ, religion does so much good for the world. What are you talking about? Christianity, Islam, all these things do good in the world.
I'm just gonna
like this one little thing.
You
This
can start
one-
a church
yeah.
service, put a giant fucking guillotine on the stage. Like, just put your head in. Don't worry, God will stop the blade.
God will stop the blade. Yeah. Like, at what point does, like, I don't know.
So does this who comes back to this church next Sunday is what I really want to know. Like,
after he
how
crushed...
much of a drop off? How many people have such faith that they're willing to go back to the church where the guy crushed a girl to death trying to prove a miracle?
Probably all of them. Did we see so many stories that are tied to religion and people doing terrible things, stupid things? And it's like every time we make these observations, people go, "What does that have to do with Christianity? What's that have to do with religion?" It's like, what do you mean?
All right, listen to this.
Why would do you think if we went up to this girl before this and said, "Let's put a heavy speaker on your body for just no reason, just to see if you can sustain it, or maybe a miracle happened and it won't crush you"? she wouldn't go, no, I don't want to do that. But you put God in the mix, well, look, it's a miracle. And it's, okay, yeah, let's try it.
It said she fainted. Yeah, she fainted after they put the speaker on top of her. So it's like,
Yeah, the woman later died from internal injuries caused to her lungs.
Huh.
Pastor Lethebo Rabalongo. Lethebo Rabalongo. Okay. Had organized a night worship at his church in Polokwane, where he was teaching about the demonstration of power, in which he emphasized that if Jesus walked on water, he could do anything with faith.
So he just proved that that's not true.
Wrong.
Instead, he ended up proving that you can't do everything.
Oh my God! Look at this fucking thing, dude. That's gonna be hundreds of pounds.
Let's see.
Go back up a little bit.
Go back. Yeah.
Based on that point, he invited a girl from the praise team and asked her to lie down. He then ordered the ushers to carry a big speaker and put it on her stomach, saying the weight would not harm her. Well, apparently he was wrong. He then climbed on top of the speaker,
so adding
pressure to suffocate the girl, who remained quiet, for she had already passed out.
Oh my God.
So not only did he put a hundreds and hundreds of pound speaker on her, but he actually got on top of the speaker and probably did a little
He said, look, after sitting on top of the speaker, which was still on the girl's stomach for close to 5 minutes, he got up and ordered the removal of the speaker, but the girl could not rise because she had fainted.
Yeah, I said manslaughter earlier. This is murder.
This is murder.
Murder, most foul.
He put the fucking speaker on her and then sat on her until she died.
Oh, God. Let's just go down. The pastor, however, blamed the girl and accused her of having little faith, where she could not withstand a very simple task.
Yeah. Fuck you, Africa.
So wait,
Pastor, what is his name? Rabalongo.
Rabalongo.
I want to do the same test with you.
Let's test. Since it was just her faith that was lacking, how about we just drop a bunch of heavy shit on top of you and see how your faith holds up?
Let's do the boulder test. We're going to have a boulder, and you're going to stand underneath it, and you're going to hold it like this. And as long as you hold the boulder, you'll be fine.
That's too quick.
Dude, your faith.
I say we have the blowtorch to the dick test.
God will protect your dick if you have enough faith.
Dude, Pastor Rabalongo, if you have enough faith, I should be able to take a fucking blowtorch to your cock and balls, and it shouldn't burn. You should be fine.
God will protect them. God will keep you safe.
Fuck this religion.
So wait. So let's just recap the story. This pastor, he comes up. He's like, yeah, with faith, anything's possible. You can do anything. For instance, you could be crushed under a speaker, and I could sit on the speaker and crush you, and you'll be fine because God's power. And then he does it, and the girl dies. He's like, well, she didn't have enough faith, guys. She just didn't have enough faith. It was her fault. She's obviously a sinner. Well, she had enough faith to get down on the floor and let you put a giant speaker on top of her, so it sounds like she had plenty of fucking faith, and that's what fucking killed her, you retard. Well, I hope someone bludgeons this guy to death with a fucking crowbar.
That's way too quick, man.
He's probably receiving praise.
I don't care if it's not. I don't need his suffering. I just want him removed from the world in the most expedient manner possible.
No, he's probably still, in this community, praised and lionized and thought of as a great person.
Oh, I guarantee you, he probably trashed her in the next sermon and continues to do shit like this.
And people are just like, yeah, yep, faith, Jesus, God, it's so beautiful, so wonderful. I mean, in his mind, most of these guys are hucksters. So in his mind, how did this work? Did he just really want to kill this bitch and see if he could get away with it? If he disguised it as a faith exercise, or does he really did he really believe that somehow God was gonna change the laws of physics to protect this bitch?
There are people that do these kinds of demonstrations where they put really heavy objects on themselves and have people stand on them and shit. These are people that are trained and have core muscles that can push out against whatever object is on top of them to keep it from crushing their internal organs.
Yeah.
So he probably saw somebody on the internet doing it, and he was like, oh, I'll do this as a faith exercise. And he brought some fucking poor girl out of the audience and crushed her.
Yeah, why don't you test your own faith next time?
Yeah, why do you need a volunteer to show people that you can do weird miracles?
I'd like a volunteer for the audience. Warning, you might die. If your faith is insufficient, God will not protect you.
Yeah, wouldn't it have been easier to just give the example, like he used the example of Jesus walking on water. Wouldn't it have been easier to walk out to a puddle and walk on it?
He should just. That's what we should do. We should take him out to the middle of the ocean and just be like, "Hey, walk back."
Yeah,
You'll be fine.
take him to wherever the sharks congregate, and just drop him off the boat and say, "Well, there you go. Have faith, man. Walk on that water."
Take him a mile out. Be
The
like, "Here,
sharks will not harm
You're
you."
a mile out. Just walk.
Yep.
Yeah, you just walk on back. At a mile, he might actually be able to swim back, though. So you got to take him out at least 4 or 5 miles.
Oh yeah, he's got to be out in the middle of fucking nowhere. Tell him that all he's got to do is make it 3 miles.
Yeah,
and we'll pick him up.
You just walk on back.
You just
walk
get
on
to
back.
us. Walk 3 miles in that direction. We'll be waiting.
Yeah.
We wait a long time.
Oh, it looks like he sunk right in. Hey, you don't want to? We're gonna
enough faith.
We're
Well,
gonna go
looks
ahead
like-
and chain that speaker to you. You just drag
Yeah.
that across the ocean.
Wow, it looks like he can breathe underwater too. Insane. Well, maybe he's preaching down there at the bottom
now
of the
he's
ocean.
preaching to the fishes.
Yep. preaching with the fishes.
I like how it describes this as a failed miracle attempt. What? A failed miracle attempt?
Yeah, no, this is not a miracle attempt.
There's no such thing as miracles.
This is negligent homicide.
Yeah.
Homicide.
This is basically a successful homicide attempt. This is what this is.
Yeah, it is successful because no one was punished for it.
I mean, I don't think he actually tried to. He probably. I mean, like, I don't see why he would actually try to murder her, but. Yeah, this is definitely like a negligent homicide or whatever. I mean, I don't know what the laws are in fucking
A lot more
South
lax.
Africa.
Yeah, he was clearly more
Ghana.
concerned with getting donations than he was with the safety of this girl.
This is in the Ghana Star, but this happened in
Yeah.
South
Okay.
Africa.
Yeah.
South Africa, then. What a piece of shit. Yeah, nothing really much more I can
No.
say. I don't know if anyone else has any other parting words for our
I
good
would say
friend.
in many ways Christianity has harmed the people of Africa, and this is just another
Yeah.
example.
Man, guys,
Of course.
this was a heavy story.
No, dude. Oh, yeah, heavy. I get it. I get it.
Paul, is it weighing heavily on you, man?
It's weighing heavily on my
Oh my
mind.
God.
I'm crushed by this story.
This
guys.
is no
I'm
longer
crushed.
hypothesis. This is like the dad joke segment.
I love it. All right. Peace. It was quite the classy intro
It
for
was.
HighPOThesis with the drunken fucking motherfucking goddamn piece of shit
That intro
peasants.
disappoints me, dude.
That intro
Disappoints you?
disappoints you?
You disappoint me, Dimitri.
Disappointed.
I am disappointed, Dimitri.
I am disappointed.
Well,
I think the Sistine Chapel with me
As God?
Yeah, as God would have been more appropriate.
who would be Adam touching you, though?
I don't know.
You again?
Probably me again. That
So
makes sense.
Scotty is God and Scotty is Adam touching their fingers?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
That sounds beautiful. That sounds beautiful.
So beautiful. But not as beautiful as today's story.
Yeah, we've got a real hypothesis for you today. Omaha dad finds pot brownies, eats 4 of them, and says mean things to
Wow.
his cat.
And this is from Omaha World Herald,
Well, there
which
we
is
go.
real, fair, and accurate.
So an
Omaha.
absolute example here of weed, of course, being a dangerous drug. The man clearly said mean things to his cat. TJ, you want to, or somebody else want to
An
read this
Omaha
one?
dad who mistakenly ate some.
Oh, fuck.
Get out of here, you fucking cretinous
You
fuck.
piece of shit.
Be quiet. Go away. An Omaha dad who mistakenly ate some marijuana brownies didn't enjoy the experience. Well, yeah, if you don't know you're eating marijuana,
Yeah.
like, if you don't know what you're doing, and you're just eating brownies, like these are just brownies.
And all of a sudden you're higher than you've ever been in your fucking life.
Yeah. Omaha police officers were called to a house near 90th and Maple Streets about 9:45 p.m. Tuesday to investigate an accidental overdose. They learned that a 53-year-old man had been unloading groceries and found some brownies in the backseat of a car that his adult children had used earlier in the day.
Oh.
All right, so we know where you got him now.
Uh-oh.
Oops. The man ate 4 of the brownies.
Wow.
4 of them.
Fuck.
If they're like my brownies,
Oh,
then
dude, yeah.
he was in outer space.
I ate 3 of your brownies, Ben, and I was high for 18 straight hours.
The man's wife told police that she and her husband were watching TV. He noted that he was getting bad anxiety.
Oh, he got the weed anxiety, dude. The palpitations.
She tried to call their children to ask them what was in the brownies. Well, I could... What do you think, bitch?
Come on.
Coke brownies? Come on.
What else do people...
You know what it
other
was.
drug is put in brownies? Oh, those brownies? Hope you didn't eat too many. They were made with acid.
Oh, shit.
She tried to call her children and ask what was in the brownies, but he couldn't reach them. The woman told officers that she would rather not provide her children's name because she thought they could get in trouble. I mean, the police can figure out who the fuck your children are.
Yeah, seriously. They can look up your kids, lady. Come on.
An Omaha police spokesman said the investigation into the matter has concluded. Yeah, they're not looking to track down the people who had pot brownies, for fuck's sake. While police were at the house, one of the couple's children arrived and told officers that the brownies belonged to his siblings. He told them he was pretty sure it was just marijuana in the brownies.
He knew.
I'm pretty
Come
sure,
on.
you know.
Yeah, that's cheese. You know what, guys? Those are TJ's brownies, but I'm pretty sure they're pot
They
brownies.
could be heroin brownies, but I'm pretty sure they're pod brownies.
Because, you know.
Officer.
When police were at the house... Yeah, we already read that part. Paramedics called to the scene who checked the man, found his vital signs to be normal, but they noted he was displaying odd behavior, crawling around on the floor, randomly using profanities, and calling the family cat a bitch.
I was in quotes, a bitch.
You stupid... This guy was just high. You know what I mean? He was crawling around.
He was crawling around on the floor.
Dude, you know what
bitch.
when I read this last night, you know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of one time we got home from... I was in Columbus with you guys.
Yeah?
And we got home from doing a private show, I think, and Scotty and I had been drinking. And Scotty fucking went to Ujiro, and fucking he was yelling at Ujiro, and then he was yelling at Sal. He was like, "You lied to me! I mistrust you!"
Wasn't that after the meetup?
That was after the meetup.
Maybe it was after
Scotty
the meetup.
Scotty got really drunk, and he basically, like... He first lectured both dogs on, like, being pieces of shit. And then he turned his attention pretty much to Salvador, where he's like, I don't trust you, Salvador.
You're not trustworthy.
I don't fucking trust you, you piece of shit. And then later, I went back down like an hour later, and he was sitting there with Ujiro, and he's like, Ujiro, be real with you, man. You can't, listen, dude, you can't trust Salvador, dude. Only me. I'm the only one. Don't trust fucking TJ. Don't trust fucking Chelsea. Don't trust that little rat bastard Salvador. Listen to me, man. You and me, Ujiro. You and me, man. Have I ever fucking steered you wrong, Ujiro? Have I ever... Ujiro. Have I ever steered you wrong, Ujiro?
Or Ujiro.
Have I ever fucking steered you wrong?
So basically,
it went on and on.
This dude ate 4 pot brownies and was trying to hash it out with his cat, and these fucking cops messed it up.
It doesn't really sound like he was trying to hash it out. It sounded like he was trying to instigate with the cat.
No.
Like, you're a bitch.
It sounds to me like there's a lot of animosity built up between him and that cat.
And he's just trying to get it out.
Too reserved.
The truth, TJ.
He's too reserved in his normal day-to-day sober life to say anything to the cat.
All right, so let's read the last couple lines of the story.
Sure.
The man told paramedics that he felt like he's tripping.
You tripping?
He declined their offer to be taken to the hospital.
I feel like I'm tripping.
I'm tripping.
Officers,
tripping.
I appear to be tripping. I feel as though I am tripping right now.
Tripping. I'm tripping, officers.
This cat is straight
Hold
pissing
on.
me the fuck off.
Hold on, officer. Fuck you, bitch! Cat! Get the fuck out of here, bitch! I'm tripping.
The paramedics helped the man to his bedroom, and he got into bed.
Took a weed nap.
The man and his wife were told to call 911 again if his situation worsened.
What if the violence, if the violent rhetoric against the cat escalated? They should call 911.
Yeah, if him and the cat go at it.
I
he assaults the cat.
hate to call again, but he's putting the cat in the blender right now.
Yeah, I hate to call again, but he just threatened Puss's life. He said he was going to slash her throat, and that's different than calling her a bitch. He's getting worse.
You need to take him away. Please take him away.
And what was going to happen to this guy? He was going to get fucking the munchies.
And if anyone,
Come
for
on.
some reason, feels the need to contact the writer of this story,
There it is.
there's their number on the screen
Yeah.
there.
I mean-
I ain't reading it, but it's there.
Yeah.
Right on the screen. They had put it on the article, so.
I mean,
if you want to call them and ask for more details.
I don't know why you would, but whatever.
Like, if you're curious, if you want to know
Yeah.
more about...
We're not saying to do it, but if you want to do it,
if you want to know more about this story or any other similar stories, you can contact the writer, Kevin Cole.
yeah. All right, have we considered the possibility that the cat really is a bitch?
Most cats are.
Maybe the cat just sucks, dude.
Maybe the cat is a total fucking bitch, and that wasn't abnormal behavior.
Yeah, maybe the cat was doing that thing where it gets on his chest and sticks its ass in his face. You know?
Gross.
Cats, dude.
Thanks for the asshole cat.
Yeah, I'd call the cat a bitch, too.
Bitch.
Then he was walking around on all fours, so he was really stealing the cat's shtick at that point. He was kind of like, you think you so smart?
I can
Walking
be a
on
cat
all fours, I can do it. Look, I'm a cat, too.
I'm a better cat
Meow.
than you can talk. I'm a better cat than you.
I'm twice the cat you could be.
Was he lapping milk from a shallow bowl?
He might have just slammed his face into it, like...
Dude, he probably had Neil Breened it, dude.
Neil Breen, dude.
All right. Welcome to HighPOThesis with the Drunken Peasants. We are using everybody's intros here. We've done 6 intros for the last 6 HighPOThesis videos. We're looking for more.
Yeah, just a word. No copyrighted music.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep, that's pretty much the only rule. Oh, I guess like nothing that violates any other YouTube policies or anything.
And it has to have hypothesis in it somewhere.
NDP in it, yeah.
So we haven't heard much lately about these creepy clowns. You remember the creepy clown thing that was going on about 4 or 5 months ago?
Yep.
Well, here's one pretty recent.
Mystery as naked clown takes walk through city center. And it's a female clown, too.
A naked woman in full white grease paint.
Cool. First, we had killer clowns. Remember them?
I do.
From outer space, dude.
Now we may be facing a sinister new clown plague. Clown plague?
A clown plague?
A clown plague.
After a naked lady clown has been sighted walking around in broad daylight, the she clown... Is that the proper...
She clown.
I'm pretty sure a
Clowness.
female clown is just still a clown.
No, they're
Clown.
a clowness.
Clowness.
Oh, clowness? Oh.
Okay. The she clown was spotted wandering beside the River Severn in Worcester, near to the city center on Sunday. Shocked, Judith Porter, 46, swiftly reached for a camera when she saw the clown, who she described as having a vacant expression.
Holy shit.
That's
Judith
pretty.
said,
That's some creepy shit. You
It
know,
really
you're
is.
I was enjoying a nice stroll with my dog Bobby when I was shocked by the sight of a naked clown. This isn't the first time I've seen this clown. She appears on odd Sunday mornings. The sightings disturb my usual walk along the scenic bridge in, how do you say it?
Worcester.
Worcester.
Holy shit, dude.
So wait.
Whoa, look at that ass,
So-
TJ. Look at the
That
clown
ass.
ass.
Look at her.
The clown ass.
That
I
clown
wonder
got
if-
a nice bubble
I
butt.
wonder if someone is like helping this bitch do this.
I don't know, but
Because it looks like it'd
I
be
would
hard to like evenly
I
put
think
all
so.
that fucking grease paint on
I'm pretty
your
sure
body.
you're doing your back and stuff like that would be pretty difficult.
The clown in this instance walks across the bridge and seemed to be walking to the cathedral, only then to turn around.
what?
On social media, local woman Felicia Johnstone said, "It chills me to the bone. I hate
chills you?
clowns."
Why does this chill you to the
Well,
bone?
I mean, just think about it. You know,
It is a little creepy.
I mean,
you
that's-
got to be honest.
Come on, dude. Like if you're just walking through the city, you know, and you're minding your business, and all of a sudden there's just some creepy, full naked, vacant-eyed, fucking grease paint bodied clown bitch
I would think it's some weirdo that wants attention.
just
dude.
walking down the street like.
People. Are,
Vacant.
I would just think it's some weirdo that wants attention.
Sounds like, dude, it's Pussy Wise, dude. Pussy Wise the clown is, in Worcester right now.
A
Hiya,
spokeswoman
TJ.
for the West Mercia police said no incidents relating to the naked woman clown have been reported to them. So no one's reporting this, I guess. The newspapers got wind of it. The police are just caught totally unawares. They're just
Like,
scratching
oh.
their fucking heads like, what? Naked clown, bitch.
Does it squirt? Oh, yes, Georgie. It squirts. And when you're down there in me, you'll squirt too.
Paul, you got some.
Whoa, Paul.
You got some issues there,
Dude,
I
buddy.
want to fuck this clown.
Dude,
No, you don't.
Dude, when we were
Come
in
on.
Britain, can I
you wanna
go to
go to
Worcester on a Sunday morning
if you want,
Go wherever you want.
and stand out in front of this cathedral and ask this clown to fuck?
you could. If you,
I wonder. Yeah, I wonder if anyone like tries to like confront her or talk to her in any way, or if it's just like
What would you say?
people are just scared. I'd just be like, "What the fuck are you doing? Like, what is the purpose of this?"
What
Like,
if she just ignored you and walked
She probably
past?
just-
I feel
ignore
like
him.
that's what she would
Yeah,
do.
they
I
would-
feel like she would just continue her walk. You know, I don't know. I mean, like, what possesses a person to do this? I
Paul,
mean,
you know what you should do? In solidarity, you should do the exact same thing. I'll just walk naked, get your clown makeup, get your fucking wig, get your nose.
Yeah,
That's
dude.
a great idea.
you should
in
contribute to the
solidarity,
plague.
dude.
Let's
dude.
go to Worcester. We'll put me in fucking grease paint. I'll pull my naked little dick out, and I'll just walk up and down the street and wait for her to show up. And if she does, we'll fuck right there in the city center of Worcester, dude.
That's your way in, Paul.
That's my way in, dude. She's looking for another clown.
Yeah, she's obviously looking for a mate,
One
dude.
is
She's
the
waiting
loneliest
for
number
someone to
I've
answer the
ever
call
seen.
of Clown Thulu, dude.
We could all do it. We could rent one of those little Peugeots and wait for her to walk by and pull up in the clown car, and all four of us get out butt naked and just stand there and look at her.
You have fun, Paul.
Yeah,
Oh,
but-
come on.
That sounds like a
Yeah,
Paul
we ain't doing
activity.
that.
Yeah, it
Come
doesn't sound like
on.
fun to me.
All right, well, fuck you guys, then I'll do it.
Yeah,
Do it,
have
bitch.
I
fun.
thought you wanted to fuck her.
Well,
Yeah.
I do. Well, I thought we would all fuck her, but I guess
Whoa,
thanks.
Paul, whoa.
Yeah, lots of assumptions being made here.
Paul's just fucking signing us up for shit that we ain't down for.
dude.
I am not
you guys
GTF that clown,
You guys
dude.
can Rochambeau for sloppy seconds on the clown pussy,
you-
dude.
Not only are we
Wow,
all,
that was my
not
idea.
only are we all gonna fuck the clown, but you're gonna be first.
Dude, I get first dibs. It was
Why?
my idea to fuck the clown because you guys didn't want to fuck her earlier. Now you suddenly do. Now
I don't
you're all
wanna
hot
fuck
to
her.
trot to fuck the
No,
clown.
listen, I don't want to fuck her,
No,
but if
I
we're all,
don't wanna
I'm not
fuck
even
the
going
if
to
we're
Worcester.
all gonna fuck her, I'm gonna fuck her first. That's all I'm saying. I mean, we're not doing it, Paul, but if we were,
What
I
about
would
a
go
wobbly
first.
H?
What?
What about a wobbly H?
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess we could go
Clowny style.
two at a
You know what I
time.
mean? You get behind her, Clowny style, and I get in front of her, and she blows me. Every time she sucks my dick, her nose hits me and squeaks.
Yeah, dude. I hope her ass has a squeaker in it too,
Yeah,
dude.
dude.
I want the double squeak action.
And then we could just fucking high five over the back, dude.
Okay.
Performance art.
You know, it's kind of ironic that this story's down here because this is like a story that's actually local.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right here.
Sikh man shot in his
Yeah.
own driveway after being told to go back to your country.
Great.
A lot of things are saying.
99% chance that this was done by some idiot who
thought
fucking
he
thinks
was a
Sikhs are
Muslim.
Muslims, by the way.
Yeah, they're idiots, dude. Well, and also, I mean, you have to say that this article, most articles I've read, they said it allegedly. There's not proof. I mean, obviously the guy was shot. I mean, I don't doubt if he was shot, then there's probably something to that.
Do you
but
want to read the article too, or
We could check it out if
could-
you want.
We're already here.
yeah, we'll just do the like.
Clown plus Sikh.
Yeah.
I guess we could break this into two videos.
Well, this will be a bonus one, man.
No, I think the clown thing didn't last quite as long as we wanted, so we'll just pair it with this Sikh shit.
I wouldn't last very long with
You
that
know what?
clown
And,
either.
and this isn't the first time this kind of shit has happened.
Unfortunately, not. No.
Yeah. I mean, like, you don't normally hear a lot of anti-Indian sentiment in the U.S.
Well,
so
this
I'm-
is someone who thought he was a Muslim.
Right,
for sure.
right.
Sure.
So they're that fucking stupid. They see a brown person and just assume they're a Muslim,
brown
assume
person-
they're an Arab.
Brown person, turban, Arab.
Because there are Islamic Indians, but most Indians are not.
Sikhs, they ain't.
No.
Sikhs are not Muslims. In fact, I think they're like super pacifistic and
Yeah.
shit.
Yep.
A Sikh man was reportedly short in the arm.
Short in the arm.
Short in the arm.
Did Brett Keane write this?
He got a real
They were short.
They were short.
They were short in the arm.
He was shot in the arm while working in his driveway in Seattle after being told, "Go back to your own country." It's kind of a weird thing to say, "Go back to your own country" and then shoot someone.
right.
Yeah.
They're not gonna make it, dude.
I mean, I guess he was only shot in the arm.
Right,
I don't
right.
know if that was intentional. Like, I'm just going to shoot this guy in the arm to let him
They're
know
not
I mean
gonna let him
business.
on a plane with a bullet wound.
The 39-year-old victim told police he was in his driveway at about 8 p.m. on Friday when the stranger approached him. The suspect then allegedly told him to go back to his homeland and shot him in the arm, the Seattle Times reported. He described the gunman as 6 feet tall, white, and of a stock build. Okay, well, you're not that stocky, Scotty. So I thought it was Scotty for a second. Maybe it was Paul.
Shut up, TJ.
Paul, you're 6 feet tall, white, and stocky.
No, I'm fat. I'm
I mean,
not stocky.
but a lot of fat people say stocky when they mean fat.
You're stocky though.
I'm not 6 foot though. I'm
That's
6
true.
foot fucking 6, bitch. So I'm not accused of this crime.
Maybe they
Paul.
misremembered the height, TJ.
He
Maybe
was wearing a mask to cover the lower half of his face.
In the heat of being shot, TJ, I think he's probably just misremembering the height. It's probably maybe more accurate to say 6'6".
Police have now launched an investigation.
290 pounds,
an investigation into
long
the
blonde
incident,
hair.
and believe it may have been a possible hate crime.
Sounds like
well,
one.
if the details being reported here are accurate, then I think we can pretty much say definitively it would meet
yeah.
hate crime definitions.
Maybe they're just being careful though because there's no one to corroborate his story.
Well, yeah, I think that's honestly
and this could
the
just be a
issue.
big media hoax thing.
I don't think anyone would get shot in the arm for a hoax.
You don't think
Right.
somebody would shoot themselves in their own arm for a hoax?
Maybe.
I wouldn't
possible.
rule it out, but I'd say it's unlikely.
I'd say that it's more
Yeah,
likely he's telling
I
the
would-
truth. But Chief Ken Thomas told King 5, "We're early on in our investigation. We are treating this as a very serious incident." Well, it is a very serious incident. Why would you treat it as anything otherwise?
I think even greater than being a hate crime, though. I mean, shooting someone is more like attempted murder. Like there's a lot of issues where people think, "Oh, is this a hate crime?" It's like if someone shoots at somebody, I think it's the greater issue is they were trying to kill them or harm them.
Yeah, the motive is. I'm not going to say it's totally irrelevant.
It's not
but
irrelevant,
certainly
but-
not the foremost thing on my mind.
But I would want to see someone like that charged with like attempted murder or something, not fucking a hate crime. I think attempted murder is a more severe penalty for someone that's going to go and shoot at somebody.
The police said, "It is our belief and opinion, based upon the experience of my investigators, that our victim is absolutely credible, and that this incident did occur as he described."
I'll be honest with you. I mean, that doesn't really amount to much of anything. That's just saying that someone's that like look. No one's saying that this guy is lying, but at the same time, just saying he's credible doesn't really give proof to what you're saying. There
Yeah,
has to be definitive
your
evidence.
opinion on his credibility doesn't really bump it up or down in my esteem at all.
I mean, it does for me because if you have investigators saying, like, investigators are going to be looking for holes in this guy's story.
Sure, but
they're not finding any.
But look,
it's all looking
there has
like
to be a
it played-
preponderance of evidence, though.
Sure.
So I mean, in any trial, if I say, "Well, look, this is a credible thing to say," that's not going to.
We're not. This is not a trial, though.
But
this is just the initial opinion of investigators.
But if someone is charged and that the evidence is he said, she said, that's not going to be enough evidence.
I mean, chances are no one's ever going to be charged with this.
Probably not,
unless there were other witnesses. I mean, the guy covered his face. This dude obviously didn't know who the fuck it was, or he would have identified him. You're probably never going to track this guy down and find out which random fucking white dude just walked up and shot this guy in the arm. You're never going to fucking find it out, most likely. I mean, maybe there's some other piece of evidence left behind that we're not
There's something
told about.
that I don't agree with. Is the climate of hate that has been created doesn't distinguish between anyone. Look, honestly, there's been attacks on Sikhs who've been mistaken for Muslims going back for decades. So this is not, honestly, this is not something to do with Trump. This is something to do with, this is just like a lot of Americans don't understand the difference between Sikhs and Muslims. So
I mean, not that anyone should do this to a Muslim either.
No, no, but I'm saying but they just don't understand. So they're taking it as this is some Muslim that's here to destroy, American values.
Check out that towel head over there.
Yeah, I would say it's not surprising that someone who would stoop to the level of shooting a Muslim just because they're Muslim would also be dumb enough to think a Sikh is a Muslim.
Yeah, and that's actually another thing. The incident in Kansas where they there's some Indian engineers work for Garmin GPS, and he shot and killed like one or two of them. It was just ridiculous.
I remember back in 2008 or 9, there was a shooting at a Sikh temple where some dude stormed into a Sikh temple and killed a bunch of people.
Yeah, in Wisconsin.
So this has clearly been going on for a while.
Yeah, poor Sikhs. I mean, they don't even do the terrorism shit.
Yeah,
but they still get the fucking the bullshit backlash.
Look, it's so stupid.
Their religion is bullshit, but they're one of the more peaceful, non-intrusive religions out there.
They're also a very small religion compared to other religions.
Leave Sikhs alone, guys. They're actually pacifistic. I mean, they're not here to
Sikhs
fuck
are
with
good.
you.
Leave them alone.
I don't know if they're good.
They're good, dude.
Because it's still an irrational belief.
I mean, it's irrational, but there's a lot of pretty good Sikh people. I don't think that
there's a lot of pretty good Muslim people.
Sound like you a Sikh apologist.
I'm not an apologist for any sort of religion, but I'll tell you what, Sikhs actually do a thing where they actually feed people. At the end of it, no religious. You don't have to be saying.
You know what Sikhs do, Scotty?
What's that?
They seek and they destroy.
Yeah, dude.
You know what
Seek and destroy.
You know what Sikhs don't do is cut their hair.
That's true.
That's true.
Cool. Anyway, I think that's pretty good. So see you guys later. Thanks for watching. Please subscribe. Hello, everybody. Welcome to HighPOThesis.
HighPOThesis.
You guys might notice we're using different intros for every segment. That's because we have an idea that we're just going to always use different fan intros. So anyone out there who wants to create an intro for HighPOThesis, send it our way. We'll use them all. I mean, obviously we won't use the ones that are total
Gotta
fucking
use
dog
'em
shit.
all.
I don't know. We might, dude.
Yeah, why
I mean,
not?
if it's funny
Yeah,
dog
I mean,
shit.
I guess if it's amusingly dog shit, we might still use it.
Yeah.
Like, you could even throw some MS Paint, like, hey, guys, it's Hot Diaz. Welcome to the Drunken Peasant Show. You know?
Amusing dog shit. So, have you ever seen a dog chick you shouldn't be amused by, TJ? Amusing dog shit.
I guess I've never really been outright amused. but-
Actually, I have been amused by dog shit, but that's
Oh, yeah. But you know what? You're right. You're right. Because that time Yujiro just, like, blasted out that
Yes,
fucking, like,
dude.
shit cannon, dude.
Dude, I fucking told Paul about that. He was laughing his
Yesterday.
ass off.
Dude, just a geyser of diarrhea.
Were you there, TJ, when he did it?
I wasn't there for... I was...
Did that happen to your dog when you were traveling, TJ? Didn't your dog like shit?
No,
That was not funny.
That was not funny.
It was
That
not funny for me.
Inside of a van, right?
Oh yeah, he had like bad anxiety based
Dude,
like diarrhea
it's
because
a
of the
total
stress
digression,
of moving.
but like Yujiro kept nudging me, and I was living in Louisiana. So I opened my back door. Yujiro like runs to the middle of the yard. He looks me direct in the eye, and then a torrent of fucking just geyser of shit just flies out of his ass.
So gross.
And I'm like, oh
Old
man.
Faithful.
I was like, whoa! I dodged a serious fucking bullet. That dog had shit in this fucking
Oh,
house.
can you imagine, dude?
Oh, dude.
That shit geyser on your
Oh,
carpet.
God.
It'd
You
have
don't
been
even
over.
You don't even have to imagine because I remember one morning I went downstairs to like we were living in like a 3-floor
Condo.
Yeah.
yeah,
Townhouse.
basically a
Yeah,
condo,
townhouse.
townhouse, And I walked down to the bottom floor, and like the entire floor down there was just covered in shit
Jesus.
from Yujiro having like a fucking crazy diarrhea spell. And I just went upstairs. I'm like, Scotty, your dog shit everywhere downstairs.
It's so gross.
I ain't helping. Just
Speaking of diarrhea, we have a news story here for everybody.
Yeah.
This one's great. A Christmas carol service in the Sri Lankan capital of Colombo has accidentally printed out the lyrics to late rapper Tupac Shakur's Hail Mary in its program instead of the 15th century Catholic prayer. The mix-up occurred at the 2016 Catholic Joy to the World Festival
That's great.
at the city's Nelam Pokuna Theater during one of Sri Lanka's largest Christmas celebrations earlier this month. So if you scroll down, there's a picture of the actual program, and we can read
Man, this is great.
some of these lyrics. Keep going. I think there's a picture. I'm pretty sure. Yep, there it is.
Hail Mary.
So let's read it. Machiavelli in this, Illuminati all through your body. The blows like a 12-gauge shotty.
Feel me.
And then it goes on, you know, like, and God said, oh my God, hold on. I ain't a killer, but don't push me. Revenge is the sweetest joy next to getting pussy. Picture paragraphs unloaded, wise words being quoted. Peeped the weakness in the rap game and sewed it. So somebody basically just went online and was like, oh shit, we got to put Hail Mary in the program, and searched Hail Mary lyrics and just, fuck it, here they are. Copy, paste, print.
Didn't even take a look like, is this right? No.
It says
good.
pussy on it.
It says pussy.
Bow down.
It says niggas
Pray to
too.
God, hoping
It
that he
says
is
niggas.
listening.
Yeah.
It says pussy. It says niggas.
Yep.
This is
That's awesome,
and it's
dude.
right in there. I love it. I love how they spelled Machiavelli too.
Yeah, Machiavelli in this bitch, dude.
Machiavelli, bitch. I don't know how to. We don't know how to spell that, but we think it's with a K.
Instead of finding the words, Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb. The carolers were invited to reflect on the 1997 song's themes of mortality, violence, and sex, and whether they want to
Ride or die.
Ride or die.
Ride or die.
Hey, those seem like more profound lyrics, honestly.
That's
All right,
beautiful.
everyone. Et in omni patris, et filii, spiritus sancti. Do you want to ride or die? La 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 la. Like, this is the best church service ever. I wish that I could have gone to this church service where they read Tupac instead of the Bible.
Pictures of the explicit English language lyrics in the services program were uploaded to social media, where they were quickly shared thousands of times. So people caught on to this and instantly were just like spreading it around like wildfire, basically. Because how do you not instantly just want to reflect on such a fucking cataclysmic mistake. I mean, especially from the perspective of like, we're a bunch of uptight Catholics holding this fucking Christmas mass.
I mean, there are some great parables in Tupac's Hail Mary, though. One that we missed in the program was Mama told me never stop till I bust a nut. Fuck the world if they can't adjust. You know what I mean? Like, that's good advice, right? To live by. Don't stop till you get a nut.
Maybe this is maybe this wasn't a mistake. Maybe this is intentional. Maybe someone's trying to fucking woke these Catholics, dude.
I mean, look,
Spread the word.
Someone's
of Tupac,
red pilling the fucking Catholics with Tupac.
yeah. I mean, I think Catholicism needs a little Tupac Shakur, to be honest with you.
Maybe he should be a saint.
Saint Tupac?
Saint Pac, dude.
Saint Pac, yeah.
What do you think, Ben? You were a Catholic at one point.
Well, first of all, you have to be Catholic to have been, you have to have been Catholic to be a saint.
Dude,
Sure.
wore a
Well,
lot
they
of
say you have to
crosses.
do miracles and shit too.
You
But,
either-
we can make shit up.
You have to like be present when miracles happen, basically.
Oh,
yeah.
come on. Look, the miracle of Tupac's life, dude.
I
The
mean,
miracle of his
Tupac
life.
was shot in the head and survived. That's kind
That's
of
what
a
I'm saying. He's a
miracle.
There's
Yeah.
Miracle
Make
One.
Dude, can we make Tupac a
Wasn't
saint?
he
Come
shot
on.
in the head?
He kept putting out
wasn't
music
shot in the head.
He kept putting
Where
out
was he
music for
shot?
years
In
after
the
he
chest.
died.
In the chest. That's true.
You shot me, but you punks didn't finish. Now you're about to feel the wrath of a menace. Nigga, I hit him up.
God had
Yeah.
a plan for Tupac. And look, the Catholic Church needs to recognize this and fucking canonize him, make him a fucking saint, dude.
Saint
Yep.
Tupac, dude.
Saint Pac.
And,
And then he can come back and release another album as Saint Pac because everybody
Yeah.
knows he's not actually dead.
No, he's
Of
not
course,
dead.
that's yet another one of his
He's been-
miracles.
That's another reason they wouldn't make him a saint.
He's been dropping an album a year since he died. So let's be real here.
That's one of his miracles, though,
When
dude.
he comes back, that's the miracle. Saint Pac.
That's so ridiculous because, like, I mean, we all know Prince is dead, and they could put out a Prince album
Oh,
every
Prince
year.
isn't dead. He's alive.
Okay.
He's alive. So is Elvis.
You just
They're all alive.
Man, dude, you believe anything.
God, Ben believes-
MJ is alive. Elvis is alive. They're all alive on a big
government-
island
The
somewhere.
government covered it up.
The government covered it up. Tupac was shot and killed at the age of 25. Yeah, we know. We know.
Hail Mary was his final
Single.
There's his miracle, dude.
Wow.
His final
Released
single
after his death.
appears in a Catholic program, dude. That has to say something. It's time to canonize this man. It's time.
Saint Pac, dude.
Saint Pac.
I want this to happen.
He could be the fucking patron saint
We need
of
to petition
realness.
the Vatican. When we go to Europe, we need to make a side trip to go meet with the Pope and be like, look, you guys are fucking up in the Catholic Church.
Yeah. And if the Pope tries to balk at it, we'll tell him, look, Pope, I ain't a killer, but don't push me. Because killing is the sweetest joy next to getting pussy.
That's true.
He'll
is.
understand. He'll understand.
Those words will resonate with the Pope, and I'm pretty confident they'll take measures to make.
I feel like
Tupac
all we have
a
to
saint.
do is just show the Pope this program and show him how this fits in the architecture of Catholicism, and he'll immediately just be like, "Okay, you're right."
I'm actually pretty sure that Hail Mary is the original Hail Mary prayer, just in the original Aramaic. Like if you go back and look at the original Aramaic, it's that's why Tupac did it. He wanted to point out that Hail Mary was being recited wrong all these years.
He wanted to restore it back to its original form and bring it back to its roots.
What a fucking saint.
Yeah.
What a fucking saint.
Jesus didn't say, repent and thou shalt be saved. Or Moses didn't say that. He said, I ain't a killer, but don't push me.
I guess he's due to be inaugurated into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2017.
That's cool. I mean, I don't know why the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame necessarily, but okay.
There's a lot of rappers
Is
in
there
there.
a rap Hall of Fame?
I mean, there should be. There should be a hip hop Hall of Fame, and they need to put all the hip because they're not rock and roll.
There's a lot of rappers in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
I mean, I guess that's cool.
Like Run DMC, I'm pretty sure they're in it.
They have a better claim to it though because
Yeah.
they did the crossover
With
rap rock
Aerosmith.
thing. Yeah.
Who was it that did a crossover with Anthrax?
That was, I believe, wasn't it?
Ice-T.
Yeah, Ice-T.
Cool. That
But
was
Ice-T also did Body Count and stuff too. So.
Body Count's cool.
Oh wait a minute. No. Ice-T didn't do the thing with Anthrax. That was
no,
that was
Public Enemy.
Biohazard.
Wasn't it Public Enemy that did it with
Slam.
Anthrax?
They did that slam. Da, 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 and it was Anthrax on the guitars. Yeah, it was Biohazard.
All right. Well, anyway, I guess
don't
that's all the
remember.
meat
There
on
were a
this
lot-
bone.
There were a lot of rap, hard rock crossovers.
Well, now there's a rap religion crossover.
Yeah.
Everyone tweet the Pope that Tupac should be a saint, please.
Yeah.
Saint Pop.
Tell him to not stop till he busts a nut.
Don't stop till you bust a nut, Pope Francis. Hey there, welcome to HighPOThesis with the Drunken Peasants.
What's up?
You might notice we're reusing some of the same intros we used last week. It's because we didn't get enough new ones.
Disappointed!
We got a few new ones. They're interesting to say the least.
If you want to feature, if you want an intro on the show, maybe you guys want some credit, you feel free to put your channel name or your name or whatever and at the bottom of the intro and, you know, a nice, small but readable type. And you get a little boost out of it.
Yeah, I mean, we full screen it.
Apparently, I was told by Scotty just before we began this that there are people out there who are like, quit posting clips from the show. Every time we post a hypothesis.
HighPOThesis is its own thing.
Yeah, these are exclusive. These are not cut from a fucking Drunken Peasants episode. I mean, I don't know how many context clues there need to be for this to be established, but apparently some of you are fucking retarded.
Yep.
So these are exclusive,
brand new,
unique,
never
brand
before
new
seen.
clips shot 100% to like. Maybe we need to change the fucking casing here, so it, you know, like branded as Hypothesis up there at the top instead of Drunken Peasants and shit, and change the color scheme.
Yeah, we're gonna make it.
So people
We'll get an overlay.
needs to be
and
more
everything.
distinctive. We need a different overlay for it or something.
It's gonna be all new, baby. All new.
But anyway, yeah, and please subscribe to our channel if you're not subscribed. I know a lot of people watch our shit but don't subscribe to our channel. Please subscribe to our channel.
Yeah.
That'd be
We're
great.
desperate. Come on, please.
No, really. Like,
button.
I'll suck your dick. I'll suck your fucking dick.
Please. Every new subscription after this hypothesis goes up goes on my Jude
We
Law
have
list.
nothing else.
Wow.
I will
Paul,
suck that
Will,
dick.
fuck you.
Oh, man.
Now, this
TJ, I
is-
can't wait.
Yes.
This is bad
this
news.
Is
This is
great.
concerning
This is
news
great.
for TJ.
TJ, go ahead.
Shh, quiet,
Go
everyone.
ahead,
Look,
TJ.
you guys.
TJ, no, TJ, no.
you-
Go ahead.
Shut up.
Go ahead.
Shut up.
No, TJ,
Shut
go-
up.
TJ.
I will kill you,
TJ,
Scotty.
go ahead.
Listen.
Go ahead.
We're
Hey,
going.
TJ, no, TJ, no.
Go
Go ahead.
can I give some fucking backstory, bitch?
Stop.
We're going to Europe in fucking June. And apparently Europe's doing some fucking crazy fascist bullshit right now.
Fashion.
Menthol cigarettes to be phased out within weeks ahead of complete ban. Because prohibition always works so well. The ban also includes skinny lipstick-style cigarettes and flavors such as vanilla and
I
strawberry.
applaud the EU for taking this courageous action.
You applaud fascism, sir.
I applaud
Menthol and
mental
flavored cigarettes are to
and
be
physical
phased
health
out
of
within
people in the
weeks
EU.
ahead of a complete ban in 2020. So I
Wow.
guess it doesn't take. I guess the complete ban doesn't take effect till 2020.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for you to get
I
menthols,
can't believe
though.
this.
In another piece of bad news for smokers,
Should be immediate.
why are you fucking persecuting us? What have we done?
You stink.
You're
Yeah, I mean, I
trying
get
to
it.
appeal to children, TJ. Look, the EU is actually concerned with the health of their citizens. How many people die every year from smoking-related illness in the world? TJ?
That's what I'm saying.
Millions of
Smokers
people.
have enough problems without you guys pulling
Millions
this
of
shit.
people suffering in Europe right now with these diseases,
No,
TJ.
no.
And the government is just trying to make sure that people remain healthy. They're not banning cigarettes, TJ. Are they banning cigarettes?
No.
What they're doing, TJ, is they're taking away menthol cigarettes, which encourage children and young people to smoke.
Yep.
Whatever. I'm fucking 32 and I smoke menthols.
Well, you know, that's
some
fine.
people never get past the
TJ,
menthol
look,
phase.
TJ, you
Under new tobacco laws, menthol cigarettes will only be sold in packs of 20. Wait, that's how many fucking cigarettes come in a pack anyway.
They're talking about they're not going to be able to be purchased in cartons anymore.
Oh, from May 21st as part of a longer plan to phase out the flavored cigarettes entirely by 2020. So I'll be okay on this trip.
Yeah, you'll be okay on this trip, but
But
when
after
we go
2020, I ain't never going back to Europe. Because fuck you fascist pieces of dumb fucking
Whatever.
scumbag shit, man.
back, dude,
The
yeah,
complete
TJ,
ban also includes skinny lipstick-style cigarettes. The fuck is a
You
lipstick-style
smoked them.
cigarette?
You smoked them in France.
Well, how's that lipstick, though?
The little skinny ones.
I don't know.
I
Yeah,
always
the
call
little-
those capris.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
Capris.
what Capris. Why are they saying lipstick style?
I don't know. This is a UK.
Yeah, maybe that's what they
They're
call
fucking
them.
weirdos. Cigarettes
Oh,
and
yeah,
other
we're-
flavors such as vanilla and strawberry. I've never even seen vanilla or strawberry.
I have.
They have
cigarettes on
those.
sale.
They have those cigarettes that you can like the crushes, where they have like that
Right.
flavor thing in the
That's
filter
true.
of
It's
vanilla
usually
or
menthol.
strawberry. Yeah, they have like fruity flavors of them too.
I've seen vanilla and strawberry cigarettes too.
The phase out began last May when cigarette packaging was standardized under new rules designed to prevent young people from taking up the habit. Tobacco companies were given a year to sell old stock and fully implement the changes under the new directive. This is fascism, folks.
Oh,
are you Europeans really just going to stand by? I mean, they came for the smokers, and I didn't speak up because I wasn't a smoker.
Let's have a balanced perspective here.
Pretty soon they'll be rounding you fuckers up into camps.
Excuse me. Let's have a balanced perspective.
All right.
So let's hear. Amanda Sanford of the health charity Action on Smoking Health, ASH, welcome the ban.
Because she's a cunt.
There is evidence that the flavorings, and menthol in particular, can mask the harshness of tobacco smoke.
That's why people like it.
Making it easier for young people to smoke, she told The Independent.
Yeah. That's the point of the menthol.
We want to say, look, TJ, in Europe, they have universal health care. They have to look at their society and say, what's the best for the health of our society? More people smoking or less?
Uh-huh.
So isn't it better to encourage people not to smoke, TJ, before they ever start?
Sure.
So there you go. They're just trying to actually take a proactive approach.
You can fucking
they're not
people,
banning cigarettes.
If people want to make an
menthol.
informed decision to fucking smoke cigarettes, that should be their fucking choice. And you shouldn't ban flavoring for cigarettes.
Actually, in a country where the shared health is basically paid for through taxes, isn't it kind of for everyone's concern if more people are smoking and doing unhealthy things? Isn't it better try to push people away from those kind of unhealthy behaviors before they even start? Because look, obviously,
there's a difference between pushing people away from it and just outright banning it and saying no,
they're not banning
can't do
cigarettes.
It.
They're banning menthol flavoring from cigarettes, which I don't.
This is just a soft cigarette ban.
Here's some of the
soft
comments.
cigarette ban.
You can still smoke.
This is like
a soft.
You know what?
ban.
This is
A
like
soft
bullshit.
ban.
This is like when New York tried to do their stupid you can't
Soda
get a
ban.
soda over 20 ounce. If you could do it, you could drink 2 sodas if you want. But no one soda could be over 20 ounces or some stupid shit.
Well, I think the regulation is similar, but I think you're drawing a false conclusion.
And these regulations don't work because you know what? People will go buy fucking individual menthol filters for their cigarettes or some shit. There's gonna be fucking workarounds to this. Fuck these goddamn fascists and their shit.
There'll be workarounds, but most people won't do it. And look, what you're
saying is the equivalent of
their emphasis is on TJ
safety, right?
Is on it's not. Well, safety is part of it, but the main emphasis is not getting people hooked on cigarettes. And look, TJ, what the problem here is people do get hooked through shit like this, through these flavorings, and through shit like that, and they're just trying to, I think, do what's best for everyone. And I mean, as a society, you have to make these decisions.
Roads would be a lot safer if the speed limit was 5 miles per hour. I think that all cars should just drive 5 miles per hour everywhere. Sure, it'll take longer to get there, but it's a lot safer. No one will get hurt.
No,
it is the same thing.
It's not the same.
It's just saying, this is safer, so it's better.
Cigarettes are not a mode of transportation.
Yeah, exactly.
They are.
No, they're not.
They're a mode of transportation from an angry, stressed out piece of shit all the way to a calm, rational individual.
You're an angry, stressed out.
Equivalent things.
You're angry and stressed out because you're addicted to it, and that fulfills.
I'm angry and stressed out because the world is a pile of burning shit.
Of making the speed limit 5 miles per hour would actually make fans safer. It probably wouldn't.
And TJ, the reason
sure it would, because even if you crash at 5 miles per hour, you're barely going to get hurt.
Well, injuries might go down, but
TJ, if you like smoking so much, then you should be able to smoke it without the menthol, right? Because you don't just like it because it's menthol flavored,
I do just like it because it's menthol.
Well, there you go. That's why they're banning them.
You're fucked.
So what? That's what I'm saying. Why are you discriminating against my preference of cigarette? Some people get. What do you mean that's really what it's about? That's what I've been saying since the fucking start.
It's special interest, dude.
But what I'm saying to you is
pork belly spending.
You only care about it because it personally affects it.
Of course I do. Why wouldn't I care about? I mean, it doesn't really affect me because I don't live there.
Dude, I like the smell of other people's burning houses, TJ.
Yeah, so?
Why should you deny... I like to smoke that, dude. Why should you deny me, TJ?
Because you're burning down someone else's house. If I choose to smoke menthol cigarettes, I'm affecting myself.
And everybody within a radius of you.
Everyone
exposing them to
second-degree smoke. Well, you could fucking say that about cars releasing fucking
once again, they're not a mode of transportation.
Yeah, well...
What does it matter?
Okay... Well, what does it matter? Okay, we live in a modern society, so I'd argue transportation is pretty vital to our lives.
We don't even have
our cigarettes vital to our lives.
We don't even have strong admission standards.
Here's why it matters, TJ.
I think we should.
Cars necessary.
Supposedly.
Cigarettes Luxury.
Yeah.
You could have a better mass transit system. You could have cars with lower emissions. You have tougher emissions
What does it have
standards
to do
on
with
cars.
cigarettes?
Well, the same thing. So, yeah,
I'm just saying cars release a bunch of carcinogens into the air.
You're making
What
a
about
pro-regulation
cows?
argument for cars, but not for cigarettes.
What about cows? We
So
don't need to eat meat.
your position
but
is
we're
inconsistent.
introducing all sorts of methane in the atmosphere because we choose to do this mass cattle farming.
We do need
There's
to
lots
eat,
of fucking.
though. We
You
do
don't need to eat cows.
Yeah, but we do
You don't
need to eat
fucking cows.
But we
There's
do need
some-
to eat.
there's sensible regulations, TJ, and
You don't
cigarettes
need
are
to
ultimately
smoke.
a luxury.
Yeah, I don't care if they're a luxury. If I want to smoke menthol cigarettes, it's my own damn business. And the government doesn't need to get involved.
If you're smoking menthol cigarettes in a hermetically sealed vacuum, then
That's-
it's your
that's
damn business.
hermetically sealed fucking vacuum.
Yeah.
Me
If you're smoking
going
cigarettes out in
outside and
public-
smoking a fucking menthol cigarette is not affecting shit, except for the fucking,
People
maybe
walking
some
by.
piece of
TJ
shit
loves
bitch
his fucking
who
cigarettes
goes
so
by
much.
and
He's
just
so defensive.
He loves his cigarettes.
like these people who fucking do these
That-
feigned coughs.
I mean,
like,
name another thing.
You are rude.
Name another thing TJ would run for. I mean, like actually sprint for. I mean, there's
smoke, dude.
there's- Yeah, well, I
a
mean,
smoke or a shit. Those are
yeah.
the two things
Well,
I've seen TJ
the
move.
shit is like based out of like he doesn't want to soil himself. But
Yeah.
like the cigarette is like he wants it and he loves it so much.
where's the line? So, but
Yeah.
you're making this argument, TJ, that
Yeah.
people should have freedom of choice and freedom to do whatever they want. So where does the line drawn with that in your mind? Because because in some things you're saying regulation is fine because obviously you want to regulate emissions. I'm sure in cars, right?
I mean, I'd be okay with some.
So what regulation should they place? So if this is fascist, what regulation should they place on cigarettes? Just nothing?
I mean, there's already regulations to prevent kids from smoking.
No.
Like, yeah, there are. It's
Well,
against the
yeah.
law for kids under a certain age to fucking smoke in the first
There's
place.
also
But yeah,
advertising.
but people are still very
laws
young and
stuff, too.
impressionable.
Yeah, and there's
when
laws
someone's
against
18.
there's laws against advertising it. And in a lot of countries, they now make them put it in these packages that show like gum disease and shit.
Well, you know
I
what?
think the cigarette industry has been regulated fucking enough. People still smoke because people still want to fucking smoke. You fucking doing all this little tweaky shit like, well, what if we put lung disease on the package?
you're an idiot.
Doesn't stop
You're an
shit.
idiot.
People still smoking, especially in Europe.
you're
People smoke
making-
more there
but
than they
you're
do
making-
here.
But here's the thing.
It's a greater problem, and that's why they're trying to
Isn't
address
it?
that problem.
Yeah, and especially like in places where they have universal health care, like that's a major drain on
Public resources.
Yeah,
Sure.
Yeah, someone, TJ, you act as if there's no harm caused to anyone, but there's just these people. What your argument is totally fucking false. It puts a horrible strain on the healthcare system to deal with people who are giving themselves totally preventable illnesses and dying prematurely and
Well,
racking up massive
then you need
costs.
then you need to regulate what people eat. You need to say no butter, no cholesterol, none of this, none of that. You need to fucking if someone wants to do
but there's a
extreme
difference.
sports, it's like nope, you might get injured.
No.
Some
You want to
places
just live in a
have cut
fucking. Why don't you just put
slippery
yourself in a padded
Slippery
fucking
slope,
room?
slippery slope,
Why don't you just put
slippery
yourself in a
slope,
padded room and say,
slippery
now
slope,
I'm totally
slippery
safe.
slope,
TJ,
slippery
Now I'm
slope,
totally
You,
safe.
slippery
you
slope,
keep conflating
slippery
cigarettes
slope.
with these other things. Like,
That's all
okay,
you're
It's called an analogy,
cigarette
Paul's
is-
ego.
Well, I know, but cigarette is
slippery
Okay,
not
no
a
two
cigarette-
things. No two
Butter
things
is not as
analogize
harmful as a
perfectly.
cigarette.
Yes, it
A
is.
cigarette
it is
is not.
not.
Yes,
food.
it is.
It's not food. You keep comparing it to things like food and
Yeah,
healthcare.
vital resources
Yeah, like
compared
the
to
day
luxury.
TJ becomes a fucking vegan, like I'll believe he's actually concerned about that shit.
Like, look, the sports.
I'm just
the
what I'm
sports
saying is
industry,
we all embrace things that are bad for the fucking environment and bad for humanity, and everyone has their vices, and no, we shouldn't discriminate
but-
just because these people want to smoke
Okay.
menthol
should.
cigarettes.
We actually should.
So, like, some people's vices are video games. Would you say, like, that's as bad as, like, heroin?
People have died. People have
can you,
died
like-
from binging video games.
Very
yes, they have.
They
rarely.
have, yeah.
Yeah, it's been rare.
Well,
I'm not saying it's equal.
we have, yeah, but don't
Quit
you-
trying to
You
create
have to
false
gauge,
equivalence.
but it's
No.
not black and white like
You're
that.
the one doing that, you
Yeah,
fucking
you're-
idiot.
you're the one
You're
making
the
the
one
false
doing
equivalence.
it.
I'm not making equivalencies. I'm just making
You're
analogies so we can compare certain
you're all
elements of
over the
different
place.
fucking
You're all
facets of
over the
human
place.
life.
I think you're so all over the place on this debate, dude. Because sometimes you're in favor of this, and sometimes you're in favor of that. Like you're basically just this
It's a
little
little
eel.
thing I call nuance.
Yeah, no, it's not nuance. You're just being a
Nuance.
slippery little fucking eel that's like, oh well, no, oh I should know what this, I should know what
I have
this.
not heard a single cogent argument.
Oh, I don't care what you think is a coach.
well, I
We've
guess
already shredded your fucking terrible
No,
arguments.
you have not.
Oh yes,
The
we
only
have.
argument you guys have made that holds any water whatsoever is the strain on the healthcare system.
That's the
That's a big argument.
Nice arguing tactics where it's like, actually, all the arguments you made, I don't think you made one good point to me, TJ. In my opinion, you haven't made a single good point.
Well, that's fine.
And in
You're entitled to that opinion.
that correct opinion. And let me further say that you're a fucking retard, TJ, to be
That's
slapped
fine.
upside his
Go ahead.
goddamn head.
You can think whatever you want.
Because the only argument I've seen put forth by you is just that who gives a shit what the consequences are? Because,
Yeah, I mean, like, seriously.
I didn't say who gives a shit about the consequences. I say that you guys embrace all sorts of things with consequences that are
if you want to regulate anything, it's just going to eventually end up in a fucking fascist dictatorship where you're in a straitjacket.
We have all these people on Medicaid that are like dying of emphysema and shit.
Sure.
Yeah. All
So
the
like,
COPD.
and that's
all the
not
people-
the same as eating butter. It's just not
It
the
is.
same. I mean,
Heart disease is just as big a killer, and that contributes to fucking heart disease.
But at least you can make an argument, TJ,
Yeah.
with that is that people need to eat.
Sure.
usually you
There's a
have all-
necessity to
You
eat.
don't
Is
need
there
to
a
eat fast. Sorry, you don't need to eat fast food and junk food and shit that's
I
bad
agree.
for you.
I totally agree with
So
you.
there's no necessity there.
I totally
And those
agree
are the
with you.
foods that are
But
causing
the
the
difference
problems.
is that when you try to regulate someone eating something, that's just going to be way harsher than trying to regulate someone doing a luxury activity that's in no way necessary to their life.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. Here in America, at a certain economic strata, eating fucking cheap-ass shitty food is necessary.
No, it's not.
To make the goddamn ends
vegetables
meet.
are cheap as dirt.
Is a kitchen cheap as dirt?
There's things
Is a
called
stove cheap as dirt?
food
'Cause a lot of
deserts,
people
TJ.
live in studio fucking
Yeah.
apartments with no kitchens.
Sure, they can eat raw fucking fruits and vegetables if they want to.
Okay.
But TJ, there's a lot
Thanks.
of areas in the country where
What
people
a benevolent guy you are,
poor
TJ.
people don't have access to. They're called food deserts.
Fine.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're one of the fucking people who lives that lifestyle, then fine. If the only fucking food you could possibly get your hands on is a McDonald's quarter pounder, then whatever.
See, this is the problem with your argument, though, TJ. Is we can make a cogent argument for McDonald's existing. You can't make a cogent argument for menthol fucking cigarettes outside. I want it.
Yeah, that's all the argument I fucking need.
But there's been studies done that show that children are more likely to pick up smoking around fucking menthol cigarettes, which is going to cause more kids to grow up with this horrible addiction that you and I share.
that
You
we
don't care.
that
you
we
don't-
have demonstrated that it is a drain on society.
It's a drain on society. It's a drain on people's fucking public resources.
Plenty of things are
the
drains
healthcare
on
system.
society.
Yeah, but look, you're exactly right. But this is actually something we might have the power to actually make a difference. Where we could actually make things better for the average
It's
person.
not going to make a difference. People are going to find workarounds.
Whatever.
Look,
Find workarounds.
It's libertarian
Because
TJ.
listen, there's been all of these measures taken against cigarette smokers,
They're
and
not
people are
proposing-
still smoking
They're
cigarettes.
not proposing to ban cigarettes, though, TJ. No one's saying you can't. They're just saying take away the flavorings. They get the kid that gets basically children and kids hooked on this shit.
People are still going to do it.
There have been
They're
studies.
still
after
gonna do it.
studies.
Sure, of
Older
course.
people are still going to find menthol cigarettes. Teenagers are not going to source menthols anymore.
Oh, they will.
I mean, some of them probably will, but look, dude, they're not going to be able to go into the shop and get their fucking candy cigarettes anymore.
TJ, look, people in the 1950s,
cigarettes.
in the 1940s, smoked at way higher rates than they do now.
Sure.
Basically, what you're arguing for is that all we've actually done, we would have had none of that progress. We're just like, oh, well, it's really just a personal choice thing. It really just boils down to the good for you.
Yeah, all
And
this
that's
shit-
like ultimately a view that has to be just totally inherently selfish to be like, yeah, well, that's right, because the only thing that matters is me.
all these regulations that you're talking about, the warning labels and the tooth rot and all that shit, they're working on a global scale over time. Less people are smoking. And
That's
the-
true.
and
That's true.
the
For some,
idea,
that's
right?
true for some places. Smoking rates are higher in some places than others.
And look at the education campaigns.
Overall,
yeah.
it's down
Yeah,
globally.
it's down, but in some places,
Yeah,
you're right.
regionally, yeah. Of course, there are
Like
spots
the
where
Middle
it's up.
East, China, there's probably places that smoking has increased.
Globally, it's down.
But look, that's why you have public health campaigns.
Yep.
And that's why
If you
take
want to
measures like
encourage
this.
people to make choices, that's fine. But outright banning a product that people like and enjoy and use, that's crossing a line.
I think it does more harm to society than benefit.
I've heard fucking Paul Zigo agree with me when I say let's legalize all drugs and regulate them.
Maybe not. I've never gone as far as to say all fucking drugs.
them.
Yeah,
yes,
but to
this
say
is regulating this
okay,
drug.
but menthol cigarettes is a type of drug. To
Like-
say no, you can't have this kind of cigarette anymore.
I think cocaine should be legal. I
bullshit.
don't think crack cocaine should be legal.
Well, I
because
think it
there's a
should.
substantive difference between those two things, and one of them is a refined version of another. That's what's going
Sure.
on here. We're saying you can smoke these cigarettes.
Dude, you were
these
Paul. You were on my
cigarettes-
porch saying that you think crocodile should be legal if people really want to do it. If people want to make
Well,
that
I mean,
personal
look,
choice. So now
yeah,
you're
the personal
crocodile's okay for personal choice, but menthol cigarettes isn't.
If
okay
somebody
for
wants to
personal
go
choice.
get crocodile, they have to do it illegally anyway. So it is
Sure.
a personal choice.
But basically,
No, but we were talking about
the people that
legalization
want-
specifically.
But why are they doing crocodile? Because they want other drugs they can't get.
Sure.
I think we were talking about like prison sentence. I don't think anybody should ever go to jail for copying crocodile.
Sure.
Just like I don't think. Well, look, TJ. Let's say you illegally imported menthol cigarettes. I don't think anything should happen to you but a fine. I don't think that it should be that they're arguing they should argue to criminalize smoking menthol cigarettes or doing something like that. But I think that it's just what you're really trying to do with this is to dissuade people from ever getting hooked on this habit, because it really doesn't
It's not a dissuade. It's not dissuasion. It's fucking a ban.
Well, no, it's not, because if they still want to smoke cigarettes, like you said, they can.
Yeah, but what if they want to smoke menthol fucking cigarettes? They don't have that fucking right anymore. They don't have that option anymore.
It's not a right to smoke cigarettes.
Then they can go get some fucking fiberglass.
Well, then they can go get some fucking menthol and put it in their cigarettes.
That's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
That's exactly what will happen.
Then they can do that, because look.
And then you create a fucking this black menthol market. I guarantee there's going to be all sorts of fucking problems with it.
So if they banned menthol cigarettes, you go buy menthol cigarettes from a drug dealer?
Probably.
No,
you wouldn't.
He's so full of shit.
No, you
dude.
wouldn't.
Bullshit. You'd switch over to Marlboros.
If there's a guy,
I agree with you. I don't think
if there's a
cigarettes should be
guy out on the
banned.
street corner saying, "Hey man, I got some menthols imported from this other country over $20," I'd be like, "Fuck yeah," because I can't buy them in the store. And I don't know what standards those cigarettes were made with.
You would cop drugs off of a dude that stopped you on the street?
If I want a menthol cigarette, people buy.
You like going to fucking jail?
People like fucking menthol. People like buying cigarettes. What about that guy that got choked out in New York?
I can't believe he's saying this.
What about that guy who got choked out in New York for selling fucking illegal cigarettes on the street because he knew he could fucking buy them somewhere where they were cheaper and then take them to New York where they're super expensive and charge more than he bought them for, but less than they're selling for in the stores.
It's based on convenience there.
Black market cigarettes are a huge, thriving market. If you suddenly take all the people who smoke menthol cigarettes and take their menthol cigarettes away, you're going to create a black market for menthol cigarettes. That's what's going to happen. I'm sorry, it's just the fucking truth.
Okay, TJ, let me respond to what you've just said.
No, this is over.
No, this is not over.
This has gone on long.
No, it's not over.
We have fucking 4 more to do.
I don't give a shit. I don't get. Then I'm not doing anything else. If you just get to control the debate when this is over,
we've had plenty of time to debate. Go ahead, make your last point, then we're ending it.
My point to you is this: in certain segments of the world, in certain cities like New York City, that exists because of a convenience factor where people are very busy and they have jobs, and people literally sell them cigarettes as a single thing. They import cigarettes from states with lower taxes to do that.
Yeah.
So, the reason is, because they have to pay more tax in New York City than they would have to pay elsewhere. But that exists in very few places besides just doing that for just a profit motive. Mm-hmm. But cigarettes are not banned. They're just doing it to get around. It's basically a tax loophole.
I understand they're not banned. I'm just saying that when you take away someone...
So you're basically anti-regulation of cigarettes is what you're saying.
I'm not anti any regulation, but I'm anti-outright banning a fucking flavor of cigarettes.
You must be, because if you ultimately personal choice is the main motive, you're saying people have to have a right to make whatever decisions they want, then how could you be for any regulations here? Because I can always make the same argument.
Because look,
menthol cigarette black market. I'm still laughing about that shit.
Market, Ben.
Okay, so wait a minute.
It's the most ridiculous fucking thing I've ever heard.
I'm sorry, but menthol cigarette smokers out there watching this, would you not buy illegal menthols?
Appeal to popularity.
TJ.
Oh, appeal to the fucking demographic we're specifically talking about. Me, right?
TJ,
this is over. Subscribe to this channel. Watch more Hypothesis. You didn't get victory.
Victory.
The people can decide who they side with or what they care about. No, they can't. Ben gets to decide, everyone. You don't get to decide. Ben gets to decide. Subscribe to the Drunken Peasants podcast. Watch this shit.
2, 3.
Kicked
Ding,
out.
ding, ding.
Seen kicked out at 2. Nope. My leg was on the rope.
Nope.
Smoke weed every day.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Hypothesis with the Drunken Peasants.
I'm really high for this hypothesis.
Yeah, I saw
TJ.
you do that.
Did me too.
What did you do?
Gravity.
I did a gravity bong.
You did a
Fuck,
gravity
dude.
bong, huh?
I did a bong. I did one whole weed
Yeah,
through a
said
bong.
Take the fucking
He
hit from the
injected
bong.
7 weeds. 7 weeds.
7 weeds.
How many weeds have you injected today, Scotty?
7,000.
7,000.
Christ, what a junkie you are.
That's 1,000 times more than Paul's 7.
It's all the stupid
I think
cane.
Paul lied about his number, dude. I think Paul's lying.
Yeah, stupid
What do you
cane
think the
does
real
raise
number
your
is?
pot tolerance.
I'd say Paul's probably about over 9,000.
Over 9,000.
Calling
Shit.
him out on the carpet. He's
Wow.
right.
Paul is a weed-addicted, junky piece of fucking shit,
dude.
huh? Crazy. Crazy.
So what kind of story are we going to run through our drug-addled brains today, gentlemen?
Well, we got some. I guess we'll open with this. 4chan sleuths use flight patterns to track down and capture Shia LaBeouf's anti-Trump flag. You want to give a little back story on this one, Paul?
Yeah, so Shia LaBeouf runs this little, protest organization called He Will Not Divide Us. And he recently got arrested for screaming in some dude's ear. He planted this flag, and he was like, I'm going to plant this flag, and this flag will fly forever. Nobody will know where this flag is. And then he, like, the day that he did that, he also posted an update from a Tennessee diner, I guess, according to TJ. TJ told me that. And so they were able to triangulate him to Tennessee. And then, well, you can see what they did. They took down the flag and
replaced it with a Trump hat.
With a MAGA hat, dude.
Oh, yeah. An anti-President Donald Trump flag live streamed from a secret outdoor location has been stolen by online sleuths who painstakingly monitored flight and weather patterns to track down the symbol of the He Will Not Divide Us movement. Is this really a movement beyond Shia LaBeouf?
No.
Like, I think you need more than one person for it to be a movement.
Where's the movement?
Even with all these big anti-Trump protest groups springing up, not too many people are like, I'm throwing my hat in with Shia LaBitch.
Or Rosie O'Donnell.
Yeah. I mean, he basically dared people to go and steal this fucking flag.
Yeah, he lost. He just lost capture the flag, dude. People are triangulating flight positions and shit to find your ass.
Yeah, you should have pointed it at the ground. You should have put it up in a tree and pointed it at the flag, like, so they couldn't see the sky.
Why don't you just put it in a private residence where no one can get to?
I think it actually was.
It was on private property, but it was out in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Yeah, sure. But I mean, yeah, it was out in the middle of the woods in Tennessee. So who gives a shit? Like, if you want to do a stream and you don't want anyone to come fuck it up, just hang that shit up in your house where no one can possibly fucking go unless they break in, and then they're.
I think he was trying to, he's trying to make a point, right? He's flying it somewhere, and it's always going to be up there, so it's always going to be true, man. You never stop the movement.
They were outside the El Rey Theater, which is in downtown Albuquerque, and it was abandoned after shots were fired in the area.
Yeah, he's tried to do these streams a few times, and every time he does it, something happens where it gets shut down. He was arrested one time. Another time, he was pretty much just like chased off.
I'm not surprised that in Albuquerque shots were fired.
Yeah,
no.
And now this flag he put it somewhere in Tennessee or whatever, and they just found it and took it down.
Yoink!
And yanked up a Trump hat. There's the flag.
Yeah, I mean, this is how he was, this is him daring people to fucking come steal it.
Before this, he was always known for, like, drunken bar fights.
He still kind of is, but now he's also an activist who drunkenly fights people that show up to talk to him.
And screams, "He will not divide us," in people's ears.
I always wonder, like, how did that fight happen with the fat guy that, like, had him on the ground and was, like, pounding him?
Oh, the thing I love most about that was that it was around that time that Shia LaBeouf was going around talking about how he kicked Tom Hardy's ass in a fight.
That was great.
And I'm like, okay.
Just look at those two guys.
You just look at Tom Hardy and Shia LaBeouf side by side, and that alone is like, nah, I don't think so.
But then he's getting beat up by a fat
Tom
guy.
Hardy
But then he's
is
getting beat
jacked.
up by some fat fucking, like,
Shirtless.
like some dude who looks like Near Paul could take him was beating this shit out of Shia LaBeouf.
Didn't he fuck up his hand? Isn't his hand, like, deformed or something?
From punching some dude. I think he does have, like, one of those, like, knuckles that's, like, depressed or something, like, because he broke his hand in
Punching
a fight.
somebody?
Yeah.
I really like how he, this guy dared the autist of the world. The 4chan.
Oh, my God.
And it was just like, find it, bitches. It's like, oh, dude, these motherfuckers are gonna find it.
Yeah,
Dude.
look at this.
They're fucking using GPS
Look at it.
trilateration.
Look at this fucking Pepe meme here. Dude.
Don't you mean pee-pee?
Pee-pee.
Pee-pee
Look at this
meme.
pee-pee meme.
Dude, they got
Pee-pee.
it, dude. Pee-pee got it, dude. He got the fucking
He
flag.
got it, dude. He did.
Fuck you, Shia.
Yeah, I guess yeah.
Is there video of it?
Yeah, there's video of it being
dude.
captured
Dude, let's
right
play
here.
this.
Yeah, we should
take a look at the
take a quick look at that.
I mean,
Oh, this is great.
So there's
dude.
the flag.
There's the flag.
Out in the middle of nowhere.
It's on its stream. It's flying and shit.
You will not divide us.
Eventually, someone's gonna start fucking.
Looks like somebody's climbing the pole. Yep, down it
they
goes.
Lowered it.
Down it goes,
And
dude.
they're gonna
Dude, and then up goes the MAGA hat, dude.
Oh, this is gonna be a great moment. Let's hands on your heart.
Hands on your hearts, everybody, for the MAGA hat.
God bless you, President Trump.
Salute this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a salute.
I mean, okay. Yeah. There we go.
God bless America.
Where's
I'm
it
going to
at?
remind, like, when
Let's let the hat come up.
I'm going to remind you, though, TJ, when Trump fucks with your legal weed, that you're here saluting him.
Yeah.
We're saluting the Trump.
I'm saluting these trolls.
We're saluting
That's cool.
We're saluting 4chan.
I'm saluting these trolls that fucking just totally fucking pwned the shit.
That's
Come
fine.
on.
Out of
That's
Shia
Raise the
hilarious.
fucking hat. Raise the hat. I can't salute all
You know, I
fucking
might not
day.
agree with them on Trump, but I agree with them that Shia
It's taken them
LaBeouf is horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Well,
taking
they're
them a
sitting
long
there
time.
fiddle fucking with the flag down there.
Yeah.
Give them a second.
Oh, there it goes.
Hold
There
on.
it goes.
All right.
We're seeing some activity.
Here we go.
They're raising it up.
Yep.
Here we go.
Looks like they are securing something to the flag.
God bless.
I feel like
There
they
it is.
God bless his hat.
I feel like they should have done this during the day where you could see it better, though.
Yep.
Well,
I mean, well, they had to go in. I
they
mean,
basically trespassed to do
I'm
this.
sure this went up during the day. You know what I mean? People saw the MAGA hat during the day.
Oh, sure. I wonder if Shia LaBeouf has released any sort of statement.
There was a
on this.
light.
Oh, yeah. Now they're shining the light on it. I
Oh,
guess.
well, that's smart.
The autists have won, dude. There you go.
Don't fuck with the Spurgees,
You know what,
dude.
You never dare 4chan or anybody affiliated with them on the internet to
don't-
do any
don't do
fucking
it.
thing. Because they will. They'll do it.
Because there's some people that will just like
These people, they not only did they look at flight patterns, they looked at star patterns in
Yep.
the sky. Like, and you just saw a night shot of that flag. You couldn't even barely see any fucking stars in the sky.
There are people out there that have nothing but time and really, really strange knowledge, and they're just willing to do shit like this.
oh, dude, they've tracked.
It's a
people,
treasure hunt.
Dude, they've tracked people down that like did like there's different times like there's animal abusers that have been tracked down through 4chan where it's like someone like threw puppies in a fucking river and shit and just basically killed them and like they were tracked down by the internet just based on like
Oh, yeah.
just that video and not even know anything about these people.
I've
just
heard,
like oh they're from this country and they're this and they eventually find out who it is.
Yep.
I've actually heard reports of like 4chan I don't know if this is true, if this is just, you know,
Internet
rumor
gossip.
innuendo gossip that goes around. But I've heard that at some like 4chan and other people on message boards have looked at like ISIS videos and shit and figured out like exact locations just based on the clues they saw in the videos.
I believe it.
I
And
mean,
like actually given intelligence to the U.S. military and
That's
other militaries
crazy.
that have led to strikes.
that's pretty crazy. If that's true, that's pretty nuts. But I can't imagine that the U.S. intelligence agencies wouldn't be looking at that same footage in the same way, right?
Yeah, but I mean, like, when
but
you have so
know-
many more heads,
Yeah.
you know, in so many different areas of expertise that are looking at it, and they can be an intelligence gathering force too. Because I mean, like, I don't know that the CIA or the NSA or the FBI could have found this flag much faster than 4chan did.
No. I mean, how fast was it? Does it say? Was it within 24 hours of going
it was
up?
pretty damn fast.
I mean, that's pretty insane.
Didn't
1 or
take
2
them long.
days?
Yeah, a couple days, few days,
I mean,
maybe a day or two.
you're probably right.
Now they probably would have known a little better because I mean they can just go look and see like
Yeah.
where has Shia LaBeouf been?
Yeah,
He's tracking his phone
Shia
and
LaBeouf.
stuff.
I think it's time to give up your live stream shit. You're not really doing too good at it.
Yeah, Mike, you failed 3 times now. I would say 3 strikes, you're out. Like, just give up this "he will not divide us" thing.
Dude, we should do this. We should do this with our fans, dude. We should fly somewhere secretly and put up a fucking Dinor flag. And the first person to fucking find it, dude, gets the green ticket.
Well, we already said we were doing the green ticket through like random.
Right. Well, I know,
selection
but
process.
we can give them, the first one to find it, dude. The pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. If you can get the Dinor flag, dude.
capture the flag.
They'll never find it, dude.
They would never find
They
it.
would never
We would
find
not be
it.
stupid like Shia LaBeouf.
We just put it out in the.
We just put it in TJ's backyard and pretend it was somewhere in the wilderness.
Yeah, it's out. It's out in the woods. It's out in the woods somewhere.
way out deep in the woods somewhere in America.
You'll never find it.
It's in TJ's fucking yard.
I just put it
Scammers.
up against like a fake backdrop of like a sky or some shit.
That'd be great.
People, it's not even outside. It's in like a studio somewhere.
Yeah, dude. make the sky like 2,000 years in the past too to freak people out. They'll be like, "There's no way that this fucking constellation should be here. What the fuck?"
Make them think it's in fucking Australia. Or
They'd probably
something.
still get it. Somebody would probably just come in your backyard and take it, dude.
Oh, it wouldn't be in the backyard. It'd be like indoors in the studio
I
somewhere.
like how this video has basically been a total tangent because like Shia LaBeouf is so boring and uninteresting.
Yeah.
And of
I
course,
mean, he's
like,
not really that uninteresting because he'll go like, not many people will go yell in your face and get in fucking brawls with fat people in the middle of the street and hang up stupid
he's
fucking
off, dude.
flags
Let's be
and
honest.
dare people
he's
to
crazy.
steal them.
He is crazy.
He's crazy.
No, he's batshit insane.
He slammed out an elevator somewhere. You remember that? Like he was like, I'll be in this elevator, riding the elevator for the next 72 hours. And like people were lined up at this like apartment building to ride the elevator with Shia LaBeouf.
Yeah, he's a weird fuck.
He's a weirdo.
He did that thing where he live streamed himself watching a bunch of his own movies too. He's like, I will sit down in the theater and I will watch every movie I've ever done, and I will live stream my face as I watch them.
Whoa.
And it's like, why would anyone in their right mind want to see that?
Some people do though.
Well, he may be an accomplished actor, but a flag hider he is not.
He's an eccentric fellow. We'll just leave it at that.
Sure.
That has been another episode of HighPOThesis. Please subscribe to our channel. Subscribe to our channel. And remember to check out the Drunken Peasants podcast Monday and Friday, as well as check out episodes of HighPOThesis every day of the week that falls in between those two. Yeah. Just not on weekends.
And make us some intros.
Oh, yeah, and intros, yeah. You guys notice we reused an intro from last week this time. That's because we didn't get enough new ones.
Not enough intros.
We need more intros.
Need more intros.
This could be your big shot.
Yeah.
This could be your big
You can
break
put your-
in pictures.
You can fit your channel name into the intro at some point.
Yeah, if you want to
know?
like put it your little
Made
name,
by.
this intro made by this. If you put it like real subtle at the bottom and shit,
Real small.
you know,
Real inscrutably tiny.
it doesn't have to be that small. But
No, I want it tiny.
shut up, Paul.
Microscopic.
Shut up, Paul. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to HighPOThesis with the Drunken Peasants, and we are reusing some intros we used last week, even though we're planning on using a new intro every episode. We didn't get quite enough new intros this week to just do new ones. Hopefully, in the weeks to come, we'll be getting enough that we can just always have a new intro for this show every time we do it. But if you want to send us an intro, please, feel free to send it. If you want to give yourself credit, you could put a little thing at the bottom letting us know who created it and whatever.
Joe Schmo.
Show people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
And also, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and share this content with your friends. If you like what we do with this story or any of the other stories we cover in HighPOThesis, send it out to people.
Yeah, let
DP your
people know.
friends with it. Because, this is like the whole idea behind these is there's small doses of the Drunken Peasants podcast that you can use as like a thing to like get people introduced to the show and see what it's all about and stuff without having to sit through a 3-hour
Max just
episode.
recorded our saltiest HighPOThesis
Yeah,
yet.
that one got pretty salty, the last one we did. Let's see where
Wow.
this one goes.
Let's see if this one is as contentious.
It even
doubt
kept going for a
I don't
little
know.
while after
Is
we
it about
stopped
cigarettes?
recording.
Is it about cigarettes?
Yeah, TJ loves.
We can't
cigarettes.
agree on the cigarette issue, I guess.
No, we do not.
Wife?
I don't think this is going to be as contentious.
Wife?
Oh.
Get out of here, iPhone. We don't want you.
Windows 10 is here
Boo.
for your phone.
Get off of my phone. Get off of my screen. What are
Windows
you
10
doing?
sucks.
Windows
Wife?
10 phone.
Wife rips off her Romanian husband's testicles with her bare hands after he
Whoa.
refused to help with the housework on International Women's Day.
Should have done the dishes, dude.
Look at this woman. A Romanian woman tore off her husband's left testicle after he failed to give her flowers on International Women's Day and then refused to help with the housework. Lionel Pope.
Wait a minute.
No, that's
Oh,
not. That's an I.
Ione.
I'm sure you're not saying it right, but that's cool. Just keep going. I don't know how to say
Ionel
it.
Popa, 39,
Popa.
from Vasuli County in the northeast of the country, was rushed to the hospital with his scrotum torn open after his wife, Marinella Benea, 40, launched a vicious attack.
So hold on.
Maybe that is an L. I don't know.
They said he didn't give her flowers on International. Like,
And
International Women's Day is not fucking Valentine's Day.
Well, he refused to give her flowers,
And he refused to do
and he
housework.
refused to help with any of the fucking work.
I don't
around
think
the house.
Valentine's Day is even celebrated in
And
Romania.
had enough of his fucking laziness and snatched one of his nuts right out of the sack.
Oh,
Fuck, dude.
Like, think about that. She grabbed his left nut and pulled so fucking hard that it ripped out of his scrotum.
Yeah, that's no good.
Let's keep reading, Nukes.
The mother of one grabbed hold of her husband's testicle and pulled violently during the argument.
Fuck, dude.
Mr. Popa's left testicle was left hanging out of his scrotum after the skin was ripped apart.
Jesus
Fuck.
fucking. How hard do you have to yank somebody's nut to pull it out of the sack?
Does anyone's balls
fucking
hurt
hard.
just like reading this?
I can't even imagine the excruciating agony of having a nut snatched right out of your sack.
Fuck,
Just
dude.
ripped
Fuck.
right out of your fucking
Somebody
ball sack.
imagine somebody just grabbing your nut and yanking as hard as they fucking.
Oh, no,
This
dude.
woman should be in jail for. No, never mind. I don't like jail.
She should have her ovary ripped
no,
out.
her
or
labes,
something.
dude.
Her legs?
Her labes.
Oh, her
dude,
labia.
her husband should grab her labia and just yank as fucking hard as he can. Just pull her pussy flaps off, dude.
So yeah, he was forced to undergo emergency surgery to repair the damage and remains in stable condition. Following the incident, Miss Benea said she did not know her own strength, adding that her husband
Wow.
deserved what happened to him.
no.
No,
He didn't. No one deserves to have their balls ripped off unless they're like raping people or something. Even then, it's kind of like,
Yeah.
maybe in the moment. But like, my husband didn't do housework, so I ripped one of his balls off. He deserved
Yeah,
it.
that's crazy.
This guy should sue this bitch.
If anything,
he should fucking.
I mean, like,
she should not be allowed to raise the child that
if you
she
hate
fucking
him,
birthed.
if you hate him that much that you're gonna rip his testicles off, you should probably just leave and like find another dude that'll like do what you want.
Some guy who already
you
has his
know?
testicles ripped off.
Yeah.
Maybe Steve
Yeah.
Shives has found his new girlfriend here.
She says in the morning she opened the curtains and told him to go out and do some work, or at least to help with the household chores, but he shouted that I'm not entitled to give him orders, which is kind of true. I guess she's not really allowed to give him orders. I told him he was not any kind of man, and I grabbed his testicles. It was not my fault that he pulled away, and that's when it happened. So she's claiming that he ran away so hard when she grabbed his nuts
ran
that he
away
ripped
too
his own
hard.
nut off. No.
Whatever.
He didn't. When you have a guy by the nuts
Wait,
angrily...
hold on. Listen to those last two lines of this before you do this. I thought maybe some ice would solve the problem, but he insisted on calling an ambulance. He was pretty annoyed.
He was pretty annoyed.
Paul,
He
you
was
were
pretty
walking at
annoyed.
me. Paul, you were walking at me too fast when I stuck out my hand and hit you in the face.
Yeah, dude.
you know,
He was
like
pretty annoyed.
Yeah, dude. I was
it's your fault for walking too
Yeah, I
fast.
put my foot in the air.
don't move.
Yeah.
I put my foot in the air, and you walked your stomach right into my fucking foot, dude.
It was his fault because he pulled away.
She thought putting some ice on a nut hanging out of the sack would help it,
Yeah, his scrotum is ripped open,
and his ball
and
is
his
hanging
ball
outside.
is hanging out, and she's like, "Put some
Ice.
ice on it."
Ice it, you pussy.
Man.
Put a little ice on it.
And
You'll
she,
be fine.
the way she frames it, like he insisted on calling an ambulance, like he's ridiculous.
Kind of call an ambulance.
And then saying he was pretty annoyed. Yeah, he was annoyed, I guess.
That'd be like she was working and she like snapped her finger back and he was just like, "Put some ice on it, you'll be fine."
Wow. So like,
The couple has been together for 15 years and have a 15-year-old son.
is this just like is this common for Romania? I mean, like,
Don't
I don't
fuck
think
with
this is
Romanian
common
women.
anywhere.
Don't fuck with
I don't
Romanian
think,
women.
I don't think dudes get their nuts snatched out of
Yeah,
their sack
not
as
normally.
a common practice anywhere in the world.
Someone said this story is not true because they're like, he was pretty annoyed. He would be screaming and would have fainted. This story is obviously false.
Well, maybe it is.
no,
I don't think it
That's
is.
a quote from her, isn't it?
No, yeah, that was her interpretation of the situation. He was
Huh.
annoyed.
She's insane.
Look at
She's
this
crazy.
bitch.
Click on the picture so people can get a good look at this. Is the
Let's
woman
take a
that,
good, solid look at this woman.
I guess there's another one.
Do
Yep.
not date this woman.
Whoa, yeah.
She will rip your balls right out of the sack.
Wow. Ow. Ow.
Ugh.
She will grab
She
your
must,
balls.
She must lift or something.
She
She's
didn't.
Got some.
She didn't rip them out, dude. She just grabbed them, and then he stupidly pulled away.
Yeah, because you know that if somebody angrily grabbed your balls, the first thing you're going to do is just run.
I'm just gonna yank away as
You
hard as I
freeze.
can.
You go, whoa, shit. Or punch, maybe. But you're not going to fucking bolt.
Maybe this guy was like, if I punch her, it's just gonna be worse. This bitch.
Well, he was wrong.
This bitch is hardcore. Maybe she'd have ripped both of them clean off if he'd done that. You know.
Jesus.
This was a warning, you know. This guy ain't turning down housework again after this fucking discipline.
If this guy's smart, he won't be anywhere near this bitch again.
Oh, he's going back.
You think you'd take her back?
Yeah, because you know why? She's got him by the balls, dude.
Dad jokes here on Hypothesis.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, not really much to say. I don't really think there's any much of room for contention here. Does anyone want to take up for the woman and say she was right to rip the dude's balls off?
She did say when he gets drunk, he changes. That is a quote right there. So maybe he was an abusive drunk and she lashed out at him. I don't know.
So that's
maybe.
We'll go with maybe he's just as bad as her, but we just haven't heard the story of like what a douche he is.
I mean, it's really hard to
more than one side.
It's really hard to hypothetically, advocate for somebody who pulled somebody's ball out of their sack.
And seems pretty unapologetic about it too.
Yeah,
and it actually just seems like she just doesn't even think it's a big deal, even as we have paramedics stating, that there was severe damage going on, and this dude's like still laid up in the hospital with his fucking nut hanging out of his sack, or maybe they've sewed it back in by now.
I'm sure they've poked it back in there.
Little cuckoo.
At least he, this guy got to see what his testicle looks like outside of the casing.
Wonderful. God, what an unrepentant ballbuster.
Ever been curious about that?
No.
Just like wonder what my testicles look like. Now, this guy knows.
Nope,
you can see. You can go look at a picture of a human testicle.
But you don't know what
yours
specifically look like.
They look pretty close to that, I'm sure.
This guy,
close enough.
He found out the hard way.
I never want to know
what they look like.
I never want to know what my testicle looks like.
All right. Well, thanks everybody for watching this. Please subscribe to our channel and feel free to send us Hypothesis intros and let us know what you think of this story down below.
Thumbs it up, share it with your friends.
Thumbs up, share with your friends. Peace out.
I'm smoking!
Welcome once again to Hypothesis.
Wow.
With the drunken motherfucking peasants.
Jesus Christ, TJ, you are on fire.
God damn you, Paul.
That intro hyped TJ up. If you want to see your intro in front of an episode of Hypothesis, send it in. We'll play it.
Send it in. We'll play with it.
That sounds so pervy.
Whoa, TJ.
It is.
Calm yourself.
I was imagining the intros as clits.
Well, here's something else that's pervy for you to play with, TJ.
Woman with rare condition always smells like fish.
Is it a vaginal?
Smells like a fish.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
We can read about it.
She looks like someone who would smell like fish.
A woman has spoken about the struggles of living with a condition that causes her to constantly smell like fish.
Sorry.
It's not just fish,
What's
though.
funny about that, TJ?
You know
what is funny?
You know what's funny?
I just thought about the joke about the blind lesbian in the fish market.
Could you imagine, like, back in the day when Paul was single, if he got hooked up on, like, a blind date with a woman who had this condition? Because Paul's so grossed out by the smell of fish.
Oh, I wouldn't be. I wouldn't even make it through the date.
What if she was, like, the most attractive woman
If she
ever?
reeked of fish, it wouldn't matter, dude. That smell is the worst. And look, dude, it says this disease leaves sufferers unable to break down a certain compound in food, meaning they can smell like a range of odors, including fish, onion, and feces.
Feces?
Why is it all bad? Like,
They can literally reek of feces.
Before she was diagnosed 2 years ago, the 36-year-old would shower up to 4 times a day and used whole cans of deodorant to mask the smell, none of which worked.
Oh,
Jesus. So she's just like a pungent bitch.
As a consequence, she suffers from severe anxiety and works night shift as a radiographer to limit the amount of people she is exposed to.
I would suffer from severe anxiety, too, if I smelled like shit, onions, and fish all the time.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, this is
what do you mean you would, TJ?
I don't have severe anxiety. I got some
No,
anxiety.
I wasn't even talking about
like shit, onions, and fish.
I was talking about your smell.
Whatever.
God, you're an idiot, TJ.
Whatever.
Scotty, why don't you use TJ's microphone some more?
What?
The one time.
Oh, yeah.
God, dude, she did his breath, dude. Does you brush your teeth, TJ?
I
He
brushed
uses
them
your
this morning.
toothbrush when he
Well,
does
that's
it.
surprising. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I use Scotty's toothbrush, but I use it for my colon.
Well, at least most of the time, TJ doesn't reek of feces. Like,
I
this poor woman.
I don't feel like I smell like feces, onions, and fish. I might not be the most pleasant smelling motherfucker, but there's no pungent aroma of fish, onions, and feces following me
Wow,
around.
so very few people. It says, as far as I know, the condition affects 300 to 600 people worldwide. It's not very well known.
What a lottery ticket!
As Kelly's body is unable to break down
Congratulations.
the compound.
You. This guy's rich. You get to reek like shit for the rest of your life.
Yeah. So you go ahead, Scotty.
I don't think it's is it Colleen?
Choline? I don't know.
Her last name is.
No, that's the compound.
Oh,
It's
okay.
as Kelly's body is unable to break down the compound called choline. I think it's called choline.
Choline.
It disposes it in her sweat, breath, and urine instead.
Oh wow, dude. That
So, like,
sucks.
So basically, her breath just smells like feces and onions, and probably like why does it? I guess choline must be like the nastiest smelling shit.
Oh my god, this next line, dude. Read that next line.
But as she also has no sense of smell, it's difficult to manage what really affects it.
What the fuck? So she reeks like shit, but can't even tell.
She has no ability to smell it herself, so she doesn't even know how bad she smells. I mean, she knows she smells bad because obviously people have like been forthcoming about it to the point where she's now like a nervous wreck. Anyway, there is no magic pill that you can take to make it better. I personally take a cocktail of medications, she said. One of the things that the doctors, turn around and say to you is, if it smells going in, it's going to smell going out.
Oh,
but she doesn't have a sense of smell, so that's kind of a useless rule of thumb.
This poor woman. I kind of feel bad for her.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
she
why
has a
wouldn't you?
dude.
So things like fish and seafood are major triggers. Kelly doesn't know when she developed the problem, but says she began to know something was wrong in her early school years. There was more than one occasion where I would say, I've had fish paste sandwiches for my lunch when kids would say, you smell like fish. That was difficult to deal with as a teenager.
That's pretty horrible. I mean, she's got a husband. Does he not have a sense of smell too?
Yeah, or is he into it? Is he like, is he turned on by the fish?
Stinky bitch.
I mean, what a trooper.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
Baby, eat that fish paste sandwich.
I wonder if he just wakes up every day and hopes it's not a feces day.
He does comment on it here.
It's like, man, I hope it's an onion day.
All right, so let's see. I was spending a stupid amount of time in the shower just before my diagnosis using red-hot water, scrubbing until my skin was bright red, and it was just too stressful. It was only after her diagnosis that Kelly learned her relentless washing was making her condition worse.
Whoa.
She now uses a pH-neutral body wash for sensitive skin, but despite her condition, Kelly has found love with her husband, Michael, 16 years ago. The 45-year-old said, Kelly's smell has sometimes affected me in a negative manner, but I haven't said anything to Kelly. I've just kept it to myself.
Well, until now.
Until now.
What a fucking quote to give a newspaper.
Until I told the news just now.
I'll be honest with you, man. She smells terrible sometimes, but I can't let it affect me. Let me just tell everyone in the world that's reading this right now, though.
Listen, guys, off the record, this bitch fucking reeks. Please don't tell her. I love her so much, but goddamn, she reeks. And they just put it at the end of the story.
When we were living together at the start, I did notice, but it wasn't straight away when we first started seeing each other. It was never a problem. I don't believe she tried to hide it either. Kelly wasn't that confident when we first met, and I think the best way of me helping her with her condition is just to be supportive about the condition.
What a sweet guy.
If that was me living with the condition, I think I would struggle to do as much as Kelly does.
Sure.
I am sure he won't mind me saying this, but he produces his own smell anyway.
How do you know?
Yeah, I thought you had no sense of smell.
Sense of smell. So
you said you don't have a sense of smell, bitch.
He might smell really good.
Don't change the story.
Like, let's be honest. You're I don't mean to be mean, but you're the one that smells like shit and feces, not him.
And onions.
And onions.
And probably garlic. Since working the night shifts at the Royal Oldham Hospital, Kelly has recently been more open and honest about her condition with her closest work colleagues. She now feels confident enough to raise awareness. I mean, I don't really know if you really need to raise much awareness for something that only affects 600 people worldwide.
Yeah. And people that are around you are aware of it.
Yeah, I mean,
obviously people you work with probably should know. Like, look, I have this condition. I might smell bad.
I know that
Ben's so mean. He's like,
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Paul.
When she walks into a room, everyone's aware of it.
I know I smell like a fucking porta potty, but it's actually a medical condition. Blah, blah, blah.
Maybe you have this, TJ. That would explain
her condition
a lot.
is the hope that she can destigmatize it and people can tell her what
you smell some
is
fucking
working
like
to calm
tuna
the
or
smell.
something here.
Smells like kimchi to
Yeah, it
me.
smells
Kimchi.
gross in here.
Kelly said, from watching documentaries, things started to fall into place, and it sounded like it could be me when someone said it's not just a fish odor. And ultimately, I ended up being tested and came back positive. So I guess she saw a documentary about this shit.
About people that reek.
Yeah. And she's like, I got that. And then she went and got a test, and she is.
I've been reading the stories on the side, too. Look at this one. Nurse fired after girl died, screaming in pain when feeding tube was rammed in.
These are terrible stories.
What
I've seen
the
all the ones
fuck?
on the side.
These are horrible.
But yeah, TJ carried a bag full of dirty laundry around Europe for a whole month.
Yeah.
And only showered like once every 3 to 4 days, and the clothes he wore came from that bag of dirty laundry.
He washed his clothes like one time.
He did, like 2 days before we left. So he had clean clothes for like the first
Dude, that's
week.
disgusting, dude.
He was
So
walking around every day.
for 3 weeks, you're walking around like dirty underwear, dirty socks, dirty shirts, like
There was practically no access to laundry there.
What?
Well, hold on.
There
Let's
wasn't.
figure this out, guys. Hey, Ben, did you do laundry
Yeah.
while you were in
Yes.
Europe? How many times? Approximately.
3 times,
Three
probably.
to four
yeah.
times. You do, Scotty?
3 times.
Where'd you get access to the laundry?
Oh man, it was so difficult. I found this. There's a strange new thing they have in Europe. Did you call it laundromat?
I don't like laundromats.
I don't like laundromat.
You know what? If we had fucking,
Hey,
if we had
you don't like them?
shut up,
Bourgeois
shut up.
motherfucker.
If we had scheduled the trip in such a way where we went to hotels and stuff where they had laundry rather than staying in
bourgeois
goddamn hostels and
So
shit.
prepare to be pwned, TJ, because guess
Yeah.
what? Most laundromats in Europe, guess what? You can
What?
find one that's full service where you
Just
go.
do your own fucking
Yeah.
laundry,
Here's my
you lazy
laundry.
shit.
When can I pick it up? And they tell you it's going to be €15. Come back and tomorrow, or come back in an hour, or come
Yeah,
back in
sure.
2 hours. So you don't have to hang on the laundromat. You could have got it done still, TJ. So what's your excuse now?
I didn't even know that.
You didn't know.
Yeah.
Walked around smelling like feces
Ignorance-
and fish.
ignorance
I didn't
is
smell
no
like feces or
excuse.
fish. I
Ignorance is no excuse.
No.
Hey, Ben, how did you manage to
smelled,
do your laundry?
I smelled like my unique body musk.
How'd you manage to do it, Ben? Was it
which
Like a-
doesn't, which,
like a-
which
like a
doesn't
fucking-
smell as bad as feces,
Like a
but
fucking
probably smells
grown
worse
adult.
than fish.
Like a fucking grown
You
adult.
walked into a
I
laundromat.
walked to a laundromat
Yeah, okay.
and
Walked
did my
in.
laundry.
Oh, well, congratulations. What a fucking achievement.
No one's saying it's an achievement. We're saying it's like a basic
You know
normal
what?
thing.
I don't give a shit about smelling bad. I don't give a shit if my
everyone
odor
else
offends
around,
other people.
Everyone else around you
I don't
does.
care. Don't give
really?
a shit.
Really?
Don't give a shit, bitch.
Okay.
But don't call it
I want
musk,
you to tell.
though,
I want
TJ.
you
It's
to,
a musk, bitch.
I want
It's
you.
not
To, I
musk.
want you
It
to
is.
tell Chelsea to her
It's
face
musk.
when we're in Europe, TJ. When you don't want, like, look, bitch.
Hey, Chelsea
this
likes
is how
my
it
body
is.
odors, dude. She'll
Oh,
put her
she does?
fucking face right up in my
TJ
armpit
also
and
said he
smell
didn't-
that stinky shit.
TJ also
Oh, so
said
she
he
wanted
didn't.
to be around you when
it's
you
got
haven't showered in 3
pheromones.
days.
I just want to point out.
Pheromones,
I just want
dude.
to point
I call
out.
bullshit.
I just want to point out.
We were in France. I was doing as the French do. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, whatever.
TJ also
I call bullshit.
TJ also claimed that he didn't care that the stripper said that his beer was scraggly.
And it's shaved it the next
He shaved
day.
it the next day.
Next day.
I did not shave it the next day. It was 2 days later.
It's not TJ don't care. Okay.
Well, you know, I was looking at it in the mirror and I was like, hey, she's right. This is a bit scraggly, you know?
Pwned by the stripper, dude.
I don't say
Pwned
that's
by her.
pwned. She just pointed it out, and I noticed, hey,
Pwned,
she was
dude.
right, you know?
You look, TJ, you made your little thing where you're dismissive. Like,
And now
no,
now I fucking...
you may go.
I have...
And she's like,
I
you're
keep my
scraggly
beard.
What are you, an ox? You have musk now? Like, what is
Dude,
it?
I have...
TJ's anal gland
Listen,
opens up.
My pheromones will do battle against your pheromones any day of the week and just massacre them.
Dude,
Shit.
I don't know,
Pheromones?
dude. I don't know.
Pheromones.
I don't know. Between TJ and Paul, like TJ and Paul sweat for like a day, and we'll see who smells worse.
You know
I
what?
don't know.
I'll challenge Paul to a stink off. I don't give a
Damn,
shit.
dude.
What are the rules?
We just gotta
Don't shower for a day?
get as sweaty as possible and just be nasty
Ugh.
and don't shower. And then at the end of the day,
Who's
Paul
judging?
and Scotty.
Paul,
Oh, not
what?
Paul and Scotty, Ben and Scotty.
Do they want to sniff our BO?
Well, it doesn't. I mean, they probably don't, but we could have a stink off, dude. We should see
All
which
right,
are the fat, disgusting,
But
stinkier.
one of you has to. There has to be a penalty for who loses, though.
All right. Well, we can arrange it.
We'll
some other
arrange
time.
it.
But
All right.
Stay tuned for that,
stay
I guess.
tuned. Maybe that'll
stink off.
Sorry to
happen.
this
The
lady.
stink off.
Sorry you smell like fish.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry.
that-
Sorry,
that
you smell
sucks.
even worse than me somehow.
Hey guys, it's Hot Diaz. Welcome to the Drunken Peasant Show.
TJ, you're so wrong.
It's actually HighPOThesis.
Yeah.
Welcome everybody to HighPOThesis with the Drunken Peasants podcast. That amazing intro.
What was that?
That's just proof of the type of intros
10 out
we'll
of
play.
10.
Yeah, so
pretty
like
awesome.
that's like as little amount of effort as you could put into these
10
intros and still have us play
out
them.
of 10.
Until we start getting like nothing but really awesome
Yeah,
ones.
like we'll obviously give awesome ones precedence, but if you send bad ones, we'll
Hey,
consider using
we'll
them.
put them in the rotation.
There was only one that was so bad that we're like, nah. But
It was just like, wasn't it that one where it was just somebody put cannabis on the screen? It was just like cannabis, and it was just a pot leaf rotating.
Yeah,
that was one.
Had nothing to do with
We
it.
did reject that too. So I guess there's been 2 we've rejected outright.
Well, come on, we had to reject that one.
Yeah, I mean, like some of them suck too bad, but as long as it's even remotely charming or interesting or looks like an intro, we'll probably use it.
Cool.
So if you want to send them in, and you can put your little credit at the bottom if you want.
These have been some contentious hypotheses.
There was only
today.
one that was contentious.
No, that last one got me pretty fired. I mean, it wasn't
Well, it
contentious.
wasn't contentious among us. Well, this is the one we did.
Yeah, it got me fired
that's
up.
over. Let's go on.
What
up.
is this?
Scroll on up. This is claims of sex orgies, prostitution, and porn videos shake Catholic Church in
Come
Italy.
on.
Yeah, I pulled this one.
Shit.
Not at all a shock.
Pretty crazy allegations, though.
I doubt they're much of.
I mean, it's not.
I wouldn't say allegations,
It's not.
dude.
Well, yeah, you're probably right.
I mean, like, look, the Catholic Church is. Any powerful organization is going to do shit like this. Like, the power just corrupts you.
Yeah.
These guys know they can. They want little boys, or they want women, or they want whoever. They're
They have
they're
their
gonna get away
own.
with it.
I mean, they have their own sovereign nation too.
Yeah.
Lurid.
It's like
lurid accusations of priests involved in sex orgies, porn videos, and prostitution have emerged from several parishes in Italy recently, sending shockwaves all the way to the Vatican and challenging the high standards that Pope Francis has demanded of clergy.
well, being that the Vatican is surrounded by Italy, it's not. They make it sound like it's so far.
It's right in
all
the
the
heart
way
of
to the
Italy.
Vatican. Yeah,
All
well,
the
it's
way there.
it's in
right
Rome.
in Rome. Yeah, right in the heart of Rome.
Yeah.
In the southern city of Naples, for example, a priest was recently suspended from the parish of Santa Maria degli Angeli over claims he'd held
dude.
gay orgies and used internet sites to recruit potential partners whom he paid for sex. The allegations concerning the Rev Mario D'Orlando were brought to the attention of the diocese when an anonymous letter was sent to a Naples bishop. D'Orlando denied the charges when he was summoned by the city's archbishop, Cardinal Crescencio Seppi, but is now facing a formal inquiry conducted by local church officials. He has been removed from his position while the investigation is underway, a spokesman for the cardinal told Religion News Service.
I mean, is this guy really going to get
Jesus.
punished? Because I mean, just think about this: the Catholic Church has protected pedophiles.
Oh,
Yeah, but they're real touchy about it nowadays.
well, Francis in particular has been more outspoken than any pope about the sex abuse, and he's been very critical of it.
But I mean, like, is this really sex abuse if you get a bunch of dudes to come to an orgy?
No,
and-
well,
Yeah.
I mean, it's an abuse of their certainly an abuse according to the Vatican, according to their standards that they. I mean,
Sure.
they're not supposed to be holding gay sex orgies according to
Obviously
their own
not.
rules, and it's not the only one.
Sure.
In the northern city of Padua, a 48-year-old priest, the Reverend Andrea Contine, is facing defrocking as well as judicial proceedings amid accusations he had up to 30 lovers, some of whom he took to a swingers resort in France. So this really isn't pedophilia so far, but just priests getting their fuck on.
Yeah.
Which is against their religion.
Sure.
Sure. They're not even allowed to fuck. They're supposed to be celibate.
Oh yeah. Well, let's remove
Which is probably why this shit happens.
And this is the dude
they're
here
humans. Of course,
that
they
had
want to
30
fuck.
lovers.
Well, good for him.
One woman who claims to have been Condon's lover for more than 3 years claimed the priest carried sex toys and bondage equipment,
Awesome.
prostituted his lovers on wife swapping
whoa.
websites,
Well, that's kind of weird.
and also invited other priests from the area to sex parties.
Damn.
Yeah, and the Catholic Church is they're fucking
Well,
they're
some
horny
kinky
as fuck
dudes
over
over
there,
there,
Dude, this whole like
Dude, okay.
you can't fuck thing is not
It's
working,
bullshit.
guys.
It doesn't work.
It does. It's not working.
Well-
Look what it's doing to them.
Well, let's be honest too. Okay, most of these guys, I mean, they're either fucking little boys, they're jerking off like crazy, or they're getting laid. That's really it. Or they're just gay and then they're doing that. I mean, those are the really. We're animals.
The pastor of my elementary school was totally gay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like,
Did he abuse anybody?
No, not that I'm aware of, but he definitely went out and like had like affairs with men and stuff. And
was it a more liberal parish or something? Like, how did he get away with that being common knowledge?
Well, I mean, like, eventually he ended up leaving the priesthood eventually, but I mean, they didn't want him to be their priest because they believe in that religion, and that's against their religion. Why would they want their priest to be like?
The reality is that a huge amount of these priests are gay.
It's true. It's true, but like, I don't think. Obviously, if they don't want that person to be their priest because they're against it.
Yeah. Even outside of that, a huge amount of these priests are non-celibate as well.
Oh, of course.
They're fucking.
Of course. Just like this one guy, he's straight.
Yeah, he's a straight dude, but he's fucking all
He's doing some other weird shit.
He's got
too.
some BDSM equipment. He's prostituting people on wife swapping
That's
sites.
the weird one.
I think that like addressing this though does have repercussions towards fixing the pedophilia problem, because I think really part of the problem with child abuse in the Catholic Church is the celibacy clause. What happens, what I kind of posit happens, and I've heard people talk about this, priests that have abused that have given talks about this. They say that it like not being able to have sex, like when they have that attraction, they go into the priesthood hoping that God will cure them of it.
Right.
But all it really does is give them access to children.
Right. Because they're a trusted member of the community at that point.
So really, like, this whole celibacy thing needs to go away. You can't attract people who have deviant sexual desires to the church with this promise of like celibacy and God will burn it away and you can just turn all that energy to serve God. And here they are like throwing gay sex orgies and prostituting out lovers on fucking Facebook and shit.
I think. Oh yeah, there's a little more. Francis has frequently called for more rigorous screening processes for seminaries and has taken direct action when scandals erupt in Italy. A case in point, when reports of Playboy priests surfaced in the Italian diocese of Albenga Imperia in the northern region of Liguria in late 2014, the Pope sent a special envoy to investigate claims that clerics had posted nude photos of themselves on gay websites, sexually harassed the faithful, and stolen church funds. Well, maybe he was just there for the stolen funds, 2 years later, the Pope replaced the leader of the diocese, Bishop Mario Oliveri.
So 2 years later, something happened.
Austin Ivory, commenter and author of The Great Reformer, Francis and the Making of a Radical Pope, said the Pope distinguished between sinfulness and corruption and was intent on rooting out corruption inside the church. The remedy for those who succumb to temptation is forgiveness and a fresh start. Ivory told RNS. Well, that's kind of the fucking mentality that led you guys to moving pedophile priests around. So
Yeah. Dude, the Catholic Church has been fighting corruption since day one, pretty much. So whatever.
Yeah, I mean, like we're getting a hold of it, you guys. Just let these priests fuck, okay?
Fighting.
Let these priests fuck, and everything. I mean, like not everything will be fixed, but a lot of this shit will be fixed.
The Catholic Church has been fucking corrupt since day one, and always will be. It's based around corruption.
It's based on a lie, anyways.
Yeah.
I mean, so what truth is going to come from a totally false premise?
The entire religion is based upon the perversion of old fucking religious documents that are meaningless. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? What do you expect this organization is going to get up to when the entire premise that you're selling people is a bald-faced fucking lie?
Yeah, and most people in Europe, I mean, I'll be honest, I don't think hardly anyone really believes this shit.
Lapsed Catholics.
I don't think that most of these guys doing this shit believe in this shit.
In Rome, though, like Catholicism is everywhere, and
It's
you see
king.
priests and nuns walking everywhere.
Oh, sure, but at the same time, people, like, yeah, I'm sure if you ask people in Rome in a place like that, are you Catholic? I'm sure you kind of like, yeah. But I mean, like, at the same time, these are the people fucking and doing all kinds of other shit that's against their, supposedly against their beliefs. So they're casually.
It's a great hypocrisy.
Have you ever seen the thing though when we were in Rome, how like the traffic stops for nuns? Because there's like places across the street there where there's like not even a crosswalk, and like the traffic doesn't have to stop.
Oh, yeah.
And, like, when a nun comes across the street, all the fucking trucks and shit stop.
Oh, it's like, oh, shit, a nun.
A nun.
Yeah, don't run over the nun.
If it was just a normal pedestrian, we'd just who cares? Turn on the windshield wipers and drive faster. But it's a nun, so everyone
Save the
stop.
nun.
Well,
Save the nuns.
You're in the place that where this religion was founded too. So I mean, there's a lot. And that, especially in Italy, there's a lot stronger tie to Catholicism than anywhere else in the world. I mean, most of the popes have been Italian.
Oh yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, I mean the ones that existed after Italy became a country.
Well, yeah. But I mean that part of the world too.
Sure.
Does anyone else have anything to say about this story? Or are we done with this?
I want one of these bishops to invite me to one of these fucking orgies.
Well,
maybe you could see if that dude will swap you one of his wives.
That's what I'm
or
saying.
whatever,
I want to hook up with that dude, the straight dude. I don't want to go to the gay orgies, but the straight dude orgies, like the dude that had like 30 lovers and he was having other I'll be down. I'll go to that orgy.
Yeah, Paul doesn't want to go to the gay orgies. Okay, Paul.
Hit it and quit it. Hit it and quit it.
I don't know, Paul. You made some
Please
statements.
subscribe to our channel.
I mean, maybe if Jude is there.
Continue to watch our shit. Thanks for watching Hypothesis. Subscribe. Peace out. Subscribe.
Drugs.
The music kind of reminds me of Finn Balor's music.
I look like you and Paul on the couch just getting baked.
I know.
Oh, yeah.
I'm playing with one of those fucking
Push toys.
Yeah,
I'm fucking with the computer.
And you're doing what you always
Did that
do.
fix it?
Anyway, welcome everyone to Hypothesis with the Drunken Peasants. We're here today to take a look at different news shit and tell you about it, filter it through our altered
minds.
perspectives.
An altered perspective.
Today, we have a fun little story about parents of school children.
Sometimes you're in a line, and that line just gets to you.
Yeah.
And that's one of those times.
Mom pulls gun on another mom in school drop-off line.
Damn, dude. She knows how to deal with this shit.
Don't bother playing this video. It actually has
It's
nothing to do with
worthless.
anything.
Yeah.
Deer Park, Texas.
Where?
No way.
Where?
Ooh. Deer
more time?
Park,
Where? In what state?
Texas.
Texas.
That's crazy. Stuff like this
scroll
should never happen in Texas.
Scroll up one little space.
Is this the video though
That might be. Let's see if this is.
We
the
can see if
video.
that one it plays it.
Then we'll just garbage.
I'm Eric, and I want to show
No.
you a smart
Hey,
feature
Eric.
on the ABC.
No one cares about your stupid feature.
Poopy.
Hold on.
Looks like it's just a
Yeah,
lead
Yeah,
in.
this is just an
13
ad.
News app. It's the latest breaking news.
Fuck your
to keep
app,
you
dude.
informed.
No one
Who the
wants
fuck
this.
wants to watch a
Yeah,
minute and 33-second ad just to see
With the free ABC
footage of this
13
fucking
News app.
story?
All right, cool.
Here we go.
That's a story for you. Two moms have a disagreement in the kids' drop-off lane.
That's a
One mom
story.
pulls a gun on another.
Cool.
That's according to the school principal. It happened this morning in the drop-off lane of Deer Park Elementary. In a letter sent out to parents, the principal said the parents started arguing sometime before school. Both of them had children in the car, and other students were around when all this happened. According to the principal, the gun was never fired. Police did respond to the school, but we don't know if anybody was arrested.
Dude, I want
Our Pugilodio
the
went out to the
gun
scene
that
to talk to
fires
parents. Here's
syringes.
what one parent had to say about
The syringe firing gun.
It's like that's what the gun looked like. It looked like it was a combination between what do you inject yourself and then you start shooting?
I think it was
dude.
like a gun and a knife or something.
No,
It was a syringe.
it's a
Was it?
syringe.
It was.
You know,
It was saying
if
like
you're
no
gonna
guns or drugs, but it just ended up looking like a
Well,
syringe
somebody
gun.
in
You know what it
Malvo?
reminds me of? You remember that game Narc back in the day? Narc was a game where you were a cop and you fought junkies and they fired syringes at you from guns.
Damn, dude.
I mean, you don't know what people might have in their car, and with the, concealed carry licenses and all that stuff nowadays, you don't know. So
You
don't
don't
go mouth
know.
off to somebody unless you're ready to see what they're gonna do.
The principal did send the
So
note
wait a minute.
home to all parents explaining.
You better not ever get in any confrontation with anyone ever because guns are
Yeah.
everywhere. That's the kind of atmosphere
It's
that a lot of
true.
these fucking gun advocates
Well, here you
are
go.
apparently endorsing.
It says drug-free and gun-free school zone. All right, so there's federal and state laws against this. So she already violated the law.
Yeah, why is she not in jail? Why is
Yeah.
the story here not like mom who
Oh,
pulled
you guys
gun
are
on
so
other mom
un-American.
arrested?
You guys are so un-American. You obviously don't support the Second Amendment.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Obviously.
So un-American. I can't believe it.
What happened, and said that the weapon was never used, but saying that they should have a reasonably safe drop-off process, and it should not have to be a police
You're brandishing a
investigation.
weapon.
You can read the full statement
What?
from the principal right there.
Wait a minute.
below
This
the
woman discharged a firearm out of school, and
No,
there's
she-
not going to be a police.
She didn't discharge
she
it.
brandished
She pulled it.
She brandished the gun.
And there's not going to be a cop.
no.
Dude, it's Texas.
Fuck
Like,
me.
I mean, honestly, like, if
No,
they're-
not only did she brandish it, she actually pointed it at another mom in the
Well,
line.
that mean, yeah, I mean,
and
that's,
both of them had their kids in the car at the time.
What the fuck? And
What
nobody
an
called. There's not going to be a police investigation into this.
video on ABC13.com. If you see news
Paul,
happen,
they sent a note home.
Yeah, let's read the note because the note
hashtag
is in the article.
ABC13
Okay.
eyewitness to let us know. Send pictures or
All
other,
right,
other
cool.
news.
Yeah, we'll make sure to
shut
do
up.
that.
All right, so let's read this note. This is the note that was sent home.
Dear parent or guardian.
Okay, Scotty's reading it.
I am writing to inform you of an incident involving two parents that took place in the drop-off lane at Deer Park Elementary this morning. As students were being dropped off before school this morning, two parents were involved in a disagreement. So already it's like, oh, just a little disagreement. The confrontation escalated, ending with one parent pointing a firearm at the other. Other parents witnessed the disagreement, and the police were contacted and quickly arrived on the scene. Unfortunately, the children were in both vehicles, and Unfortunately, children were in both of the vehicles involved, and students were present in other nearby vehicles as well. No one was injured in this incident. In fact, the weapon was never used. Well,
It was used. It
That
just wasn't
doesn't
fired.
matter.
it was pointed at somebody else and their children. But what should... It's fucking font is small. But what should have reasonably happened... You go ahead, TJ.
But what should have been a reasonably safe drop-off process quickly became a police investigation. So there's an investigation, Paul.
Yes, there
Okay.
wasn't enough.
At our school, teaching
They
students
said in
the
that fucking
skills.
thing.
Well, whatever. Who cares?
Whatever.
Teaching students the skills and knowledge they need to be successful in life is our goal and purpose. But we don't teach language arts or science or mathematics or fine arts. Don't just teach those. Sorry. This was Texas, so I would believe they wouldn't teach those things. We also teach children the appropriate way to resolve conflicts. It's not unusual for there to be disagreements between students at our school, but we always encourage children to seek a peaceful end to the conflict. Well, this was a peaceful end. She pulled a gun, and there was no need to fire it because just the threat of the
Yeah.
gun kept things from escalating any further.
Yeah, setting a great example.
At one time or another, we've all experienced frustration while driving. Why is this so measured?
Yeah, why is it so counted?
This is not
Come
an
on.
appropriate fucking response to
Yeah.
this happening.
You shouldn't be like. See, this
This
is
should be
Texas.
like roundly condemn this. And it shouldn't be like, guys, come on, don't pull a gun.
Every once in a while, we all point a gun at somebody. Let's be real here. We're from Texas.
But as our students know all too well, it's never a good idea to react when emotions are high. My hope is that we can all look at what happened this morning and reconsider how we deal with disagreements and anger in our lives.
I think we need to reconsider a lot fucking more than that.
Yeah, what is this ninny shit that they're fucking peddling to people?
We need to reconsider the safety of the children in a place where people can fucking pull guns out.
Yeah, this person should
conflicts such as the one that took place.
Whoever pulled the gun out should not be allowed to come.
Oh no, they should be banned from the school.
Ban them from the fucking school.
They should not be
property.
allowed to drop their child off anymore. That child should have to take the bus, and that person should probably spend some time in jail. Conflicts such as the one that took place this morning have no place at our school. Keeping our school safe for all children and community is our highest priority. Doesn't sound like it, but we can't do it alone. It takes all of us being aware of our surroundings, reporting suspicious activities, and using good judgment and restraint when disagreements arise. As if the dumb, trashy bitch who pulled a gun on another mother is gonna fucking read this and be like, "Oh yeah, judgment and restraint, good idea."
Yeah.
Like what?
Or this is going to make a parent feel better about sending their children back to school.
Yeah, if I was a parent and I was sending my kids to this school and this is the letter I got back, I'd be like, my kid ain't going to school anymore.
I would pull them immediately.
Nope.
How could you feel secure knowing that this is the way they handle this?
Because you know what, dude? Even her inability to take fucking responsibility for this incident happening on her property. We can't do it alone. That's your job to do it alone. You're a school. It's your job to keep children safe while their parents are fucking at work and they're at school.
Staff members are trained through the Crisis Prevention Institute, giving them the ability to intervene using specific techniques to de-escalate a crisis situation.
Well, that didn't work.
In this way, we are able to assure the care, welfare, safety, and security for all students and staff at our school. I have included a crisis prevention resource at the link below. In closing, I want to thank you in advance for doing your part to keep Deer Park Elementary a place where our students feel safe and secure.
It's not.
Sincerely, Lisa McLaughlin, Principal, Deer Park Elementary.
It's not, and parents don't have a part in that.
It would have been one thing if this altercation had happened and they were just in line, there was no kids around, it was just like they're just jostling for a spot or something. But to literally point a loaded gun, or I don't know if it was loaded, but I'm assuming, if you carry a gun around, you probably have bullets in it.
To point a gun at another
at the very
parent
least,
in a school.
you pointed a gun at someone else, and ostensibly anyone around you, because if you fire the gun,
teachers,
it's like this person needs to fucking be arrested. I'm sorry, you can't fucking do something like that.
I'm sure she was.
And she doesn't need to be allowed back at the school for any reason.
There's nothing in any of the articles I've found on this that say that she was arrested.
Really?
I don't know. I can't say for sure she wasn't arrested.
That's what I'm thinking because, look, it says that in the letter, but in that story, I swear to God, they said, well, the weapon wasn't used, so we don't really feel there's a need for any further investigation.
The letter that was sent home should have been like, guys, this happened.
An incident happened.
We're going to beef up security. This is not acceptable. This cannot happen.
You will see extra security personnel on campus starting tomorrow.
This person has been banned from the school property.
Person has been arrested and is, under, the incident was stopped.
We have a zero tolerance policy for this sort of thing.
Even if there's nothing criminal, this person needs to be trespassed.
There's no way there's nothing criminal about pointing a gun at another person.
Yeah.
That's
always criminal.
See, this is an indictment of the fucking gun culture in Texas, though. This isn't about just this one incident. This is about a gun culture that tells people it's okay to carry a gun to pick up your kid at school. I mean,
and all of this gun, this wasn't used for protection. This was basically just used at this point to be an aggressor.
Yeah, a bargaining piece in a stupid parking disagreement. This is why concealed carry and all that shit doesn't work, guys.
Look at all the other top stories they have to do with shooting. Teen who shot self in head playing Russian roulette dies. Man allegedly claims grandma's shooting death was accidental.
Yeah.
Well, this is all liberal propaganda designed to turn God-fearing
Robbery
people
suspects
against
open
guns.
fire inside Spring restaurant.
Yep.
Neat.
Nope, the guns ain't the problem, guys.
Guns are cool.
Guns are good, and we need to make it easier for people to have guns.
Especially in the U.S., there's just these group of people that are just hey, liking guns is fine, whatever. But there's people that are just oh my God, guns!
Everything guns do is great.
Guns.
We love them.
You liberals need to listen to this now. This whole fucking thing could have been ended if that other woman and the rest of the teachers there had guns. We could have taken this incident where the gun wasn't even fired and turned it into the OK Corral on the front lawn of an elementary school, guys. Come on.
Some kids might have died.
Well, to protect freedom,
got to crack
the tree of liberty
eggs
must be
to make
refreshed.
an omelet, buddy.
The tree of liberty.
I mean,
PJ.
look,
refresh
it
with the
really
blood of
depends on
patriots.
your circumstances, whether you should conceal carry or not. But people that just conceal carry everywhere they go at all times, unless it's basically specifically banned, like bars in Texas, you can't carry a gun. Well,
At the very
you should
least,
not be able to.
At the very least, one instance of this happening should be instant revocation of your concealed carry rights.
This is a profound working for a school district, when Sandy Hook happened, the schools were closed the next day so that people could install new gates in the front of every school so that nobody could enter the school during traffic hours.
Yeah.
Immediately. And that didn't even happen on the coast that I lived on. So the fact that this woman showed up with a gun and the response was this half-assed, ham-fisted, almost making apologetics for the woman who yanked a gun out letter.
Yeah, look, we all get upset sometimes, folks,
With
but
no,
you can't be pulling no guns
Here's
out.
what we're going to do to ensure that this doesn't happen in the future. None of that is mentioned. Hey, somebody pulled out a gun. Look, we've all been frustrated, and let's just keep a cool head. We try and teach our students. Fuck you!
Totally.
How am I going to drop my kid off at your fucking school?
Response. Totally lame.
A non-response to the issue. Really, it shows that they have to have some response, and so this clumsy attempt at a response is all you get.
Deer Park Elementary, your school is retarded.
Your
Fuck
principal is negligent,
should be fired,
and incompetent, and should be immediately replaced with somebody who's going to take seriously the safety of children on your campus.
Amen. And that wraps up this edition of HighPOThesis with the Drunken Peasants. We hope you will please subscribe to our channel.
Thumbs up.
And give this video a thumbs up. And please share it around with your friends. That's almost the most important thing, is sharing it around.
Smoke weed every day.
And smoke weed every day, of course. A very Paul-centric intro to
Whatever, dude.
Wait.
But you guys don't giggle?
Dude, my girlfriend told me yesterday that when I giggle, I sound like the arms dealer from Resident Evil 4.
What are you buying?
Because I'll do like the...
What are you buying, traveler? What are you selling?
Yeah.
Got some good things to show you today, stranger.
Well, we got some good things to show you today, too.
Rock Hill Man used a toy lightsaber for protection in a knife fight, police say.
Look at this fucking king among men.
Just look at it. Let's take a good hard look at his face for a second.
Give us a good
Scroll on
gander.
up for a
Scroll
second,
back
Ben.
up, Ben.
Scroll on. We want to take a look at this guy.
We weren't done looking at his beautiful mug.
Just take a look at this dude for a minute and just contemplate his existence.
I wish there was video of this man fending off a knife attacker with a lightsaber.
If there was video of this, it would just be on the Drunken Peasants. It wouldn't be on HighPOThesis, dude.
We would put it to the fucking episode 1, dun 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 dun, you know, and just.
That's called Duel of the Fates, by the way, Paul.
Sorry, I don't
know the name of the musical piece, Paul.
I don't know anything about episode 1 that I don't need to know.
Well, that's one of the few cool things about it. So
sure,
that's a pretty good score.
Forever married to that piece of shit, though.
Yeah, you're right. That sucks.
But this dude, on the other hand, kept his trusty lightsaber by his side.
He could have defeated Darth Maul as well.
Police in Rock Hill charged a teen with assault after she tried. Okay.
Fail
to
out of the
slash
gate.
her stepfather, who defended himself with a toy lightsaber. In the incident late Thursday at apartment, Jesus, what is this news
apartment on Selin? Like, who's writing this?
Jesus,
is this in English?
What is this? The Charlotte Observer. Way to go, Charlotte Observer.
You suck. You suck, Charlotte Observer.
In the incident late Thursday at an apartment on Celanese Road, officers were called to secure the scene for emergency medical officials. In interviewing people there, officers found that there was a physical altercation between a 17-year-old female, Kayla Knapp, and her stepfather. So I guess Kayla Knapp.
Yeah, this is Kayla Knapp.
So she didn't do it.
Yes.
Whoa.
I thought that was a dude. So sorry, Kayla, for misgendering you, you crazy piece of shit.
Wow.
So yeah, apparently her stepfather picked up a toy lightsaber, hitting Knapp with it 7 times to protect himself before the altercation ended.
How do they know how many times?
Like, he probably told him, I whacked her several fucking times with a shit.
7, right?
It said...
Does it say several or 7? You said 7.
It says several.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
7 times. Because I was like, who keeps track in that incident?
1,
2, 3, 4, 5,
tallying
6,
it
7.
like on the wall.
Was there like a crowd of people chanting?
Several times.
Yeah.
1, 2, 4, 5.
You know, TJ, a lot of people think my elbow drop that I just dropped on you was totally fake.
Well, it was real.
Yeah, it was.
I have internal bleeding.
I
went to the bathroom and I shit a bunch of fucking blood into the toilet.
Wow.
And now
Such was the severe damage to my internal organs.
Yep.
Stop with your cave, we wanted you to hurt TJ for real. Do you think this you want me to get a bear trap in here?
Yeah,
you want me to punch the bear
apparently.
trap?
That's what they want.
I'm going to have
trap.
Paul sit in a bear trap, dude. I want to see the bear trap snap on his fucking ass.
No, dude, no.
His flat,
There's nothing but
flabby
hip bones
ass,
back
dude.
there.
I want to lock your hip bones in between the fucking whatever.
Ouch, dude. Fuck you. Do you think this is the first time? Whoa, Nelly.
I like this part of the story
Oh,
better.
shit. This is actually better.
Anyway, go ahead.
Do you think this is the first time that somebody successfully like fended off an attacker with a toy lightsaber, or do you think this has happened a bunch of times in the world already?
It's probably happened at least a few other times. I mean, think about it. Witnesses told officers there was an argument and that Knapp used 2 kitchen knives from a knife stand in her attempt to slash the stepfather, the report says.
So she's dual-wielding knives like a ninja, and he grabs a fucking lightsaber and goes...
Okay, if she was,
one of those like extendo.
if she was wielding him like a ninja, I don't think a toy lightsaber would have fended her off.
I don't know. Maybe he's a fucking Jedi master.
The stepfather picked up a plastic toy lightsaber, hitting Knapp with it several times to protect himself before the altercation ended, the report says. Knapp was charged with assault and battery of a high and aggravated nature.
Dude, maybe he played a lot of Masters of Terras Kasi. Do you remember that, dude? Back on PlayStation 1, there was a video game called Star Wars Masters of Terras Kasi.
I remember those toy lightsabers.
And it was
that
a fighting
extend.
game.
Dude, you could beat the fuck out of someone if you wanted to with one of those.
I mean, like, I know what's happened a bunch of times is like, we had those as kids.
It can whip.
And you'd be fighting with it, and if you fucking didn't block one of those swings with yours...
Yeah, you got smacked.
That shit would hit you upside the head. It would hurt fucking pretty bad.
Yeah, so if you were trying to knock someone out with that shit...
Yeah, if you were actually, actively using that as a weapon, like, I could see that dissuading someone.
It whips. It has, like, a whipping effect.
Yeah, because it's plastic.
Yeah, so it goes that it makes that little swoosh sound through the air.
Yeah, that
Whacked
means
her
it
with
hurts.
a few times. Dropped them fucking knives.
So this
split.
bitch came in with 2 knives.
2 knives.
Yeah, but
How
he
excessive?
had it was a longer
reach advantage.
That's what it was.
It's like
Thank
a
goodness.
phalanx or something, dude.
Thank goodness he was standing in a place where there was a toy lightsaber.
Yeah, he beat the fuck out of her.
I'm assuming that was just the nearest thing that he defended himself with.
There must not have been much else if that's what he grabbed.
I just can't believe this is a fucking a girl that we're looking at up here.
Yeah, that was a little disconcerting.
Yeah, that's her mugshot.
I thought that was the meme lord what whooped somebody's ass with but it's not.
I mean, that couldn't be the mugshot because usually in
looks like a
mugshots they will not let you smile.
No, that looks like a mugshot to me.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, it's kind of
What
weird.
else could that be? It looks like a
school photo,
mugshot.
maybe.
Why is she smiling in the photo?
Well, you'll get smiles in a mugshot.
Why does she look like a dude?
Well, I can't
It's a
answer
they,
that.
TJ.
But it looks like a mugshot to
It's a
me.
they, TJ.
This looks like a mugshot.
I don't see any of that, like, little lines beside
Well,
me.
you won't always see that.
You don't always see it.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's cropped out.
Yeah.
But that's kind of interesting. Like, I don't know. I guess a lightsaber is an effective weapon if you're being fucking attacked by a teenage girl with a couple knives who's slashing at you like
if
crazy.
you're fucking swinging that shit full force, like that whips like really hard.
It's like, dude, I remember one time I got a call from Holly late at night one night, and someone had threw something at her windshield.
burrito.
Yeah, and it turned out to be a fucking burrito, and it
Broke her
smashed the
windshield.
fucking windshield.
Yeah, I was around when that shit
And a shit
happened.
ton of people, when I fucking told the people that, were like, "No, there's no way a burrito could do that." I'm like,
It was
I don't know what
wrapped
to
in
fucking
foil.
I don't know what to fucking tell you because we saw the rice on the fucking windshield. We went back to the scene where it happened, and we found a destroyed burrito. And so that's what happened.
Was it somebody that was passing by you going in the
Yes.
opposite? Yeah, of course. Dude, they're going fast and you're going fast in the opposite direction. Dude, it accelerates the burrito massively.
I mean, like, even if
Dude,
you're just,
that's a fucking bullet burrito at that point.
Yeah.
yeah, even if you're just talking about like BDSM type shit, like if you have like a fucking like crop or something, that shit'll hurt way worse than like a paddle. It doesn't matter, the paddle's fucking heavier. Like,
Well, think how much worse it would hurt if somebody was on, like, if the dude was bent over on a platform that went backwards and you swung into that as he fucking came towards you.
like you're going in one direction, they're going in the other, so it's like, you know, a force multiplier and shit.
Yeah, dude, that's a bullet burrito, dude.
I just wish we had video of this incident because that sounds like it'd be fucking hilarious. I don't know. Maybe Paul wouldn't be able to watch it like a pussy. Maybe he'd be like, oh,
As long as only
I
a
can't see
burrito.
it.
idea.
As long as
I
it's
can't
only
see
a
it.
burrito that gets hurt, I'm fine with
a
it.
burrito. We're
Yeah.
talking about you're fucking stuck on the car now, dude.
I'm stuck on the burrito.
You're just, yeah, Paul's just like, burrito.
I wish somebody'd throw a burrito at me.
Someone.
Hey guys, it's TJ. This is Afterthoughts as I'm editing this. I was watching it, and Paul's ego out of nowhere said this.
Like,
well, think how much worse it would hurt if somebody was on, like, if the dude was bent over on a platform that went backwards and you swung into that.
Now, at the time, I kind of just, yeah, because I didn't want to admit that I didn't understand what the fuck he was talking about, because I was really high. I'm really high now also, but I'm not as high as I was then, and I now realize that it's actually that what he said made no fucking sense whatsoever, probably because he was so fucking high. It sounded like his mind was just flashing back to some Wile E. Coyote cartoon, and he just described a moment of it. And then he gets the box from the Acme Corporation, and you know? What are you talking about, Paul? This is HighPOThesis. This is supposed to be a respectable show. Get your shit together, Paul. Anyway, please subscribe to this channel.
Hey, Ben, pass the salt.
HighPOThesis, man.
That's right, bitch. I farted right in that face, dude.
that was beautiful.
That was one of my favorites so
I just
far.
want whoever animated that to know that it was appreciated by me, if no one else.
Yeah, it was me too.
This
it
is
was
the
beautiful.
last story. All right, so here we go.
No, not Tim Allen.
The great Tim Allen, star of one of the greatest sitcoms of all time.
It is a
Tool
good
Time.
I'll tell you what,
Home
though.
Improvement.
Like,
Home Improvement. Yeah, that's right.
I
Tool
seriously,
Time was the show within the show.
That's right.
I'll tell you what. Home Improvement, I would say mediocre sitcom.
Oh, come on, dude.
Yeah.
No, compared to Cheers or Taxi,
It had its own
or
thing, dude. You
Seinfeld,
can't put it up against that.
No,
You know, Home Improvement was okay.
I love
Mediocre.
The Neighbor, dude. Wilson.
there
The
were a
Neighbor.
lot of bad.
Wilson was cool.
There were a lot of bad sitcoms in the '90s around that era. Home Improvement, I would say middle ground.
If you think about it, Wilson was basically God because he just knew the answer to everything, and nobody ever knew who he
well,
was.
Al was pretty badass too.
Al was awesome.
Yeah.
Tim Allen, not so much awesome, I guess, anymore. The headline says that he compares being a conservative in Hollywood to living in 1930s Germany.
Wow, hyperbole much? Last Man Standing star Tim Allen has been known to stoke the flames of controversy in the past. Sorry, stroke, yeah. The stand-up comic turned Home Improvement star, who had previously been arrested for cocaine possession in the 70s. Why are you dredging that old shit up?
It was a long time ago.
I mean, that's like the fucking 70s. Who gives a shit? Oh, yeah, he had some coke in the 70s. Who gives a fuck? Left people aghast over his unusual perspective on racial slurs and confounded liberals with his comparison of Hillary and Bill Clinton to sexually transmitted disease.
I kind of agree with that.
I think that's fair.
I'm
honestly.
okay with it so far.
So perhaps it's not too surprising to hear that his name is ensnared in another bit of hubbub. I love that. You don't really see the word hubbub enough.
Hubbub.
Over his haughty choice of, there's another nice H
Haughty.
word. This person is reading the H section of the dictionary today. Choice of words on the subject of politics. The latest gaffe. I mean, someone having an opinion you don't like is not necessarily a fucking gaffe, all right?
Somebody just had a fucking thesaurus in front of them when they wrote this.
The latest gaffe, however, might be the most disturbing of all. The Toy Story 4 star basically compared being a conservative in Hollywood to living in Nazi Germany. Yes, really. Oh, yeah, and you never see liberals make comparisons between the U.S. and Nazi
Yeah.
Germany, of course.
Never.
Allen recently appeared on Jimmy Kimmel Live and discussed his appearance at the inauguration of President Donald Trump. Well, he was one of the few there. He said, yeah, I went to the inauguration. You've got to be real careful around here. You know, you get beat up if you don't believe what everybody else believes. I mean, that's clearly not true. You're on Jimmy Kimmel and you're on a fucking TV show and your career is maybe not the greatest ever, but
I mean,
it's
this
doing
certainly
okay.
probably isn't going to help it, but whatever.
This is like 30s Germany, he continued. I don't know what happened. If you're not part of the group, you know what we believe is right. You know I might have a problem with that. I'm a comedian. I like going on both sides. Okay, it's not like Nazi Germany. I don't know if that's just meant to be comedic hyperbole, but this Nazi shit gets thrown around way too much.
Yeah.
And
on both sides.
You know, you, Tim Allen, who's fucking, you're rich as fuck. I'm gonna look up your net worth right now, actually.
Yeah, he's probably worth a
Pretty
lot of
high.
money.
I mean, because, you know, you were in two successful fucking sitcoms. You've been in a few movies that actually did all right.
The
You had that
Santa
Santa
Claus,
Claus movie.
yeah.
Galaxy Quest was pretty good.
Galaxy Quest was actually a good movie.
flick.
It's a great movie. Maybe not great. Well,
It's a good
It's
flick.
great for what it is.
Yeah.
Tim Allen.
There are some that consider that a Star Trek movie.
I would say that's you could make an argument.
Yep.
Your net worth is $80 million.
Fuck me.
You know, you're sitting there with a net worth of $80 million
That's a whole
going
lot
on
of guap.
fucking Jimmy Kimmel and shit. You don't get to fucking act like you're the equivalent of the Jews in Nazi Germany.
Oh no, dude! You know the Jews confined to ghettos in 1930s Nazi Germany were sitting on a fucking $80 million
Palatial
nut.
mansions.
Yeah, dude.
If Hitler hooked all the Jews up with mansions and shit, I don't think there'd be the controversy about the Holocaust that there was.
Yeah.
If what the Jews did was like, okay, you get $80 million and you're a fucking celebrity and you get to say whatever you want.
You get to sit and banter with Jimmy Kimmel about how hard your life
that's
is.
90s money for Tim Allen. Like, you don't see Tim Allen on the mainstream.
He's hot. He's got some new show that's reasonably successful.
He's doing fine, dude.
He's doing all right.
He's doing better than most people.
He's from the same area I am.
He's not like what he's not. Yeah, he's not as successful as he was in the '90s, but he still gets work.
When I used to watch Home Improvement, he would always make references to Toledo, and he would wear like. One time he was wearing the sweater of the like little community college that I went to in Home Improvement. Yeah, like it was kind of weird.
The actor has been outspoken about his support for the Republican Party during and after the recent election cycle, and has previously compared Tinseltown's tendency to be largely liberal to bullying. He told Megyn Kelly on Fox News, "What I find odd about Hollywood is they didn't like Trump because he was a bully, but if you had any kind of inkling that you were for Trump, you got bullied."
What is so? Okay, look. He's working in a liberal-dominated industry. Everybody knows that Tinseltown or whatever the fuck is largely liberal.
But he doesn't get bullied.
Right. What is he calling bullying?
Yeah.
Did they bully him with fucking wads of $100 bills to pad out his $80 million? Like, honestly. Yeah, maybe he gets like accosted by people. Maybe people engage him and talk. Maybe he loses some jobs over his outspoken political.
Let's watch this.
You know, but wait a minute. I mean, like, if you were working in a primarily conservative industry and you had strong, like, you're working at like I don't know, a gun shop or something.
Sure.
And you're like the liberal guy that works at the gun shop and is always chatting people's ears off about I'm a liberal and blah blah blah. All those conservative rednecks that love guns are not just going to be like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah. No.
They're going to give you shit, too. If you have a fucking opinion that goes against the norm of the people around you, then, yeah, you do get shit for it. That's just the reality of fucking life. And maybe it's unfair. Maybe people have been unreasonable to him about it.
Maybe.
But for him to compare it to being like, I'm a fucking... I'm basically being shipped off to the concentration camp or something.
Yeah, I'm going to Dachau.
I'm living under the fucking totalitarian Nazi rule of fucking Tinseltown. I don't fucking buy into that level of horse shit for
dude.
one goddamn second.
Riding into Dachau on a diamond train.
About America. Joining me now, 2017.
I think we actually watched this video on the show before.
we?
Yes, there we go. Yes.
Yeah.
He stars in
We
ABC.
did?
Thank you, Jess.
Oh, yeah.
Better late than
I believe we did. I've seen it before at any rate. Maybe
Yeah.
it wasn't on the show, but
I don't remember it being
I've
on the
watched some
show.
other. But yeah, in this interview, he basically kind of says the same thing. He said, I'm persecuted for being right wing and shit. He tries to talk politics, but it's pretty obvious that he's not very well informed. I'm not saying that just because he's conservative, he just didn't really seem like a very well informed guy.
No, he's just a comedian that had a few successful TV shows.
I love how these conservatives, though, every time a fucking liberal actor or something makes any sort of like Sean Penn or Tim Robbins or Susan Sarandon or some bullshit,
Sure.
it's always like, shut up and, just do your job. You're an actor.
Shut up and sing.
Tim
Right.
Allen's a hero, though, for speaking out his conservatism.
But when Tim Allen does, he has
He's a
to be
hero.
lionized and venerated and act like, oh, well, now that he's doing it, like, okay, if it's good for the goose, it's good for the fucking gander, dude.
Yeah.
When Ted Nugent comes out and says his conservative bullshit, you guys applaud. When John Voight does it, you applaud. Kelsey Grammer, that's another Hollywood conservative. Tim Allen, all these guys in Hollywood that are conservative, that they love their persecution complex.
Over 60.
They love fucking acting like they're so fucking bullied and persecuted, but every one of these motherfuckers still gets jobs. Every one of these motherfuckers is still working in the industry. They're not
doing
being
just fine.
They're not
Kelsey,
being denied.
I mean, can you think of another person that played the same character for like 20 years?
No.
Kelsey fucking Grammer. I mean, like, what the fuck? I mean, I know this is a tangent.
From
but
one show to the next, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Cheers
for 20
directly into
years.
Frasier.
The only character I can even think of that even had a similar run, but not nearly as long,
Benson?
was Michael Dorn.
Homer Simpson is coming up on that, too.
That's true. But that's
Yeah.
all on one show continuously.
And that's Hank Azaria, right?
I think Homer Simpson's already passed.
No, it wasn't Hank
that.
Azaria doing Homer. That's
Who?
someone else.
Oh, yeah, Hank is... Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm thinking...
He
of that.
does like Apu and
Yeah.
stuff like that. But there was, do you remember Benson?
No.
He was a character. Well, yeah, you guys are. I don't know if Paul remembers.
What show was he
That
on?
was like a 1970s, early 1980s sitcom character.
Oh, he was like the butler or whatever?
Yes.
Yeah.
On
Okay.
First, he was
Dan
on Soap.
Castellaneta is the guy that plays Homer.
Yes.
Yep, Dan Castellaneta. Huh?
Yeah, but you're right though. Like he started out on a show called Soap, and then became like his own sitcom after that.
It's pretty cool.
A lot of this will have to be cut.
Like this no, that's fine. This persecution complex shit has got to go though.
Yeah.
Like, I'm tired of seeing it from everybody. I'm just
Suck it
tired
up,
of
Tim.
everyone being a fucking victim and everyone just engaging in this hyperbolic, like, oh, woe is me bullshit. This is just special snowflake bullshit on the right.
You can't really be victimized too hard while you're
I
sitting
mean-
on your fat, well-fed ass on Jimmy Kimmel's couch, coasting along on your $80 million network.
It has to end sooner or later, though. Like they could do this while Democrats were in control, but now their people are in control.
Yeah, I mean, like, you already have the establishment. Like, you know, Trump's president, the Congress is majority Republican. You got most of the fucking governorships. Republicans control most counties in the United States.
You're not persecuted.
Yeah, like, you don't get to, like, but this is the same thing Christians do, too.
Sure.
They go around, they're 80% of the population, and yet they act like there's some persecuted minority that's just having their rights just trampled on a daily basis. It's just nonsense.
It is.
It's total and utter gibberish. It's not fucking true. There's not even a sliver of truth to it. Probably, if Tim Allen came out and said, you know, yeah, sometimes I get shit for being conservative, I would buy that.
Sure.
I believe that. But for him to liken it to fucking Nazi Germany is just beyond the pale fucking stupid.
I
But,
don't think so, Tim.
Yeah. You should have consulted Wilson about this one.
I don't think so, Tim.
I always wanted to be like Wilson in the early days of DP. Be like,
I'm kind of like him now because I got this this mic
That's
blocking
true.
it's so
my
hard
mouth.
to like make sure that the video audio sync is in place. I have to skip over all the TJ parts.
Yeah.
Yeah, because whenever I'm talking, you can't even see my mouth anyway. Maybe we should all just have that. Then it
That
wouldn't even
is
matter
my
if we're out of
pop
sync,
filter,
you know?
TJ. I might take it back.
Hashtag TJ
I think that might
is
be my pop
pre-recorded.
filter.
TJ is pre-recorded.
I'm just
TJ is
my audio
pre-recorded.
is piped in from
No,
a different location.
now he's speaking for the first time. I'm not going to keep silent anymore. He's pre-recorded.
This is my real voice, so
Lance, just tell him the truth, Lance.
Shut up, Paul Zico. I can't deal with this right now. This is just how I talk.
You sound like someone else.
This is me. You know,
Too easy.
it's just too easy. Shut up.
Yeah,
beautiful.
Wow.
Okay, then.
I like that.
I don't like it.
What a solemn
Hammers.
fucking intro.
End the show.
There's no. Welcome to a special live edition of HighPOThesis.
Breaking news, guys.
Yeah.
with the drunken peasants.
Sex.
We're gonna talk about some real deep, real serious type shit
Yeah, buddy.
up here on this. We're gonna put our classy drunken peasant spin on what's going on.
Only the highest caliber
In London.
of journalistic verisimilitude
Wow.
I like-
here on the Drunken Peasants.
I like how me and Scotty are still in the studio, chilling and laughing,
And me and Paul are.
homeless challenge. This is what the homeless challenge between TJ and Paul would be like.
Yep.
Well, notice I'm sleeping because I'd be fine. TJ is looking like he's getting ready to call
Where's
somebody to
my
pick him up.
son?
Yeah.
I think you're just dead, Paul.
No, I'm all right.
Paul's
That could
dead.
be it. That
I'm
could,
all right.
Look
No,
how
Paul,
bloated he
I
looks.
think I made a decision to kill Paul and just live on his meat.
No,
for-
no, Paul, you were dead, dude. You were fucking dead. TJ
I don't
killed
see a
you.
pulse. Wow, you know he's not breathing. He's dead.
So, what is this breaking news that we're here to cover today?
Nice
Is it
diversion,
my bloated
Paul.
fucking corpse laying under a bridge somewhere?
No, let's play the video.
Let's play it.
One of those who died today was a police officer, PC Keith Palmer, a member of our Parliamentary and Diplomatic Protection Command. Keith, aged 48, had 15 years service and was a husband and a father.
All right, so as you can see, 3 people killed in Parliament terror attack. So the London Parliament.
I heard that this person actually killed a bunch of people with a car on the bridge that's near.
Yeah, it's like the Westminster Bridge,
and then possibly stabbed somebody to death after crashing the car after killing a couple of people on the Westminster Bridge. So pretty. I mean, does anybody want to take who would do such a thing?
Buddhists?
Terror attack in Parliament, London.
Was it the Buddhists again?
Yeah, the Buddhists must have struck
Or maybe
again.
it was the Hare Krishnas.
The Jains.
It was the Buddhists that bombed the subways there, right?
Those Jains.
Hare Krishna! Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna.
And me and TJ have already read a bunch of insufferable like apologism for oh, don't blame Islam, don't say this, don't do that. It's like, well, I mean, yet again.
There was someone
a radical Islamic terrorist attacks and kills innocent people, but we have to go. Oh, we can't say that because someone will be offended somewhere.
I saw someone say no Muslims are terrorists and no terrorists are Muslims.
Bullshit.
That's
bullshit.
no true Scotsman.
Yep, it was the no true Scotsman fallacy. It was the no true Muslim fallacy.
No true terrorist.
So basically, if you are a radical Islamic terrorist, other Muslims reserve the right to say that's not a real Muslim.
And be correct. They're the arbiters of reality.
So apparently,
now.
you guys, even though you're following the Quran and you think that you're doing it for religious reasons, you're mistaken. You're actually doing it for some other reason. And you're not true Muslims.
Oh, well, no,
just let you know.
Yep.
They're perverting and twisting the religion.
Yep. You get no 72 virgins. Allah will not greet you at the pearly gates. You will be treated like an infidel, according to the rest of Muslims.
Yeah. According to the Muslim apologists.
So those are the people you're fighting for, people that think that what you do is other than them. Although they do tacitly support what goes on by continuing to tithe to these mosques that support the people that do these types of things. So.
And not only that, this is another Keef joint, by the way.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Wonderful. Oh. Yeah, people are dead, but we're still going to get high.
HighPOThesis.
Nothing we can do for them, unfortunately.
When they go low, dude.
This one's for you, dead people.
Yeah, let's burn one for our dead homies in Britain.
Our dead homies.
So let's hear this guy. He's the Deputy Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police.
Yep.
Okay.
Mark Rowley.
Rowley.
He was someone who left for work today expecting to return home at the end of his shift. And he had every right to expect that would happen.
Sure.
I can also now confirm that there are 3 members of the public who've lost their lives in the attack. Specially trained family liaison officers have been deployed to support them. And, as I confirmed earlier, the suspected attacker was shot dead by an armed officer, therefore meaning that now in total we have 5 people who've died today. I will not comment on this stage at the identity of the attacker, but our working assumption is that he was inspired by international terrorism.
Muslim.
I should also say at this stage
Islamic
that we
terrorism.
believe now approximately 40 people have been injured, including several with serious injuries, including 3 police officers, 2 of whom are in serious condition. Our investigation continues and is moving at a very fast pace this evening. We will be working throughout the night. We have hundreds of officers on this investigation, and they're focusing on the suspect's motivation, preparation, and his associates.
Yep.
Well,
I mean, it's this same old song and dance again, huh?
Fiddle-dee-dee, not gonna say what it was. We're gonna wait.
But we all know.
You know,
But
I
we
mean,
all know what it was.
Honestly, I don't see why it's insulting to Muslims or Islamic people to say, "Oh, this is Islamic terrorism," because it's not saying the connotation isn't all Muslims are terrorists. That's
Sure.
obviously ridiculous. It's saying there's people in this community that support these kind of actions, and there's an even smaller minority that carry them out, but they do exist, and they have to be supported from within this community if this is to keep happening.
Well, I love the softball of Inspired by international terrorism.
Yeah. What does that mean?
Okay.
Inspired by the Quran and the Hadith and
Yeah, like why won't they
Islamic
say that?
traditions
Why can't they say like he was found with a Quran in his possession, or he was found with possession of materials that's linked to Islamic
what they're
terrorism
primarily
or whatever?
inspired by, if you actually like research this and look at and watch documentaries, it's really just propaganda produced by terrorist organizations that convince them of this narrative that like, look, Islam is under siege. The West is going to destroy us. They're going to destroy our values. They're going to destroy the Quran. They're going to destroy our religion. We have to fight back. Look at these children in Syria dying. They're being killed by Westerners. Do you want to just do nothing? Do you want to stand by and let these people suffer? And then people buy into that narrative. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to go kill these people. I'm going to go storm the parliament and kill these corrupt people bombing my people.
Sure.
Yeah, because there's all this propaganda material out there that says, oh, well, you're part of this group called Muslims, right? Well, this is your call to action. You got to do this shit if you want to be a true Muslim and fight for Islamic values because they're under fucking siege right now. And then they fucking go out brainwashed to fucking commit criminal acts and shit. But I mean, it wouldn't be possible if there wasn't this inroad called Islam, and there wasn't all this fucking Quran supporting quotes like go do jihad and shit. That they can fucking say, like, look, this is what Allah wants of you.
Oh, there's so many examples in his books.
It's very easy to take the Quran and make a case for why you need to attack the fucking West. Because it's a xenophobic fucking hate cult. And it's not based on race, but it's based on if you accept our doctrine, then you can be our brother. But if not, you're a piece of shit.
Yeah, I've met Muslims of every race.
Yeah.
But these organizations we're talking about, like ISIS, are so prohibitive. I mean, you can't fly a kite. You have no freedom of speech. You have no freedom of association. You have to pray when they say to pray. It's like, this isn't... I mean, these are ridiculous draconian doctrines.
But honestly, like, to be honest, I would say like most Muslims would be like Arab and Persian and
the vast majority of Muslims would be East Asian.
Indonesia. Yeah, you're right.
That would be the majority if I'm about like a racial breakdown.
True. You're right there. I forgot about Indonesia.
Yep. Nothing but Muslims.
But I mean, so there is this kind of assumption though that it's of all people in the Middle East. Like, no, Muslims are all over the world.
Yep.
And I mean, and that's where we talk about like Islam. It's not like every Muslim is bad, but at the same time, it's like why does it even have to be differentiated? Like, people already realize that there's plenty of just normal Muslims who want to just live their life and aren't bad people. But there's obviously a large part of them of this group, and it's not a monolithic group. It's segments of this group that do support violence or through either financially or through these actions.
I would say the ideology itself is cancerous, and I think some Muslims are rational enough to like let their common sense prevail over that, but there's enough of them where it does the opposite.
This great like ocean of moderate Muslims seems to be conspicuously silent on this sort of shit.
The people who are supposedly middle of the road, at this point, they just go into apologetics mode because it's not like they're really saying like they're trying to justify what the attackers do.
They're defending themselves.
But they're all about defending the doctrine of Islam at that point.
And their community. They're saying,
this is not a representative of our community. These are bad people and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay, fine. We get that message, but once we got it, so turn around and actually do something in your fucking community about it.
Let's talk about what's in the doctrine that causes people to do this same pattern of attacks over and over and over and over again and believe in their hearts that they are justified in doing so.
Someone in the chat said all religion is cancerous. I agree with you there, but I mean we have to acknowledge at this point in our history which one is the most.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, if you want to go back 1,000 years and have an argument, if you want to have an argument about which is the more barbaric or whatever, I mean, Islam was kind of a fledgling thing at that point, but
there were also like Buddhist barbarians.
There was a point in time where the Islamic world was the scientific capital of humanity.
That was before it was Islamic, though.
Well, sure.
Yeah, it wasn't the Islamic world then.
Sure.
They had their older religions.
Some of the oldest cities.
But Islam
here's
the
thing that speaks to that, though. Like, some of the oldest cities and artwork and human civilization are in that part of the world.
Yeah.
And these fucking barbarians today, like ISIS, are destroying that. They're destroying their own history in the name of Islam.
Yeah, because it came from
and
a
human
pre-Islamic
history,
era.
Civilized human history.
It's rather,
they're
I don't know, dude.
They're regressing so far back, like they
Imagine a fucking group of people that their sole objective is to live their lives by this very strict doctrine of belief, and they also believe that you should live by that same doctrine, and they'll go to various lengths to either see that you do that, or in some cases kill you for not doing that.
Sure.
Or maybe even just killing you for not doing that enough.
Well, I mean, when we look at Syria, there's so many things lacking in Syria and Iraq. I mean, a stable government, resources for people. So I mean, there's essentially a power vacuum. There's drought. There's famine. There's just a lot of problems in those countries to begin with. So that's why you see the rise of terrorism. You have a lot of young people with nothing better to do, and you have these poisonous doctrines and ideologies that can just go and whisper to people, look, everything's wrong, but this can make it right. If we had ISIS here, they would actually help. Because, look, they're going to implement Islamic laws. There's going to be law and order. There's going to be food. We're going to run things. It's going to be great.
So now's the portion of the live show of HighPOThesis where we open the floor to you, the fans. All of the, what is it, Super Chat?
Super Chat people.
Yeah, all the Super Chat people. We notice you first. Someone just gave us money just for doing the live hypothesis. That's the $20 one up there.
Paul and TJ are fat.
And the 666, eternal glory to the Dark Lord Satan.
That's beautiful, dude.
So
we
mud
appreciate
slimes,
that
dude?
eternal glory.
Yep.
Fucking mud slimes.
Mud
We got
slimes,
that.
dude? Is that the new thing?
Fuck me, Paul.
So how do you guys feel about this?
Islam's
Like,
cancer.
what details do we know so far?
We
Who
know
was
that
this attacker?
five people were killed. They're not talking about who he was. He was inspired by international terrorism. 2 of the people that were killed were police officers, and 3 were civilians.
Well, I thought 1 was a police officer, 1 was the attacker, and 3 were civilians.
Oh yeah, you're right. I'm adding an extra.
So, like,
police officer. In
Here's
there.
the thing. A lot of these random attacks in Europe seem to be mostly religiously motivated.
Sure. Mostly Islamically
we
religiously motivated
We have
at this point.
mass shootings here that have nothing to do
Yeah,
with
nothing,
religion.
no religious
So, like,
basis.
is that part of our gun culture here? Or is it just...
I
Is it
think,
because
I think a lot of times here it's like people who are kind of just feel isolated and alienated from other people and shit, and they're usually weird looking people.
But it's also their access to guns, too.
Right, and but they see that you can get this kind of cult status by shooting a bunch of people, and they just go out and do it. You know?
don't see as many, attackers like that internationally.
No.
Usually it's these actual criminals, Islamic terrorists.
Yeah,
It seems
like
like this
occasionally you'll get like an
happens-
Anders Breivik or something.
When it happens
Well,
here,
he was a terrorist, too, but he just
not
wasn't
an Islamic
Well,
terrorist.
I think the idea it's in the zeitgeist. And I think people that are disgruntled or dissatisfied or they have bones to pick or issues with other people, I think they see it as an alternative that I can grab a gun and then suddenly I'm powerful. I have all this power and all this attention on me and everything that I've always kind of desired I'm getting now.
But
this guy was a knife attacker,
here,
right?
Here it almost seems like it's a personal vendetta. Like here people are not defending some greater concept when they go out and kill mass amounts of people in this way.
This guy was a knife attacker.
It's always
though,
like,
right?
this society wronged me. This woman wouldn't fuck me. These women wouldn't talk. Whatever. Like all these mass killers. It seems to me they tend to have like a personal grievance that they're working out.
But
that's not really this. This is a different thing because they're taking the grievance of all these millions of other Muslims under their wing and attacking people for it.
But this was a knife attack, right?
This was,
Well, a vehicle.
Well, it was a vehicle attack.
Vehicle/knife
believe
attack.
you might have-
Oh, he was running people over.
I believe he might have had a gun.
on a bridge.
Did he have a gun?
No, I think only the cop who shot him had a gun. I don't think he actually had a gun.
He stabbed. I believe the cop that died was stabbed to death.
You're going to hear arguments from, the NRA and shit.
And he ran over a couple of people on the Westminster
That if the citizens
Bridge.
of the citizens of London could have been armed, they would have stopped this guy way before. It's their gun laws that didn't allow this to stop earlier.
Paul is fat.
I don't
Paul is
think so.
dumb. Paul would be filled with Muslim.
How do you feel about
really?
that, TJ? Like, how do you
About what, guns?
Yeah.
Just in general?
Well, I mean, like, do you think it was like the lack of firearms there?
There might honestly be instances where someone else having a gun could have saved a day or something, but I just feel like the amount of problems guns would create Like you see what happens with the open carry. Like that guy tried to do the open carry ostensibly legal thing to the police. Obviously, you know, you can't just walk around with a gun openly and just expect everyone to know your intentions and understand.
It's cool in most places,
You
but
know,
a police station
but
is
don't you have to
ridiculous.
kind of think about guns as you do anything else? It's like, you know, a movie I love, Conan the Barbarian. It's like they talk about the riddle of steel, and it's like really the power is with people, and it's with ideas, and it's with getting people to do what you want. It's not with just, okay, I can have a gun and shoot people. Like that's what I think, Paul, what you're saying more is to that. It's like with Islamic terrorism, you're changing people's minds and convincing them to do these things. You're not.
People are being raised in this environment where they're told the truth.
This is the
of
truth.
the universe
Yeah, this is what you gotta
is that
do.
these
Someone
white
says,
people over here have fucked us for centuries, and you got to go blow them up. And if you die this way, you're gonna get a million fucking virgins and shit.
Someone who donated $2 says, "I blame lack of care and mental illness."
I mean, mental illness might be a factor in like some of the stuff that's happened, especially like the stuff in America.
Well, then you open
like
up the can
Elliot
of
Rodgers
worms
and shit. But
you open up
I
the
don't
can
think
of worms
Islam
is like,
yeah.
Is religion a mental illness? Then
I would say
is a certain level of religious influence a mental illness.
I would say
mania. Yeah.
I would say not necessarily, but maybe mentally ill people are more susceptible to religion.
Maybe.
Well, it's known that schizophrenics are.
Yeah. So
well, sure, but like, do you think all these people? I don't get the idea that these people committing these Islamic acts of terror in Europe and abroad, are schizophrenic.
No, I don't think they're mentally ill at all.
I feel like they're true believers.
Yeah, they're just people who have this belief system that says you should go out and do this, and maybe they have anger issues or something like that.
Sure.
But I mean, I feel like they're just indoctrinated into it. I feel like they're already receptive to it because of their upbringing and stuff, and
that's the problem that these not all Muslim people have. That's the issue. Amongst all this chaos, DP prevails.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, $25 person.
We are forensically examining a complicated crime scene that covers a wide area. And as with all investigations of this nature, it will take us some time to work through the painstaking work necessary to gather all the relevant evidence. Only then will the full picture be known. Officers are taking statements from the hundreds of people who were nearby as today's attack unfolded, and we're seizing and examining CCTV. I can also report that the lockdown of Parliament has concluded, and we're working to reduce the evidence cordoned off. I'd like to thank the public and parliamentarians for their patience and assistance as we carried out
So basically, no more information. We got a long investigation ahead of us. We're not saying shit until we've got all the facts or whatever.
I mean, in the defense of the law enforcement here, it might be prudent for them to withhold.
Well, sure.
Who he is and who he's connected with at this stage in the investigation.
Sure.
So them being coy about whether or not it was Islam might actually have an investigatory benefit.
I think it makes fucking perfect sense at like an early stage in the investigation not to be releasing
Especially,
a shit ton
this
of
is
information.
live. I mean, we've paused it a little bit, but ostensibly this is live. This is happening now, and it's like, you know.
Well, I think we all know that it has something to do with Islam. I mean, we're not none of us are sitting here going, oh well, what is the kind of genesis of this attack? I mean, come on.
I don't feel like I'm doing a disservice to fellow human beings and saying that I would bet a lot of money that this is Islamic, and maybe it isn't. I'm willing to allow for maybe this is some crazy kid or some fucking person that, you know, IRA member or some shit.
It's possible, but very unlikely.
I don't think so.
Yeah, IRA doesn't really do as much as they used to.
modus operandi.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It's like there's not a whole lot of list of suspects here.
Yeah, well, there's one.
I mean, it basically follows a pattern of what we've seen before with just using vehicles and, you know.
Yeah, like who's the last few people who've run a bunch of people over and then try to stab people afterwards?
Muslim.
Yeah, there was in Nice, and there was one on the OSU campus.
Wasn't there one in Germany too?
Wow, that's crazy. Like the place where we vacationed and where we used to live.
Yep.
There was like running over like knife attacks.
They're trying to get us, but they're one step behind, dude. They're always one step behind. I don't know. I didn't see the $5 guy. Check out Petty Gaming on Facebook for awesome classic bullshit.
Yeah.
Thanks for shilling yourself, dude. That was cool.
Examinations and work in that area. As the Prime Minister said earlier on, the UK threat level has been severe for some time, and this level is not changing. But we have enhanced the scale of our policing operations at present to protect communities.
Someone said the IRA leader died yesterday. I don't know if that's true, but that's weird if that's true. That would just be, I mean, if this wasn't an IRA attack, then it would be like a coincidence.
Across the country. As we continue to investigate today's horrific events, we do want to reassure the public that police and partners will do everything possible to protect them.
Can Paul please explain
As
the
a precautionary
platform
measure,
thing from the lightsaber
over the next few
episode?
days, we've increased the number of officers on duty, armed and unarmed.
The platform thing?
Yeah.
So I do have an explanation. We were talking about the burrito being able to break your windshield.
Right.
And how opposite force was that's why it was able to. That's why a simple burrito turned into a projectile. So I was saying if you were bent over on a train platform and it was going one direction and your ass is hanging right off the edge and then somebody swung into your ass the opposite direction as you passed them by.
Okay.
That would greatly increase the power of that whip.
Okay, so
I got it.
The former leader of the IRA who became a peacemaker from what this New York Times article says did die
At 66.
a day ago.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that might just be a coincidence.
I don't.
But I guess
think
we'll.
that probably is 99.99% chance a coincidence.
Yeah,
that
but
has nothing to do with
we'll
anything.
learn the
We'll
details
see.
later.
Like I said, we leave that little area of doubt open, but everybody, that's been paying attention to the news for the last couple of decades probably has an idea who's behind this, or at least the ideology that spawned this attack.
To provide a highly visible, reassuring presence. This will continue for as long as is necessary. Terrorists have a clear aim. That is to create discord, distrust, and to create fear. The police stand with all communities in the UK and will take action against anybody who seeks to undermine society, especially where their crimes are motivated by hate. We must recognise now that our Muslim communities will feel anxious at this time, given the past behaviour of extreme right-wing groups, and we will continue to work with all communities.
That's the people whose behavior you should be fucking worried about.
I mean, look,
The
obviously-
behavior of these extreme right-wing
Yeah.
groups, man. Whoa.
Obviously, no one. No one
Dude,
should
remember when those
endorse or
extreme
condemn that.
right-wing groups ran over all
But-
those people and stabbed them and shit?
Sure.
They
Remember
do
that?
this every fucking time. It's like the poor Muslim community, and it's like, look, I'm sure there's gonna be Muslims who are gonna be harassed because of these events. But what do you mean? Like, why we want to acknowledge the white nationalist element, but we're not gonna acknowledge the Islamic terrorist element to this?
It's hard for me to put my fucking head in the space of a person that would do this, but I try. Like, what does it take? Like, if I were in a religious group, even if I believed it fervently, and then somebody was just like, well, I'm going to go kill a bunch of people. And that became the status quo, or at least the underground protected status quo in my little community, I'd get the fuck out.
Well, you know what? This just makes this statement a load of bullshit. Just because, besides the factual elements, because before it's like international terrorism and like, but no, well, we have to be vigilant for these Muslim communities with these white nationalists.
Yeah,
too.
why are you worried about them? Dude, what have the white nationalists done? Maybe protested out in front of some mosques or something?
Yeah, I don't think if the white
Have they
nationalists
killed Muslims?
If the white nationalists were the ones going around killing people, then okay, they're the bad guy in the story. But since it's the Muslims who keep doing it, maybe fucking don't fucking make your top priority like the Muslim community.
If he was saying this,
can't get its feelings
No, no.
hurt by this investigation, you guys.
If he was saying this because a white nationalist had run over some Muslims and tried to shoot up a fucking mosque in the UK or in London, I would understand this statement.
Would they
That's
put out
not
a
what
statement
happened.
like would a part of that statement be like, and we want to make sure the white nationalist community here is protected and knows that we got their back? You know, like, are you going to worry about reprisals against them if they do the attack? Nope. Don't give a shit.
Protect the Muslims still.
Got to make sure the Muslims are safe at all costs.
Yeah, the people that continue to tacitly support these mosques that outfit and train and fucking supply these crazy jihadi bastards. Yeah, why don't you guys root out the corruption in your fucking community? Stop killing people. And if you don't like it, leave. Get out. Like, I just don't see the value in staying in this ideology and pretending it's not like, and the way we people on the outside of this ideology coddle these people. Like, at one point, does it become their fucking responsibility to speak up and root out this fucking corruption that's in their own backyard?
Never, because they have us fucking bent over backwards to not even admit that this problem exists within the communities. It's like, no, there's nothing. It's nothing to do with the wider Muslim community. It's only this very fringe thing that doesn't even touch upon anything that the Muslim community represents on any level.
Yeah, it's way too commonplace and way too frequent to be fringe.
The sad thing here was, you had fucking Hillary going, well, it's something that the Muslim, we have to worry about it. It's like, it's kind of sad when Donald Trump is the only one even saying what it is, which is radical Islamic terrorism. I mean, I don't even agree with Trump on most things, but he's right about that and identifying this is what this is. Just like if a white nationalist goes and kills somebody, we're going to identify it as that. Why can't we identify these things as what they fucking are? Oh, because someone's going to be offended? Well, you know what? What's more offensive? Someone being offended and their feelings hurt, or fucking people being murdered in the streets of this country and the UK and pretty much every country where these people exist?
Yeah, I mean, like, in every fucking instance of there being some sort of mass killer, people are always interested in the motivation, and especially the news media. But when it's Islam, we have to pretend like, oh, well, I don't know. It could be anything, We got to do an investigation.
I don't know. Maybe the fucking Muslim. No, wait, no, I can't say that.
I can't say, no. Don't say that.
Don't even say the word Muslim until you're talking about how great they are.
What is this tippy-toe bullshit, and what is this pretending that we really... This attack came out of that community.
By the way, Clockwork James says, thanks for the content, guys. Keep it up. Wow, a lot of positive comments. If you want to comment on the situation with the individuals in the London situation.
Yeah, over in Britain in situation.
Yeah.
Then go ahead and leave a super chat.
Over in the Britain.
I don't know, man. I'm getting real kind of... That little blurb from him kind of set me on edge because I'm really, really getting tired of, like, look, if there's a problem that I'm unaware of these, like, white nationalist right movements rampaging through Muslim neighborhoods and raping and killing and, then I apologize. But I don't think that's going on.
It's not.
So why is the community... from whence this attack most probably came, being coddled like they're the ones under attack.
And defended.
Yeah, they don't even, like, no one is accusing the community of fucking anything. The only thing that's being said here is, like, obviously there is a link between this ideology and what these people are doing because it's fucking as plain as the nose on anybody's face, so long as a Muslim hasn't burnt it off with acid. 23% of British Muslims think Sharia law something or another. Hold on. We'll get your comment up.
Yeah, let's pull that up.
Just scroll up there. There's a little five
pound
comment. 23% of British Muslims think Sharia law should replace British law in high Muslim populated areas.
Wonderful. To us.
Yeah.
They don't want to integrate. They want to separate. Well, you know what? Then they should go back to the fucking Middle East where Sharia law is already in effect.
How do you do that? Do you just round up every brown person? Like, how do you
I'm
do
just
it?
saying that's what they should. If they really feel like they want Sharia law, they should go back there.
He's saying move to a place where
where Sharia law is already the status quo.
Well, I think at least in a few ways, their inability to have Sharia law is what's causing some of this bullshit. They're lashing out because they think that the fucking current government is sinful and wicked for not forcing women to do this and not forcing men to do this. So it's
all
like...
right. Communism is the answer, says Black Commie.
Okay.
And then Ian Scoobanks says, unrelated, but would you guys rather be pelted with pine cones for 20 minutes or be pinched in the area of your body for 20 minutes?
In every area of your body for 20 minutes.
That's so stupid. I hate these.
I hate those
Would you
rathers.
Like, everybody loves this shit. I don't care. I don't know. I'll never face that, so I'll never be able to tell you what I would choose.
If I face it, I'll tell you.
Yep. I'll let you know if I'm ever faced with having to put whatever you said. I just tuned out when you say, would you rather?
What would you rather do, Paul?
I don't even remember what the fucking
Would you rather be a
was.
pine cone for 20 minutes or get pinched on every area of your body?
I'd be a fucking pine cone.
For 20 minutes?
No, I think it was be pelted with pine cones.
No, it's be a pine cone.
Is it pelted with pine cones?
No, it's Paul has to be a pine cone.
Paul has to live as a pine cone.
Live in a tree as a pine cone for 20 fucking minutes?
Be a pine cone that fell under a bridge.
Or be pinched on every surface of my body for 20 fucking minutes? Pine cone time. Pine cone time.
TJ, show dick, please.
No.
Sorry. Hashtag mute Paul. Fuck.
I know, dude.
Mute him. It's a mutiny.
It's a mutiny, dude. Don't mutinize against me, dude.
I love Muslims, says Aaron Sutherfeld or whatever the fuck your name was.
Sutherfeld.
Dude, would you call fucking Paul a Paul cone, dude?
Paul Cone.
What did I say that was causing people to say "God fuck off"? Was that like a deep, meaningful question? Would I rather be a pine cone or be
Hashtag
pinched?
God fuck
off, Paul. No fun, Paul.
What the fuck? We're
No
talking about
fun, Paul.
Muslims blowing
Paul's
people up.
like, I don't like crazy hypotheticals because I'm too selfish.
No, I'm just tired of them, dude.
I don't like having to make this choice.
I'm tired of having to like think about shit that's never gonna happen to me. Like,
Paul, would you rather fuck a border collie or slap your mom in the face with your dick?
and I'm just like,
Well, I
don't know.
I don't know now. You got to answer that one.
oh man, I don't know.
Fucked by a border collie or slap your mom in the face with your dick, dude. You got to make a choice. You got to make a choice
I
now.
can't choose.
What's some
The situation is absurd.
That's the fucking worst choice possible, dude. Like,
Someone says, love the hypothesis, guys. How long do you think each episode will be? Keep up the great
They're
work.
usually about
Paul
10
Cone.
minutes. This one's a little like a live version, so it's a little longer.
Yeah, we're gonna go until.
dude, I really hope someone draws Paul as a pine cone now. I really hope
The
that
Paul
happens.
Cone.
The Paul
So does,
Cone, dude.
does anyone have anything else to say about London? No? I think we're done.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching, you guys.
We'll see you on Friday, and we will have more Hypothesis coming up here.
Yeah,
tomorrow.
This is today's installment of Hypothesis. We gave it to you live.
Yeah, and you will have 2 more episodes tomorrow, and then the Friday show, and then for all you patrons, there is going to be the private show on Saturday and some other stuff too.
We'll probably just put on
Stay
an
tuned for announcements.
Check out Vimeo.
announcement video. Bye. So long. Farewell. Auf Wiedersehen.